These organizations want to beat each other. This is going to be probably the bloodiest match that we've had in the OPL so far.
Even though Legacy are looking really strong and Chiefs are looking a little shaky, you just can't write Chiefs off ever.
Primus, so they're going to surf in the Chiefs. They want to zerg down the Nexus. Reindeer needs to get in there, but he's taking too much damage. He needs to zone for a little bit longer. The Nexus does go down. There we go! You can taste their meeting with Legacy in the final. He's kiting back and forwards, but the turrets are gone, the inhibitors are gone, the base has been absolutely demolished by Legacy.
Hello OPL fans, it's time to welcome you to the Split 1 Grand Final between the Chiefs Esports Club and Legacy Esports. I am Jake Spawn Tiberi, and joining me on the desk for this Grand Final is Matthew Fish-Stewart and Indiana Frosker and Black. Guys, thank you so much for being here.
Super excited to be a part of this, obviously. These two teams were destined to meet across from each other, and I'm just honored to be a part of it.
So am I. The Titans are going to play against one another, and they are going to put up a huge fight.
Yeah, they certainly are. But before we get into tonight's games, let's actually take a look at how the Chiefs and Legacy got here. Legacy were able to take the 3-1 victory over the Direwolves in pretty emphatic fashions before the Chiefs were able to 3-0 Sin Gaming in what was a huge matchup, a lot on the line. And once again, both teams able to book their date with Destiny in the finals. It just feels like it was meant to be between these two teams.
I mean, this is the most historic matchup in the Oceanic region, so absolutely. It seems like every single final always comes down to these two teams.
It sure does. They're two of the best teams in Oceania, and it's a fantastic way to finish off the split as well.
And guys, we always want to hear from you at home. So Pastry Time has actually been checking in with you throughout the day. I'm actually going to let him take over from now and take it over in the social media area.
Thank you very much, Spawn. And that's right, let's check in once again for Grand Final social media. As always, don't forget to use your hashtag. You can see the hashtag LGC win there for Legacy and hashtag CHF win there for Chiefs. The vote is very close right now, 53% to 47% there for Legacy. So it's nice to see fans from both sides really cheering them on. Don't forget, this is updated live as well based on those hashtags, so keep using them and we'll see this change hopefully throughout the night as the series continues on. You can see, though, plenty of tweets with those great hashtags. Love to hear from you guys. Let's have a quick to hear. 47 kills was someone's prediction, because we also have a contest going there cheering for the Chiefs on one side. Over on the Legacy side, though, sad to say, due to commitments to school, I cannot watch hashtag IMOPL, but I'm rooting for Legacy OCE to win. Even though you can't watch it, hope you guys are enjoying the show. We'll go back to the desk now to kick into game one.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. You actually did just mention the social media contest we are winning tonight, so we're going to pull that one up on your screen. Guys, we want to hear from you at home. Let us know how many kills you think a specific team is going to get. So use Chiefs or Legacy in there. Tweet your entry at @lol_Oceania. Use the hashtag ChiefWin or LegacyWin to tell us who you're actually predicting. Use hashtag IMOPL. Closest number without going over will win the Ashen Lord Aurelian Soul skin. It is so sweet. This is going to be a bloody affair. I just have a feeling about it. We don't exactly have predictions, but I think it's safe to say that this is going to be a pretty bloody match.
Yeah, I would say a pretty high number. These two teams, they want to beat each other. They want to kill each other.
One of the largest predictions they have for the kills right now is 97. You know what? I don't think they're that far off based on how these two teams are going to play today.
Yeah, well, I think it's safe to say that they're probably not going to go over. However, guys, as we make our way into the matchup, we're actually lucky enough to hear from Choo Choo's, Carbon, and their top laner, Tally, and their thoughts on the grand final against the Chiefs. Check it out.
With Swiffer back now, I think he's considerably worse than he was. I think him being back it's kind of like the magic water out of Space Jam. It's just water, but it's giving them the confidence to play well. I'm always prepared for this matchup. I mean, I said last year, every game between us is 50-50. I don't care if we're first and they're last, or they're first and we're last. When we play each other, the game is always going to be a 50-50 game, and I'm convinced that's still true. I'm always prepared for the Chiefs, and I think they're always prepared for us.
The last time we versed them was the best of 3 in the regular split. Back then, we didn't really know our play style, but since then we've practiced a lot. We've come into our play style, and I think our play style is extremely strong versus Chiefs. I think if we verse them in the finals, they won't be able to deal with us unless they have some pocket pick or some new play style that they've come up with recently.
I think this year we have the most potential out of every roster in the OPL. I think our team, our current lineup by far is the most talented. With the gaming house, that's already been proven that we're starting to develop. I would definitely think this would be Oceania's best shot at making Worlds.
It'd be amazing to go international again. I mean, that's really kind of what ignited my passion for League in a competitive sense. To be able to do that again, yeah, would be so incredible. It's what we've been striving toward. You know, we haven't been able to make it for the last 2 years or so, or regardless of how realistic it is. But now that we're almost there, we're really excited.
When we were struggling to fill the roster this year, to get like everyone into the house, James was willing to play top as he once did. I thought it could go one way or the other, but he's really proven to bring a very unique perspective to the role.
When I go up against someone who people say are better than me, it's a real confident boost to myself because I always want to dethrone that person. And first it was Radio when I played carry, and now it's Swiper. So I want to take the throne from him. I want to sit atop Oceania. I want to be the best top laner.
I do agree with that he is the best top laner. He's just mechanically better than everyone, and he's proven this split so far why he is.
In the end, it's come down to who's the better team on the day. Hopefully that's us.
And there they are on your screen, your Legacy lineup, #1 seed in Oceania, and pretty confident, you have to say.
Yeah, those were some really strong words, particularly from Carbon, and I think that's who you always have to look towards is Carbon.
Yep, I was actually looking at Tally as well because he had some nice words that they found their play style. So, looking to see if they can use that tonight.
Yeah, certainly have. And there he is, the top laner of Legacy, their superstar Tally. What a split the man's had.
Yeah, and it's really on Tally to pick up where Legacy falter. He is the hard carry for the team, and he has been kind of the core of them alongside Carbon in most of their victories.
He had a crazy game on Graves in the semifinals. I don't think it would be given to him this time around, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, certainly would as well. And there is their jungler, their captain, their soul. Like everything about this team, it's Carbon. He's just so good at the moment.
I've been really strong on Carbon being the best jungler in the OPL, and tonight he gets to prove it because he's facing across from Spooks.
He's like the father figure, keeping everyone together in Legacy. Really excited to see how he's going to perform in the jungle.
Yeah, and Choo Choo's their all-star mid laner. Came from strength to strength. Actually, his breakout tournament was beating the Chiefs in winter 2 years ago. He's just always had something about him.
Champions to watch out for Choo Choo's is definitely going to be the Lysandra and the Azir pick. I expect them to be contested all throughout the night. You cannot let him get his hands on either.
Of course, and their AD carry for this game, it will be Cardred. Hasn't been seen in a Legacy uniform for quite some time, but will be in the lineup tonight.
Has played with the roster before, and he's known as one of those janitorial AD carries, so we'll have to see if he can pick up what Choo Choo's and Tally start in these matches.
And of course, their support player, Regret, there on your screen. Big grin on his face. Has been one of the motivators for the team and a very mechanically skilled support.
Yeah, also very bloodthirsty. We'll see how he synergizes up with Cardred there. Again, kind of janitorial pickup bot lane.
Yeah, all right, guys. But before we get into breaking down the Legacy lineup, do have to let you know that due to conduct unbecoming of an OPL player, King has been banned, suspended for 5 games. Due to that, it was actually a loan agreement between Sin Gaming and Legacy Gaming that allowed Cardred to swap over to the roster and therefore be a substitute as an emergency for this OPL final. With that in mind, let's have a look at this lineup because I think that, in my opinion, King's a great player. Cardred's also a great player. I don't think it hurts them as much as you would otherwise think because of how top-heavy focused this team is.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it comes down to is where Legacy actually weighted, and it's in the top lane. It's with Tally, and it's bouncing Carbon between Choose and Tally, or even pulling Choose up there to assist the top lane. Their bot lane kind of hangs on, and yes, it's always going to hurt to lose a talent like King, but Cardred's a great substitute.
And I agree, and it really goes back to me for what Tally said in his interview there, whereby they're trying to find their playstyle. Now that they've found that they're executing it nicely, and it seems like their playstyle is get that top side of the map going and kill the backline of any team once they're very far ahead and allow that bottom lane duo to clean up afterwards.
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be the case. However, guys, we're also lucky enough to check in with their opponents, Radiant and Swiper in particular. Let's have a hear of what they actually had to say about their opponent's Legacy.
I think it was just destined that we're going to verse Legacy in the final. There's just no other way to have like an OCE final, especially going into 2016. It's probably going to be our biggest year as a team. So we got to take down Legacy in the final. It's the first step.
I think it's fun, to be honest. I think playing against Legacy, there is a rivalry there. There's the story there always, but I think it's always fun to clash against them just because we know that the moment we play against them, there's always going to be kind of this emotion in everybody's gameplay.
As Radia's going to get chunked out by Choose. Tally still moving in. He's going to try and take him out. He's just massacring the carries of the Chiefs. Force the flash there as Ejim's also moving in. Swiper burns the ulti, but Swiffer takes that king on the backside. He's going to move in. That's another kill as Radia going absolutely crazy.
It's just a massive fight fest. Like every single Legacy game, it's always like we just try to fight each other.
I think Legacy, they're very top-centric focused team. Like, Carbon would just, I call it the bush tucker. He sits in bushes and just waits for Tally to move up and like set up these ganks. They win probably 80% of their games off just like camping bad top laners. I think they've had a good run. Like they could have lost more games than they did. I do think they're a bit overrated because they're very one-dimensional.
There is actually surprisingly a lot of benefits to someone like Spooks yelling and shouting.
It really boosts like the energy and like if he he would just scream over first blood or just like a random solo kill. But the downside is like he gets headaches after it. So no, I love Spooks and yeah, he's really good for our team. I think the big players for Legacy to look out for are probably their solo laners, Choo and Tally, because Choo's he always shows up at the right times. I think he's quite an average player, but like when he needs to, he does step up really hard. Where I think that like Tally as well. Like Tally's just been playing phenomenal lately, so like that will be our two biggest threats, and then Big Carbon in the jungle. I think our goal as a team is not to stay dominant in OC. I mean, like that's a bonus, is to just win every game. But I'm happy the level of practice and the level of competition has gone up in OC because it gives us more opportunities to do well internationally. Legacy, I hope you're ready for a good final. Big Swips is coming for you.
There he is on your screen, Big Swift, and they're maybe a little bit more jovial, I think, in how they've actually approached this matchup.
Just another day in the office. Although I will note that he's wearing his pink shorts that he wore during the semifinals. Good job, Swiper. Look fly as.
Yeah, he certainly does. There he is on your screen, Swiper, and you can see his shorts are nice. I think they're red. Like I think pink's a little bit harsh, but
they're kind of rosy.
He has some good pins on him.
Yeah, that's for sure. Of course, Swiper though he's the big tank top player. In the OPL, kind of like setting the standard there, so expect to see the Nautilus, the Maokai come out.
And there he is on your screen, the most vocal juggler that I've ever seen. Like Carbon kind of yells, but Samuel screams, I think, is a fair way to say it. And Spooks, you can see a little bit red-nosed. He needs to put on a good performance today.
Yeah, the thing with Spooks is I've actually been fairly harsh on him, kind of as the second best jungler in OPL. So Spooks gets this chance to prove me wrong and take Carbon head-to-head, and I believe he can do it.
And there is their mid laner. Simon Swipper Papamarcos was on a trip for the first start of the split. Since his return, it's been a reinvigorated Chiefs.
And Legacy feel like this is the man that is just, the fake water, that fake mid laner for the Chiefs, honestly. But he has been playing pretty well for the team, and they haven't lost since he's joined the roster.
Yeah, Mike's secret stuff, I think Carbon was quoted saying. And their superstar 80 carry, Radier, in the bottom lane. Dominant throughout the Oceanic region.
This guy is one of the best players that the OPL has ever produced. He is a mechanical god, a monster. You want to talk about full orb walking Kog'Maw at full attack speed? Radier's done it.
He's done it a few times as well, even before Kog'Maw rotated into the meta recently. We're happy to see what he's going to pull out today.
Yeah, and their support player finally, it is going to be Ejim. He is Ejim Ali God. He's also he's the other half of probably the most dangerous bottom lane in the OPL.
The thing that you have to watch out for is, yes, this is probably going to be a very top focus map, a lot of attention there, but as soon as Ejim knows where both junglers are, he's flashing forward. They're going 2v2, and that's what you really have to watch out for the Chiefs is when they know where the enemy jungler is, they're going to all in.
So that's where I actually want to start. Let's kick off the Chiefs win conditions. Is it going to be a bot lane centric match? Is that what we expect out of this lineup now?
I think bot lane centric, not necessarily, and then that's where both the junglers will be focused, although obviously there's more people in the bot lane that you can snowball ahead because there's just two people that can benefit from your kills, but simply that's who's going to take over. If the Chiefs can just neutralize Legacy solo laners and just even it out, Radier will take over in late game.
I agree. I feel like the bottom lane is going to go very hugely in favor of the Chiefs here in this matchup, and I feel like the top side of the map, if it goes into Legacy's favor, is going to be on Ejim's and Radier's shoulder to bring it back.
Okay, so now let's bring it all together. We have one team that we think, Tally, he's such a superstar at the moment. Maybe he's the guy. Choo-Choo's always that mercurial mid laner, can fill so many different roles. Is he assassin player? Is he control mage? Versus what is the shot calling and the mechanical prowess of a bottom lane? Like, where are we, what actually are you looking at? What is the win condition for these teams? How do they match up?
It's setting Tally up to counter Radier. And the interesting thing is also champion matchup. Like, Tally needs to get snowballed in his champions. I would love to see a Maokai or a Nautilus come out just because they're so crucial in shutting down 80 carries, but we haven't seen that a lot from Legacy.
It feels like a lot of times Tally's job is to just kill the backline of the other team, get really far ahead, either split push tremendously or kill that backline quickly and swiftly. And we're going to have to see if he's going to be able to do it in this game, but I think Chiefs will try to nullify that.
Yeah, all right, we'll see whether that is the case, guys, but we have spoken for a while. And, you know, it seems to be kind of a back and forth, so I do want to get your final thoughts on this game for us, Corinne, starting with yourself. Who is going to win this and why?
I have been very vocal since the beginning, despite the fact that Legacy were the #1 team, that the Chiefs are still the best team in Oceania, and they've been the best team that the OPL has ever produced, and I think that they're going to win tonight.
All right, well, that is pretty strong words. Fish, what about yourself?
Ever since I've come to Oceania, everyone's told me the Chiefs are the best until another team beats them. And Legacy have not been able to do that yet in their matches. Tonight will prove that, I believe, with Chiefs taking this game.
That's funny. I didn't hear a but in that conversation or anything.
No.
That was pretty
No
down the
hedge
line.
bets.
So
For
like,
the first time.
First time ever. It is going to be the Chiefs. I actually also think that the Chiefs will take this game. However, I think that we are in for a long show. I think that Tally has been playing, like, as far as individual plays, I do not think you can look past Tally in his performance. That's why we gave him MVP. He is such a strong player. But guys, you've heard enough from us. We know why you're here. It's to actually get into the game. So here is Atlas, Pastry Time, and Rusty to take us on to Summoner's Rift for game 1 of your grand final.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Incredibly excited to be here alongside Pastry Time and Rusty. And guys, it's the big one. It's Destiny one more time, Legacy versus the Chiefs. And when you see an OPL final, I mean, you don't want it any other way, let's be real.
Swiper said it the best himself, honestly. It's as if fate wrote this matchup to be the final. It just always happens. There's nothing we can do to change that fact. These two teams, they make the finals, and once again, we get to see who comes out best.
Yeah, it's almost like we got unlucky last year. This time last year, we actually didn't get these two playing in the final. Feels like now they're back. And the best thing is, maybe we'll get it twice this year, because they're going to play in the first final.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, we are already in Champions Select, ladies and gentlemen. Graves and Gangplank are taken away by the Chiefs, as Nautilus and Alistair are going to be removed on the side of Legacy. And Nautilus taken away, of course, Swiper playing that 3 games in a row against Sin. He's going to have to change it up.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I guess, Graves also being played once by a Tally.
Yeah,
and
true.
there was a reason that it was only played once.
12, 1, and 5?
Yes,
My
it was
God.
banned before and after, because you do not let him have it.
And it's basically 3 top lane bans there for the Chiefs to start things off. These are 3 champions Tally has played in the past and really carried on. Yes, Choose can play maybe GP in there as well, but Tally's been the star of the team, especially in playoffs. Makes sense that Chiefs are going to target him here.
Yeah, and there's a lot of big questions we have to ask about that, is what is Tally actually going to play? Because that's most of his champions now. Of course, he can flex with Lissandra, Lulu, things like that, but he wants to beat Swiper. Those are just control mages.
Yeah, it's exactly right. But look at what's left open. I mean, Civ is there. There's the Golden Chicken in the Azir, who's also available if they do want to pick that one up. But Lulu's up, Callista's up. There are so many champions here that both the Chiefs and Legacy can pick up. Of course, Swiper shouting out his favorite champion, but we'll see exactly what they lock in for first pick.
Swiper having a bit of fun here, I think. That's,
that's
the
what
champion that
Tally
Tally famously slayed Radier on in a semi-final. Trundle was the last ban as well, so that's potential another top laner, but more support taken away. For me, it is that champion.
Oh, yes.
That is the other one left between them.
Yeah,
I mean, there was a lot.
That makes a lot of sense. There's no other champion that Swiper needs to play. Take it from Tally. That's his power pick now gone.
The golden combination has been locked in. So Legacy, they've taken away so much of this consistent damage in their mid and bottom lane. Of course, Cardred, no stranger to Siva. Of course, no stranger to Legacy either.
Yeah, absolutely. Cardred, having played with the team historically, and picking up Siva makes a lot of sense, being what is defined as a janitorial AD carry, being able to pick up kills on the backline with the W, ricochet to everybody and just hit that backline and shred them down, whilst Azir does the exact same thing. So I will say, based off the carries locked in from Legacy so far, their range is extraordinary.
Yeah, Civ is just such a good champion, and we've seen what Radier and the Chiefs do when they get a hands on it. I'm actually surprised they didn't first pick her. That's pretty common, but happy to leave it over this time.
Yeah, and look, Gragas and Braum both being locked in here by the Chiefs. So Spooks on a champion that he's phenomenal on, to be perfectly honest, and he can really get around the map and help out his team with the likes of Gragas. Just so much utility.
Yeah,
Not to
Gragas.
mention Braum.
Exactly. Gragas a very strong solo champion, very good in a 2v2 as well with Poppy. Pretty hard to beat out those two champions. Throw Braum in the fray if they have any type of lane swap or early map movements out of the Chiefs, and that is a dynamic trio that nobody would want to mess with.
It's actually pretty interesting to me to see Spooks go to Gragas versus something like Nidalee or Kindred,
Yeah.
which are both left up. I think it tells me that he's maybe expecting to play a little bit more reactive and just keep tracks and make plays where he can, rather than aggressively get in and counter.
I think he's actually just trying to take it as well from Carbon, which is actually a big deal, because Carbon, wanting to be an engage tool for the team, can't really do that on Kindred, can't do that on Nidalee. You're actually relying on the rest of your team to do so, especially if they want to get top lane ahead. Difficult to execute.
But the Kindred is going to be locked in the hands of Carbon. And look, we've seen this combo time and time again. Having that Lamb's Respite as well as the Emperor's Divide just helps so much. And we'll see exactly how he is going to play this one out. But I actually really like Spooks picking up the Gragas away from Legacy because they want to get Tally ahead. They want to utilize this early game. Do you think having a bit more of a scaling jungle is going to hurt that?
It won't necessarily hurt it. That is actually, wow.
Whoa.
All right, we're back.
Yep, there it is.
AD carries. Lots of them.
That's a lot of poke.
Yeah, that's entirely poke. The only thing missing is perhaps, look, they've got their top laner set, they've got their mid laner and AD carry set, they've got a front line engaged, they've got block for their back line, and their 2 carries are very long range. So entirely poke. It's also been known as what beats Azir here from Swiffer, going for that Varus.
Yeah, we've seen this before from the Chiefs already into that specific mid lane matchup as well. Varus Jhin is absolutely disgusting when you pull it off, and I think the last game Chiefs played against Sin, they played this comp and made it look so easy. Like, Azir's a great pick. Azir Kindred, in my opinion, is an excellent duo, but it's going to be tough here for Choo-Choos, especially because Spooks, like you said, also is able to punish that mid lane.
So the big thing to me is that Chiefs are long range. Legacy, they're short to long range. It can vary, of course. They've got the Sivir who's close, Kindred who's close, and if they work in tandem, they do a lot of damage. But they've got Azir who is long range, but also countered by that poke. So we're looking at poke versus engage.
Oh my god. And speaking of which, the last pick here for Legacy is going to be Lissandra. A definite comfort pick there for Tally. Of course, Choo-Choos has played that one as well, but it is going to be going towards that top lane. So Legacy looking like they're getting a whole lot of comfort here in this draft.
Yeah, this is Legacy's near ideal drafting scenario. So maybe the Kindred as the small exception to that rule.
Yep.
But I think they're going to be very comfortable with that. And speaking of, I guess, going for the team composition Legacy has, Chiefs won with it in game number 1 against their opponents in the semifinals in Sin. Legacy know it works.
Yeah.
And really just reinforcing what you just said, that Legacy want to play engage. They pick another engaged champion here, giving it over to Tally. Lissandra is a big playmaker. It's not a massive carry like we've seen from Tally before on, you know, the champions that the 3 champions got banned and the one that got picked away from him. So you can see he's clearly being targeted, but it does still let Tally make plays, and that's the important thing for Legacy. He can be proactive, be annoying, and come up big when it counts, which is what Tally needs to do here.
Yeah, and this is the adaptation as well out of Legacy, because when Tally plays the Lissandra, he switches up his playstyle a whole lot. It's not necessarily about the laning phase anymore. It's about how he utilizes that teleport. And on this Lissandra, we've seen him assassinate bottom lanes over and over again. And with that top versus bottom heavy focus, could this be a problem for the Chiefs?
So that's a really cool thing that you bring up as well. Lissandra doesn't necessarily want to kill the laning opponent, right? But Lissandra is the crowd control aggressive version of Lulu, as I'd like to define it, which means, yeah, you still can kill your lane opponent. You actually have a lot of damage and crowd control, especially if Carbon comes up there to lock down Swiper, but the teleports are potent. The amount of damage that you do to carries is ridiculous. It's just about how do you get past the Braum, how do you get past the Poppy to the back line of the Chiefs and try and take out that Jhin and Varus.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing. We've seen Carbon gank like Olaf lanes
with
Lissandra at least before. Like, he clearly can do it. I think Lissandra sets up Carbon's pressure really well. He's just going to have to try and convert it here because Choose especially, it's kind of going to be a wash farm lane. In fact, he might even fall behind if Swiffer can find an edge on the poke Varus.
Yeah, it's exactly right. And look, we've seen this Varus Azir lane. Varus often picked up into it on purpose, considered a bit of a counter there, but that was played in a comp that had a Nidalee in it. That was an extra form of poke to fly through to set up the deadly flourish there from the Jhin. Now with the Gragas, is it maybe a little bit different?
They've got disengage added with it this time around. They've also got the option of engage, so they're not all into poke. They've recognized that Legacy, they want to fight, and that they will meet them with that fight and disengage if things go poorly.
We'll see exactly how it is going to go as we hop onto Summoner's Rift for Game 1 of the Grand Final of 2016's OPL Split 1. Chiefs versus Legacy. Chiefs are going to be on our blue side first time around. A natural place for them, of course, where they stayed throughout the semi-final versus Sin. We'll see how they take this game now with the Gragas instead of the Nidalee.
The first question that we need to bring up naturally is do we lane swap? And why do we lane swap? Now, Jhin is outranging a Sivir, especially in laning phases, so there is an opportunity that Chiefs will win the 2v2, especially if we coin in the fact that there is a Braum. As speaking of bottom lanes,
This is ridiculous. Ready?
Having it out.
Yeah, does have a crit ready. He's just going to shoot Regret in the face with it. He's Cardred. Nice ricochet. That's a free
So
dancing
for Q
grenade.
hits, they actually have a flash probably forced here.
Good play from Regret, going to keep him safe, but you can see just that damage. I mean, 2v2, they might not have wanted it, but they've certainly got it now.
Yeah, and the minions are here.
Exactly right. So they're just fighting until the minions get here, and they're probably going to continue fighting from then on.
That is a very awkward and unfortunate start for Legacy. Thankfully, Warlord's Bloodlust for Cardred should get him some of that health back, and Relic's Shield from Regret gives health back to both of them. They will live, but they don't have control.
Well, this lane's already rough, as you can see. Few there from Ejim poking onto Cardred. It's a tough situation for Legacy's bottom lane, but Radiant and Ejim never ever take prisoners. They love going aggressive, and if they hit 2 here, which I think they will soon, Regret actually going to get stunned.
In trouble.
There's the flash stun there from Ejim for the auto. Heal out from Cardred as he gets exhausted there as well. Good play back, but it's not quite enough to the turret. But Legacy just blow everything just to live.
This is such an awkward position for Legacy's bottom lane. I mean, there's going to be no way to get assistance from a jungler until about the 3 minutes and 30 seconds mark, unless Carbon speeds up his route and disregards a camp or two. But it's already necessary.
Well, it's very, very scary for Legacy so far. As we look across the rest of the map here in the mid lane, Swiffer doing fine against Choose. Just clearing up minions over and over again. Choose known for his aggression in the early game once he hits that level 2 mark. And Swipe here on the bottom side, struggling a little bit as far as farm is concerned, but of course nothing to worry about, as it's just the range versus melee matchup.
Yeah, early game, range versus melee. Makes a lot of sense that Choose is, Tally rather, is at least controlling. I almost said Choose because he does play it also.
True. I think we're used to seeing him play it a lot.
Spooks
They'll steal that away. Carbon actually going to find him, though. This is not great for Gragas, but he's going to body slam back in for it. Carbon actually getting a little low, but he's going to fight back here. Jin almost getting him with the snare. You can see the damage that Carbon's done already. He actually face-checked Ejim's Q, as now Chooch is going to roam up as well. The flash body slam, though, is going to get it, but Spooks is low. Looks to go down as he does. Now Swiffer going to move his way in as Truce flashes out to safety, but Swiffer's going to flash forward and take him out. Cardred is in a whole host of trouble as he almost gets stunned up. He'll juke that W, but Radius still firing away. Regret goes down as Swiffer grabs the double.
Massive.
Wow, he does well to live, but Legacy, they fall down in a very awkward position. Carbon, so it looked like the junglers were meeting each other in the middle, but Carbon was on the wrong side of the map. Like, he was way out of position, and Spooks just met him, connects the body slam, which is the most important factor in that 1v1 trade, and Spooks basically won the trade. And I guess everyone else rotates, right? But who rotates quicker? Chiefs.
Well, it's also so important now because, you know, that bottom lane that's in the top side of the map, so far ahead already, could rotate earlier. As we have a look at it again, it's just the Jin and Braum got here first.
Exactly, and most importantly, the Braum got here first. So able to flash body slam, no way for Carbon to avoid that one. Could have predicted perhaps the flash body slam and used his own flash, because his cavalry did arrive. But it's a too little too late scenario as Raider just gets juked by Cardra at the end there. Cute stuff.
I like it, very cute, but unfortunately still loses one there, as Chiefs are now up 3-1. See, a tier actually already picked up for Swiffer, so sort of the early game going a little bit earlier than normal. He'll stack that up nicely. Looking down though, nothing really changing here, although I do like the jungle differences there. Spooks needs that vision on the Gragas, does have the Tracker's Knife. Carbon doing the standard thing for Kindred, going for Skirmisher's Saber.
Yeah, and he's kind of just trying to place vision so that, I guess, or in this case it's Choose, but Carbon can't actually keep tabs on where the Gragas is, or the Gragas can follow Carbon around and actually watch where he's going to be, just by having what is basically 4 wards with your warding trinket and your, obviously, warding item. It's just uncomparable to that of what Carbon can place down, which is damage. So if they meet each other, you'd want to hope that Spooks is the one starting it in a better position.
Oh, and this is what we saw as well. It was Carbon sort of starting the scuffle. But the rotational play there by the Chiefs coming out on top. But so far, it hasn't really meant too much as far as gold is concerned. 900 there as Deadly Flourish is going to get a bit of damage down to the Kindred, who's slunk into the top lane. I think slunk is a word.
It is.
I'm going to go for it.
Also face-checked a Jin trap and got spotted immediately, so not very sneaky there. Swiper low in the bottom side though. Tally been putting in some work here. You can see he's actually building a CS lead as Spooks goes for a visit here in the mid lane. Choosing a bit of trouble perhaps. Does get locked up by the Varus ulti. Bullets in there from Swiffer, and that's a 3rd kill for Varus.
Yeah, and that was Choose actually starting it off, but Swiffer the one with the cleanse as well in the most comfortable position, and his jungler nearby to set them up as a hook in top lane.
Yeah, there it is, as Ejim is going to put down the Unbreakable Radiant, waiting for some bullets to come back as there's the stun, and Regret is going to get caught up for the moment. Cardred's still very high on health though. playing quite far forward. And look, him and Regret actually playing this out quite well after the early start by the Chiefs.
Yeah, they've actually pulled it back quite nicely considering how it started, but you would have to imagine that once Raider gets his shop in, things could change.
And that's something about Regret. He was a very well-known Thresh player. As you can see, Choose where it all went wrong there in mid. Swooping in for the ulti, didn't get it, and Spooks is there on cleanup.
Unlucky, honestly, from Choose. He was the aggressor in the situation, but he just missed the execution.
I think I'd seen that before.
Yeah, I believe it was from Chief Whiffer himself.
Exactly. Taking some hints. They're the wrong ones, Choose. Once again, play back onto Ejim, taking some poke. As, oh, that was narrowly avoided there. Radier keeping himself alive. Nice spell shield there from Cardred. Another one. So it wasn't a spell shield before. I take it all back.
Yeah, no, that was
always awkward, right?
Yeah, that's the first spell shield. Is guess who's back?
Back again?
Yeah.
I know he likes
Carbon's
top
back.
lane, but this is a different sort of top lane here.
Whoa, flash play! As Carbon is going to launch his way through. Radier, he's going to get pulled back, and Carbon's going to grab the kill.
And very well executed from Carbon, and Regret in particular this time around. The flash flay connecting on both of them from the looks of it, and the hook immediately after. Radier with no flash, he was a sitting duck. That's exactly what they make of him, and they take him out.
Well, Spook's going to go check in with the jungle now that he knows Carbon's top side. Does find that blue buff, but Choo-Choo's going to spot him. And Tally going to rotate up, means he probably has to get out of the way. Spooks, so maybe fancy initiation. He does, as he knocks Choose back there. Varus ulti, he's going to cleanse Surf out of it. Choose does well to get away there.
Yeah, it was a nice cleanse, but it doesn't mean he's in a good position in this lane at all. Up against the poke of a 3-0 Varus. You'd imagine Choose is going to recall. Thankfully, Legacy's blue buff stands.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous, though. The fact that Swiffer is already on 3 kills. I mean, we all saw it happen, right? But for a skirmish like that, already now has that serrated Dirk as well as the stacking tier. The Varus could not be feeling better right now as Tally trying to put some hurt onto Swiper. But so far, this lane is neutralized. This could be trouble right now because we looked at Tally as sort of this guy that was going to win his lane or not, right?
So for what it's worth, Tally still has his teleport, Swiper does not. So he's still pressuring Swiper out, forcing lots of recalls and teleports back to even get any farm here for the Poppy. It's as expected, I will say, from Tally, who has been playing godlike, but he hasn't been able to impact anywhere else. Now's a great time.
Still charging up, though. Does have a blasting on and that Ruby Crystal. So it seems like Rod of Ages should be the first buy here. Top lane knows where all the action is Regret. He's just constantly trying to find a hook here. See if they can get something started. Radier needs him though, spacing well. Don't fall into that trap. And Choose now actually going to go take his own blue. It is watered though. So they'll have a very good sense of the timer, but it seems like both mid laners just taking their buffs right now.
It's kind of the rise and fall of a Sivir Thresh lane. If the hook goes out and it lands, you win a trade. If the hook misses, you actually just lose control of the lane for 10 odd seconds until it's available again. But with the amount of hooks he's throwing out, definite Q max here from Regret.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And of course, we have to talk about Regret because it's his first OPL final here. Of course, his team making it without him last time around. Of course, always has been known as a massive Thresh player. Really great to see him in his first tournament on his favorite champion.
Well, Carbon, they're going to face checkerboard. He's going to sweep it out, so it has that. But you can see the attention is actually not the solo lands. It's where we thought maybe Carbon was going to look to get aggressive in. But he's, again, doing the tried and true anti-cheat strategy, which is try and camp Radier. The unfortunate thing for that one, though, is that success rate is actually not that high.
Yeah, only the 1 kill to speak of this time around. And you know what? I'm going to give full credit to Cardred right now. His spell shields have been immaculate. Very impressive.
Incredible. And I mean, was actually ahead in farm before Radier was able to pick up a couple there underneath the turret. So the fact that they clawed not only an awful early game back, but are now really making this lane for themselves is really working out. But of course, Carbon has given a fair bit of pressure there towards the top side.
Yeah, he's given it a fair crack, to say the least.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of pressure placed there. And the Jhin Braum lane, once again, wins at level 1. Does okay at level 2, but starts to get phased out around level 3 once Sivir has all of the abilities available. In particular, the spell shield with the boomerang.
Level of pressure that's been put out in top lane is pretty extensive, though, from Legacy. This Carbon is going to clear that out. Now going to start the Dragon for himself. Did actually take the Rift Scuttler down, so gets a mark for himself. He's spotted though, nice little ward from Chiefs just to the right. They are going to see him, and I think they're trying to collapse here. Swiper
in.
He's going to move in for it. Carbon just gets absolutely destroyed. And now Dragon's angry. Chiefs are going to try and take him down as well.
Thanks for the leash.
God. Goodbye health bar.
That was ridiculous.
Swiffer is 3-0. I would imagine that he's got all of the items. Level 9 as well are the biggest factor there. That means full levels into the queue, and it didn't hit anybody beforehand. So it was full damage, raw damage. on top of him. Going for that Dragon. Cardred.
Yeah, actually running out of the way of the Glacial Fissure there as well towards the top side as the teleport comes in from Tally. We'll see when the Claw of Doom is going to come down, but no, Chiefs look like they've made it to safety.
That is unfortunate once again. Chiefs are just controlling the map now. 5-2 in kills. The fact that the teleport finally came out from Tally wasn't even responded to.
This wave's too small as well. Cardred actually has to just juke the Jhin ulti. Radius.
The zigzags, it works.
Yeah, good juking again from Cardred, but Legacy, I think they're trying to take this turret, and they might not even get that. They're going to prep another wave for it. Looks like the Chiefs do have to back away because Spooks is bottom side again, harassing poor Kindred.
I will say, however, Jhin should have saved his ultimate for when the wave was crashing onto the turret. It does clear minions. It doesn't just hit champions. And if Cardred wanted to hit it, well, he was about to take it. Curtain call to the face. Instead, Legacy, they do still make something of the teleporters. Let's watch the zigzag again in slow motion. Fancy feet. Oh, yeah, nailed it. Cardred very impressive so far, at least with mechanics.
Yeah, man's on point today. Of course.
Saw those weed picks.
Yeah. He's just had
He had
the
at
Tally
least 4
breakfast.
today, didn't he? Yeah.
He learned
Oh,
it from
God,
Tally.
no. If Tally had 3, the day that he went 12, 1, and 7, or whatever it was on Graves and was just murdering people, I don't want to see what 4 will do.
Any more than 4, though, it starts to crowd the bowl. You have to be careful.
Yeah, that's true. Crowd the bowl.
What's awkward? You want just
I don't know,
enough
for
milk?
some reason
like-
the phrase sounded weird.
Rady returning back with the VF sword, so he was looking just fine there on the Jhin. We'll check in with the rest of the items though. Looks like Choo Choo's does have himself the Nash's Tooth built up. And looks like both AD carries are going for Essence Reaver, with Roa done for Tally and Spirit Visage done for Swiper. More of Mortius, so already done for Swiffer, could be the big one here. Is Legacy actually getting a nice little push down here? Radius busy topside, and Legacy going to get a second turret already.
Yeah, actually very smart rotations from Legacy, getting themselves the objectives and trying to speed the pace of this game up. Let's say more to Legacy style, and that is just constant fighting and trying to take it to the Chiefs, who are responding with vision everywhere and not a lot of actual fighting themselves.
Well, Carbon actually going to steal away the red buff here with all the extra map pressure of taking down that turret and having their bottom lane there. Things looking great here for Legacy. They've taken the gold lead just through the global objectives.
And it's been nice to see Cardred just doing a great job there on the Sivir, and Legacy playing around the champion as well. We mentioned that it's a big priority pick for these teams. You can kind of see why, because Sivir does things to creep waves and turrets that Jhin honestly just can't do. Rady is going to get this one, but that took him an eternity, it felt like, and now Legacy are just mid.
Yeah, Legacy, the rotations have been crisp from this team. Swiffer's ult's on though.
Yeah, the tower does fall down. Immediate Sun turret to be set up here as Swiffer has to get out. Despite Choo Choo's getting snared, doesn't seem to matter. That's the whole outer ring down.
Yeah, that's a very quick outer ring taken down,
Yeah.
I must say. To me, it just feels weird that they were able to do that. Swiffer with a wave clear mid laner like Varus was obviously caught in rotation, which again, Chiefs have been putting a lot of emphasis on vision. You can see a ward above Carbon. Why the hell is that ward there? Carbon was bottom side for the past minute.
Well, they're going to play to this side of the map at least, because the Rift Herald seems to be the next objective. Might help them catch up in turrets, because they have fallen pretty far behind. 3-1 currently on structures. Legacy certainly taking the turret lead, and now the gold lead. You mentioned Atlas as a result. Rady, though, going to get the buff. We'll see where he goes to apply it. Essence Reaver done now as well, so he's certainly getting stronger after a decent start to his lane. Chiefs aren't slowing down, but Legacy, that was a really smooth way to get themselves back into the game.
Yeah, Chiefs aren't slowing down, as you mentioned. Legacy is speeding up and accelerating the game. Now that the map is completely open, and most importantly, it's something that we always allude to, is taking the middle turret against a wave clear mid laner whose purpose is, generally speaking, to not lose the mid lane turret, because that is map control that gets lost through that. Now gone, Legacy have opportunities to place deeper vision, play around the Dragon or the Rift Herald, which unfortunately the Rift Herald was taken. Dragon is up soon though. Place that deeper vision near like the red buff as an example, and then respond accordingly.
Well, you can see Swiffer now starting to do a heck of a lot of damage with that more of Malmortius picked up. Carbon is going to make his way out using that Dark Passage as Ejim getting ever more vision down. Minute and a half on that Dragon as they are actually around the pit getting some vision down. But exactly right, Legacy. I mean, it looked like they went into damage control, and they've definitely made it work. Deadly Flourish is going to snare up Regret as, the ultimate does go wide. And Curtain calls there. Regret actually going to take a bit of damage, but shields himself with the Dark Passage. Claw comes in. Tally possibly looking for it, but no, not going to find anything just yet.
Yeah, Tally looking very aggressive, and that was the poke combo out of the Chiefs, which unfortunately the chains missed from Swiffer, otherwise that could have been dangerous. This is something that at 16 minutes in the game is not direct kill pressure without someone else there, such as Spooks or a teleport from Swiper, but that's only going to get more and more dangerous as the game goes on, because it's something you have to be constantly vigilant about Where is Jin? Has Varus got ultimate? Is my cleanse available for Choose in this case? And even at this point in the game, you would imagine they rotate Kardra and Regret to the middle lane and start moving around the map more seamlessly. They run the risk of being engaged on because they have no cleanse.
And Radia's back on that bottom lane, but Rift Herald's going to run out soon, and they did not get a turret or a kill with that buff. As you can see, Tally, he's back in that top lane now. Need to see Large Rod done, and he's got his teleport back up as well. His legs, or whatever's going on there, doing a lot of work for Lissandra early on. Wasn't able to make the play with his initial teleport, but they did get a turret for it. Legacy just continuing to play the map here. This is usually what Chiefs are known for. You can see the millions of pink wards. They're going to have to try and get something done here, because falling behind to Legacy on objectives is just asking them to fight you in a really awkward corridor.
Yeah, and when they've got this team comp, that is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah.
And Tally, he's well on track to exactly what Tally normally does. It's ahead by 30 CS, 20 minutes, every single game, almost without fail. Very close to it now at 23. But he's got the Rod of Ages stacking. He's got all of his stacking items. This guy wants to be a mid-game threat. He's well and truly on track.
So the thing is, and we're looking at Chiefs going now, Legacy think they can fight, and they are going to try and take it to them, at least for the Dragon.
Choose is actually going to slide himself out as Swiffer forced to use the flash. Orchid's going to go wide as Carbon explodes. Spooks picks up that kill as Swiffer now more of Malroney's procs helping him out here against Tally. A massive ultimate out of Swiper there in the back line, but Swiffer will take down Tally, and they may want more.
Just an outplay here from the Chiefs as Chew's going to get hunted down as well. Last W not going to connect, but here's the curtain call.
That was amazing.
Very nice
So
surf
cool.
from Chews, gets him out of range. Don't walk back in, he doesn't. Good work. But the Chiefs comprehensively win that fight.
And that's a small bonus in the middle of a massacre for your own team. Choose Fancy Feet is the only saving grace there, as 4 people, well, essentially 3 rather,
That was
dead.
a right angle.
Oh, it was great. Like, he bent the Azir something. He bent it like Beckham, man. Dragon, though, still something that's worth taking, as Choose wasted the dash at the start of this fight, and Swiffer, remember, he rushed to more of Malmortis. He's not going to die. There's just no way that the 2 magic damage dealers can take him out immediately. Tally's now stuck on the backline. It's not his poppy.
Swiper did so much work in that team fight as well. Like, sniped somebody with an ultimate, completely zones Tally off as he dives into the backline, and the rest of the Chiefs live. Legacy had the right idea, as you can see Choose again with the maneuver, but unfortunately, Chiefs just split them up and fought them perfectly in the jungle.
Yeah, you can't take the Chiefs on like that when they're set up so well. I mean, look at the vision on the map as well. That didn't really change in that fight. They just dove aggressively to try and kill Swiffer, and Swiffer's very smartly built to not be killed. And that's exactly how it unfolded.
Well, now has the Manamune there built up as well, but it means that 2 dragons have fallen in favor of the Chiefs. And they've grabbed themselves another turret for it, so Legacy still only 1 turret ahead, but it is that mid lane.
It's just the dangerous Varus. Now, he is 4-0-3 right now out of the 8 kills that the Chiefs have. That is the most dangerous poke composition coming pretty much online already for the Chiefs. The answer is engage. But you're trying to engage against a tank item Varus rather, that is so far ahead that he's still doing damage with tanky items.
And you can see that's what they tried in that last fight, but couldn't quite execute properly. We'll see if Legacy clean that up as they move deeper into this mid-game. Chiefs right now, though, just defending a lot of their structures. As you can see, Tally applying pressure topside, but Swiper able to deflect that pretty easily. Sun turret goes down, so Swiffer picks himself up a bit of extra gold, but there's not really an obvious place for Legacy to go with Baron just coming up and Dragon already down. They've already taken the standard outer turrets here to begin with, so getting deeper is very dangerous. The Chiefs have already shown that can easily disengage and poke you out.
Yeah, their aptitude to team fighting as well. Actually, twice now Carbon hasn't gotten his ultimate off because he just dies too quickly. Like, he can't even react to it. And scary start here for Legacy, even though they pulled it all back. Goldie's not too much, though.
Yeah, and as far as scaling is concerned, who really has it in this particular game? Because I'm looking over the Legacy lineup, and I'm thinking Sivir in the late game just sounds like something that's going to be so hard to deal with, not to mention Azir and Kindred. Like, what the heck?
I mean, the best way to describe this is actually like a hay bale from Legacy that just like bounce in towards your team.
I like it.
And then it turns into a Beyblade arena. The thing is, like, to actually execute on that particular team comp means you have to be next to them, right? Like, the hay bale has to bounce towards them to start it all off. Against what the Chiefs have, their scaling is more effective unless Legacy engage. I don't think one team has better scaling. It's just how they execute.
Yeah, we've seen it already. It's all about positioning here. Legacy wants to play short to medium, really in their faces, and get aggressive. Chiefs, you've already seen they're happy to play from 2 screens away, and they are going to try and take down this turret. Radiant, a few more bullets in that gun, but not enough to take the turret just yet, as Legacy are down here to respond.
You can see the 1-1-3 now erupted here from the Chiefs. Swiper hanging out here towards the top side. Tally not letting him get too close. Building towards what looks like that's Zonya's hourglass. Item number 2. Pretty standard stuff here from the Lissandra.
The 1-1-3 doesn't actually favor the Chiefs at all. What they want is a 4-1. Because they've got a Jhin and a Varus. Like, those two want to be simultaneously poking. Because if Varus ever hits the Q, it's followed up by a root by the Jhin. And everything just breaks out. The amount of damage from 2 death by a touch as well is obnoxious.
Oh, yeah.
And they just want to siege. They want to poke. They want to stay at a long enough range that they get health bars low from Legacy. And then just commit to the all-in dive with the Gragas. So running a 1-1-3, which is essentially what they have right now, not favorable just yet. But still, because they've got turrets to break, they can afford to do so.
Legacy defending their gold. Good flash from Carbon, though. Gets it out, but Regret maybe not so lucky. Going to get stunned up and ulted out by Gragas. Radier picks up an easy one.
Yeah, wow, and that was all she wrote just there for Regret. Pretty simple execution on 2 separate fronts from Chiefs actually getting 1 flash and a kill as Hello stuck on a flank.
Yeah, Swiper Chu's actually going to manage to knock him away as he's still alive, but now Swiffer grabs it with a nice piercing arrow, and Chiefs looking to try and turn this into an inner turret. Carbon running away now as well as Cardra may get dove, does have the spell shield. See whether they can get any more.
Wow. Just careless, honestly, from Legacy. They knew there was pressure bottom. They went through their own jungle, which they didn't have warded, with 2 people on their own, and they get massively punished for it. Here's what this comp does. 1 pick happens, and it just snowballs out of control.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that it's finished just yet from the Chiefs. They definitely want more. They've got Choo-Choo's dead for 15 seconds. The Varus and Jhin have grouped up, and Helipop is engaged.
Yep, see you later, Tally. As Swiper is going to get hooked. Regret looking to try and find something, but Inhibitor turret falls down. Carbon finds his way back in, but eats an arrow to the head.
Yeah.
Or knee.
To the knee.
Missed that one straight up. That was really bad. Apologize.
And
I was there for you.
Like Legacy have rushed a more of Malmortius on the Kindred. Look at who's dealing damage on the team of the Chiefs. I'm not going to say it's magic damage, primarily. It's a Jhin and it's a Varus. That's
Wait,
physical.
who's doing magic damage?
Gragas.
Poppy? Yeah, that's not
Death
a lot
by
of
a
it.
touch?
There's like amounts of magic damage there. It's a primary to secondary is the question, right? So rushing the more, it's a very efficient item, but I'm still going to challenge that because he has no health against physical damage dealers who have armor penetration right now, especially in Swiffer.
Oh, who now almost has the Ghostblade completed as well. So a lot of extra cooldown reduction now on the way for the Varus.
And the Muramana.
Yeah, transform already, and that is really early for a Varus. You don't stack it as quickly as the likes of an Ezreal.
Yeah. Reasonably quick. 20 minutes is where you're aiming for.
He has.
So,
I feel like he's had it for a couple of minutes.
well, when he was 2-0 at like 4 minutes in the game, I think he got a pretty quick one there.
Yeah, it's true. Pretty quick, anyway.
As far as tiers go, it's up there.
Well, Chiefs just going to keep applying pressure with Poppy. Swiper going to slap this turret down with the lollipop, and that's dead. With 2 dragons, going to make it even easier there. You can see Legacy, they're trying to make a play together around the center of the map, but Chiefs have been very good at stifling any attempt for Legacy to get in and engage on them. And Chiefs now with a wide open space to play around their mid lane, don't have to really worry too much. All they have to do is play back and keep playing the map.
Swiper now as well, more than comfortable here towards the bottom side against Tally. Tally not necessarily on the normal split-pushing powerhouse that he often sits on. See whether he can get into these team fights as this game progresses. It's only 5,000 the lead for the Chiefs at the moment. Still anyone's game right now. No inhibitor to fall down in the mid lane despite the base being relatively broken.
Yeah, a lot of these engages actually come down to summoner spells, so you'll see a very period of walls, never mind.
So I think Choose is going to be okay. I believe it was Cardred that actually had to flash away.
Yes, he took a lantern.
Oh, okay.
Lantern away,
There we
exactly.
go.
Yeah, so
Slightly
Legacy.
off screen.
Once again, I was about to mention summoner spells. Gragas couldn't have followed that up because there is no flash body slam available to him. Almost there though. So need to show some respect here, Legacy. Swiffer also having no flash could be a big deal.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the way that the teams coordinate, summoner spells is a massive ordeal and they need to have them available. I'm surprised there hasn't been distortion upgrades as Tally's in.
Yeah, he is actually, but they saw him with the Jhin trap. Raider going to get chased down, but a good snare is going to get him out safely. Chiefs also picked up the Dragon after their attempt at a pick in mid lane, so Legacy, they'll take what they can. Don't get Raider, don't get the Dragon, but they'll collect the blue and posture around Baron, but it seems like it's just continued vision around the area as Swiper's back in bottom side, causing himself a nuisance.
And he most certainly is. Little Poppy looks adorable, isn't. Just flat out isn't.
That's a lollipop, though.
Yeah, I know.
This is the best Poppy skin, by the way.
It is. Used to be
this
a
went
whole
from
lot more bad.
This went from like intense nightmare fuel to actually the best thing ever. Every time someone dies to a golden chocolate bar, I lose it. It's just the best.
There is a fine line with a lollipoppy skin, though, isn't there? You have to be very careful.
Don't even. Now it's Lulu with the scariest skin.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is... Nightmares are made of that.
Yeah, it's not okay. Not okay at all. As Carbon and Spooks eyeing each other off here across the river. Spooks having a swim at the moment, as you can see. But Ward's dying off here for the Chiefs. You saw it was a Christmas tree earlier on. Do need to reward up the map, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to do so or where they're going to be putting their focus now, as it's looking like it's delving more towards the top side.
Yeah, so the cool thing, I did just touch on some of the spells. Swiffer and Raider both don't have their flashes. They're the two targets, the priority targets that Legacy want to take down. Tally's ready to go. I think there's an opportunity here for Legacy.
He's got an elixir.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity to push back and, I guess, give it to the Chiefs now for Legacy.
Time to force. Eaton's going to get hooked up there. He's going to flash in, but Regret's actually taking a little too much burst. Massive ulti out from Radier because they have to walk through the Braum ulti, and this is not quite enough. Swiffer's ulti not going to connect, but Choose barely going to miss getting sniped.
Wow, and even the heal out of Cardred is a safety measure to keep him alive. This coordination out of Legacy isn't entirely there in this first game, as here comes a big minion to help Swiper. And that's actually 3 dragons, so the speed that a tank takes down turrets is exponentially increased by level. Swiper is destroying.
Well, Carbon actually has to run away here. Doesn't have the ultimate, but he's going to get saved there by the Maw of Malmortius. Swiper now inside the enemy base, not necessarily where he wants to be, although he doesn't seem too worried.
I think he's happy, actually.
Yeah, he's just chilling. He's going to get the heroic charge. Yeah, Tally may actually be, as he does have the Zonyas. Buckler is going to get picked up. An extra shield, but meanwhile, Chiefs.
Tally's dead.
Oh my god, and Swiper barely even lost any health. Carbon, speaking of low health, barely has any himself as Chiefs.
Wow.
Peel off the Baron. They may just go back to it.
So they did well to push the Chiefs off the Baron, given what had just happened to them in the bottom lane. They do get to respond to that. Very, very unlucky for the Chiefs, but well played from Legacy to force them off.
Well, Ejim going to get hooked as well. That's the pick. Choose is going to lock it down. Curtain call comes in. Regret might be in trouble. He's going to have to put on his fancy feet. One more. Nope, not going to happen. Regret says,
no, Deathfire touch.
Damn it, Deathfire touch. You are a jerk.
Strikes again. And of course, all it took was one spell to connect. The first one is enough to take him out.
The rest were for show.
Yeah, well, they were kind of for show. Bottom lane turret was broken by Swiper, meanwhile. And once again, the gold lead is creeping up further and further. The control on this map as well. It wasn't even Swiper's promoted minion, it was Ejim's. Speaking of the devil.
This just did so much damage.
Whoop. Yeah, it's the Varus.
No, he missed him.
Sorry.
The other bullet hit, though, and he just dies.
Okay.
Bleh.
So, yeah. 2 kills.
Yeah.
Two Deathfire touches. Now spaced well enough to actually get the full duration.
Ah, strategically missed the
yeah,
middle one.
Absolutely. Single target, of course, with the Keystone Mastery is 4 seconds, whereas hitting an AoE spell is 2.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, we can see why the poke champions on the Chiefs side have it, because that's an absurd amount of damage.
And given his current AD, which is 335, it's probably doing like 100 bonus.
That's
over
without
that 4
the Infinity
seconds
Edge
as well.
even built up yet.
Uh-huh. Jin's a funny champion like that.
Yeah, funny? Terrifying?
Quaint.
Pretty good. We'll call it.
We'll go with that. But as the dust settles, 3,000 gold. Actually, 7,000 gold. The lead. If the Chiefs. As I'm just questioning everything I'm saying. It's like, you call it 3,000, you know that something's going wrong here. As Swiffer able to clear out the mid lane, and they move back towards this Baron. Cardred able to clear up these minion waves very, very effectively. As Seder Devourer is done for Carbon. As Spooks is going to get hooked. Doing some damage now, as Gragas is not afraid of anything.
Yeah, he doesn't afraid of anything at the moment. Carbon sated though, so he will be doing a lot of damage. And I think Legacy are starting to get, I guess, more and more confident and desperate simultaneously. Because the gold lead's bleeding out of control, but they're starting to get those items where the relative gold difference is less.
They really just need a team fight, but the Chiefs have just not been giving them one. And unfortunately right now, given all the poke that's happened, pretty much Legacy tried a few times, failed, and the Chiefs have gotten ahead. It just means that the fight gets harder and harder. Like, yes, the Chiefs have to be careful, because if there's ever a time where you lose a game, it's to Legacy when they know they have to pull the trigger and try something. But with the way they're executing right now, Swiper's actually almost going to take this by himself.
Does Legacy have to respond?
And Chiefs aren't even doing Baron. They're pushing the other lanes.
Inhibitor already taking a few shots. As you can see, Poppy moving back towards that bottom side. Swiper just being ever more frustrating as Carbon is going to answer it. Takes a fair bit of damage to Swiper, but just goes back in, sees what he can find. Ejim going to get hooked up one more time. Nice use of the Unbreakable. Stands behind a minion. Actually, one of his teammates. That's an enemy minion, as they may actually just lose this Inhibitor. The Sand Soldier's not really going to be able to help us. Spooks, he's going to get caught. Could this be the engage? Nope.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Swiffer going to throw out the ultimate, though, as Carbon knocked against the wall, but there's the ultimate. Radier, though, picks up the kill on Regret, and Choo Choo's is going to go down. Carbon, the last man is Cardred, and they not going to find him, but they're going to find the rest of the base here of Legacy. This is ludicrous.
That is 3 people dead for a very long time. The Chiefs in this first game up against Legacy looking to close it out.
His team comp is gross. It looks like Tally going to go in and try and save what he can. He's going to get stunned up. He does pop the Zhonya's, though, to keep himself alive for a little while longer. Tally, he might be able to save it, but I don't think he can. Swiper's going to tie him up. Radier going to take him out. The ace will be completed, and Chiefs will claim the Nexus for game number 1.
Completely ridiculous from the Chiefs. Just from that early snowball, the 3-0-0 Varus, and the Chiefs were just able to take over. I mean, Legacy did a decent job picking up turrets and trying to make their way back towards that early game, but it's just all Chiefs as the game went on.
A 17-3 kill score victory for the Chiefs. They couldn't kill the mid laner. They could not kill Swiffer. Someone that has been coined, I guess, as the average player who gives them the fake water or the placebo effect. Well, he's doing his part in this final.
It's just so crazy because I think what stat we don't get from that scoreline is number of kills attempted by Legacy, and there were a lot of them, right?
Oh, yeah.
But the fact that they tried so many times to get an engage on, and the kills they got in that game were 3, it just shows that Chiefs comp, they played it well on offense and defense. It's disgusting. Varus Jhin is just amazing, and they played it perfectly.
And that's the best thing that I was going to say as well. We saw it work in the semifinals against Sin. We've seen it now. Pretty obvious that you don't want to give them those champions.
Yeah, and the slight change with the Gragas there for the disengage was beautiful as well. But we are going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down the first game of the grand final. Thank you so much, Atlas. Game 1 does go over the Chiefs, but it wasn't without a fight. Legacy trying to hit back throughout the early game with some very clever map rotations. However, with a lot of things, we go back to the pick ban phase. I do want to hit on it a little bit. Jish has obviously prepared his team very well because that was pretty beautiful.
Yeah, no, I'm of the opinion that that is probably one of the best compositions that we've seen in professional play. Like, I watch a lot of the EULCS and the LPL and obviously the OPL. That is an amazing comp, and I talked about it on Twitter. It's super cool.
So what makes it cool?
Okay, so what's really cool about this comp, because we were talking about this, so first and foremost, your priority pick is going to be Poppy. Okay, that's weird. They've been priority picking Sivir and Azir. Why would they prioritize Poppy? That doesn't make sense. Okay, and then next rotation it's Gragas. Oh, disengage champions. Those are the 2 best disengages in the game. The only way that composition gets worse to play against is if Janna comes out. Then you're like, I'm never touching that. Then you go into so you see this, the Azir and the Sivir come out. And you're like, okay, well, then you just have to counterplay that. What counters Azir? Varus. Varus counters Azir. Okay, that's fine. You have the answer there. Sivir, just go 2v2 her. Make sure that you get the aggressive champion. So it's going to be Jhin. Jhin works really well with Varus. You have 2 very low mobility AD carries, plus 2 of the best disengages in the game in Poppy and Gragas, and then you take Braum. That's why you don't have Janna. You have Braum because you know that you're playing Varus, you know that you're playing Jhin. You need to make sure that you have the Unbreakable so you can't stop the long-range poke coming out. So like on every single level, that composition counters everything that Legacy wanted to do. Everyone talks about the golden combo of Azir and Sivir, and true, those are 2 of the most oppressive champions in the game right now, but Jhin and Varus counter them respectively, and the only way to beat them is to play Maokai. Like, that's the answer. Maokai or Nautilus. And Legacy, don't play it.
Yep, and this is the second time we've seen this team composition from the Chiefs as well. They played it in their final game of the semi-finals, and they played it really well. It was devastating. It was one of the games where actually Sin were doing really well, and they were not able to close out because of this team composition that Chiefs picked up. And it worked really well in that game as well. They were able to get ahead very early on the top side of the map, where both the AD carries and supports were, and Swiper and Tally in the bottom lane just farmed it out. Seemed like Tally had a small CS lead down there, but that lane was just isolated for an extended amount of time. Ended up with Swiper coming out on top because he is that Poppy and was able to solo kill him, just relieving pressure all over the map for the Chiefs.
As you see the pick bands down on the
The
bottom of your
Nautilus
screen.
band.
The Nautilus band, I do want to actually, so the thing is, and I agree, this is a good draft, but so many times in League of Legends I've been like, that team got a great draft, and then they get onto Summoner's Rift and they just mess it all up, right? Execution isn't there. But we mentioned, Spooks, this is your opportunity to step up and prove that you are a very, very good jungler within the OPL. And I think that the early pace of this game very much was dictated by Spooks, because if you didn't see his jungle routing, he went camp, major buff, and then went straight to Rift Scuttlers. We've been talking the fact that if you control vision in the river, you control carbon. And I believe that is what ultimately won them that early game.
Yeah, and this is the really cool thing about the composition, too. The Chiefs make sure that they get standard lanes against Legacy, which normally throughout the OPL, you're like, that's absolute
suicide.
death.
Yeah,
don't do that. But again, it's because they know that they got the 1v1 individual matchups. You got the Jen into the Sivir, which is going to win the 2v2, and then you got the Varus into the Azir. So they get control of their lanes early, which allows Carbon to make that jungle route and say, okay, if we take control of this Rift Scuttler, then I shut down Carbon. But likewise, if someone tries to challenge me, because my laners are in control, they're going to get the early rotation. That's exactly what happened. The execution came down, 4 early kills for Chiefs, and they snowballed from there. Swiffer was massive.
The icing on the cake was shutting down Carbon. The lanes already set up nicely for Chiefs. Once you shut down their jungler as well, there's no way to facilitate Legacy getting back into that game.
Well, and that is exactly what happened. However, guys, with that in mind, Game 2 is coming up just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5. Welcome back to the game 2 of our best of 5 between the Chiefs Esports Club and Legacy Esports for our OPL Grand Final. The Chiefs are currently 1-0 up over Legacy. However, I do want to actually take it what Legacy did well that game. Give some credit to their shot calling because they recognized early that they were on a sinking ship, that the standard lane is not working out. They got the heck out. They followed Prince Harry around the map. They were able to knock down all three outer rings of the turret. Stop laughing at me. 3 outer rings of the turret. And tried to speed up the tempo of the game and take it to the Chiefs.
No, you're absolutely right. And again, it comes down to execution of the compositions. They had the Sivir comp. They said, oh, crap, we're losing every single lane. Immediately ejected out of it and got into the Sivir rotation throughout, like you said, dropping all the towers, picking up that global gold. The issue was when they had the tower advantage, they were only 200 gold ahead of the Chiefs. And it was kind of like one last team fight, one last chance to not lose the game, and unfortunately didn't make it connect.
Exactly that. It feels like they did the right thing to get back into the game, but by doing just that, if Legacy was to lose a team fight, they would lose so much because there's so much standing gold for Chiefs to take. But if Legacy pick up a team fight, they can only take so much because they've already taken down so many structures.
Yeah, it certainly did come down to that, and Chiefs did pick up the team fight victory. However, guys, we want to hear from you more at home. So here is Julian, Patriot Time Carter, check in with the social media update.
Thank you very much, Spawn. And let's have a look at what the fans are saying now that Chiefs are able to take the first game here. You can see the vote a little bit more in Chiefs' favor now, 58% to 42. So it was very even when we started the top of the show. And it looks like the Chiefs fans are out in first. Thanks for playing Legacy. Hashtag IamOPL. Hashtag Chief Win. That's Brutal Carrot Colossus. And at the Hoyts Broadway viewing party, so excited for a hashtag CHF Win. Good to see that the fans out there are still having fun out there and watching the program out in some of the cinemas that we have open as well for the final. Don't forget, of course, we have a competition running, and this I love. Shout out to Frostgrim for this one. You have some mountains, but we are, of course, looking at the current kills in that game. Had 19, I believe, off from the last one. 17 plus, no, that's 20. Never mind. Maths is not my strong suit. But you can see total kills predicted here. That's along there. And then those peaks of how many people have voted for them as well. So this, looking good up here around the 35 mark for the Chiefs. So, but you can see some ambitious people over here. I like this. Not 90 and 100. You guys are great there. So don't forget, of course, use the hashtag LGC win. You can vote for Legacy, and that vote will change based on your tweets as well. Or the hashtag CHF win for the Chiefs. And of course, the hashtag IamOPL for all your general Twitter needs. Keep them coming, guys. We love getting your tweets. But for now, it's just back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Patriot Time. And that is really interesting, seeing the amount of kills and how we're tracking them throughout the game, because that was a pretty Chiefs took it to them in that game. Chiefs a very macro team pick, once again, a skirmish-heavy comp with that poke and trying to get people off the turrets. However, I want to bring it back to Legacy here. What do you do if you're Legacy? Like, you're sitting there, Frosk, and like, what do we go back to win this game?
I want Choo Choos to be on a heavy playmaking champion. Again, we talked about Legacy where they're weighted. It's in their solo laners, and I think it's time for their solo laners to step up and show how mechanically gifted they are. Stop playing the control mage. I understand that Azir is going to be a big contested pick, but give him the Lissandra. Unlock him from the lane and give him the playmaking power ability.
I like to see the same thing from the top lane as well for Tally. A lot of his champions are being banned out and prioritized as picks from the Chiefs here, and that's probably going to be the same thing that we'll see for the rest of this best of 5 series. I'd like to see him play a champion that would facilitate Legacy's team comps a lot more, because we saw in that game, playing Lissandra down the bottom lane, he was isolated against Swiper, wasn't able to do the same things he normally does, which is kill his opponent, take them on in the one-on-one, and translate that into an advantage throughout the rest of the map. I'd like to see him play something more facilitating, like Maokai, like Nora, something which he can help his team out a little bit more if he goes even in lane especially.
I agree. I'm a big fan of the Nautilus, but at the same time, I'm just like, screw it. Tally, just play Graves. If you get the champion, lock it in. I want to see the assassin. Like, give me the Lissandra Graves. Give me the Legacy special.
Yeah, well, on the other side of the rift, I want to see what Chiefs do. Is it business as usual? Do they have to prove that they can beat Legacy in a different way? Is this a comp that you can figure out? Like, what are your thoughts on this?
In terms of, do I think they're going to be able to pull out the comp again?
Yeah.
No, I definitely think that they'll change it up, but this is the thing. It shows that the Chiefs obviously have an understanding for draft phase, or a big macro plan for draft phase, and it's now about how extensive is it? Does it go further?
I feel like if it's not broken, you don't have to fix it, and it's up to Legacy to try and ban out these champions or take some away to make Chiefs switch up that draft.
Well, we will see if they are going to do that, guys, because we are ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 2. So here is Atlas to take you there.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Still here with Pastry Time and Rusty, and we are very excited to get into game number 2. And look, we look back at that game, and I think strategically the Chiefs had the answer to Legacy there, and we'll see whether Legacy can adapt, I think, is the real question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually agree with Fish in regards to the drafting phase. I think Legacy are the ones that have to get rid of either the Varus or the Jin. Something needs to change here from Legacy, or the same composition could run over them.
To be honest, I think I look at Gragas, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back in that comp. Like, we've seen Jim Barrett, it's clearly very good, but Spooks could make plays and deny so many different team fights for Legacy that I feel like Carbon, he wants to be a playmaking jungler and pressure his solo laners. Gragas is a great champion to do that. In general, the Chiefs had a great draft during Game 1, and Legacy, they had the right idea, couldn't quite execute. We'll see what shifts here in Champ Select.
Well, nothing so far, as everything is exactly the same. Poppy is going to be the final ban this time around. Trundle last time, now Poppy. Legacy is getting rid of that from Swiper because, look, they rely on their top laner so much, and Swiper was a beast. That was a solo kill towards the end of that game.
Yeah, well, all Swiper needed to do was defuse it, and then it hits the point where Poppy's always going to be relevant in the game, and the Lissandra struggled to get anything done. The Chiefs not having their Poppy in the top lane, I don't think hurts them at all. But once again, that's another champion from Tally. We have to question, is he going to go back to the Lissandra and just assume Swiper's going to play something tanky? Because there aren't a lot of champions left.
Yeah,
Trundle,
very true.
that's basically it.
I wouldn't mind the Trundle, actually. I was wondering if Chiefs were going to pick it away, because I feel like Poppy and Trundle occupy the space of champions that can ignore other top laners and just get stuff done.
Yeah.
But Siva for the first pick there for Chiefs. Braun Gragas is the first answer from Legacy, so starting to break up that game on comp already.
Yeah, I actually really like this because, of course, the Chiefs picked up this exact combo third round last time around, as it was the Azir Siva picked up second up for Legacy last time. But Siva now in the hands of the Chiefs. A common first pick for them.
I think the immediate response should be a support, and most likely their top laner or jungler. Kindred's always going to be a possibility for Spooks. Nidalee as well. Very strong champions. S tier, I would say, and Spooks excels on these champions.
I would almost love just to see like Kindred and Azir just be like, yeah, we'll take your comp. We liked it. You know, have a bit of swagger there. Maybe show them how it's done. Because I don't think Legacy have the poke comp in their back pocket. Like, Choose can play Varus, and maybe Kadra can play Jin. But like, that's clearly something the Chiefs have practiced. Be interesting to see what they want to pick here.
Azir makes sense.
Yes.
Top lane was the question.
That.
That's actually very good.
Yeah, Ventral Maelstrom, of course, fantastic at avoiding exactly what these two champions want to do, so just pick it with it. No problem.
Yeah, that was even mentioned by Frosco. Maokai, very good lock-in here. Choose, we know that he's got the assassin up his sleeve. That's what the desk wanted him to play.
I just want them to answer with the same comp that the Chiefs threw at them. I just want it so bad. That is like throwing the gauntlet, man.
The thing is, they're against the hard engage of Maokai.
We had a Gragas stop there for a second. I got very excited.
So we are going to be changing it up, actually. Legacy still deciding on some of these picks. I like that Kadra was flashing the Twitch just for a bit of fanciness.
So it might be a pipe dream, but I'm looking towards a Fizz top lane from Tally, because I think that besides Echo is the other answer to a Maokai. Just quietly. As Legacy have locked in their second rotation.
That has been a long time since we've seen the old Fizz towards the top side of the map. Definitely not in 2016, but I would also be very excited. Chiefs now to round out their comp. We'll see exactly what they are going to put into the jungle and the support position. Not often what you see picked up last and second last.
I mean, you never know. EGM has played Maokai support in the playoffs already.
Yeah. The double flex with Trundle. Here we go.
I think I heard them joking that they should just learn each other's champions so they can flex everything. I'm not sure how viable that one is, but I do like it.
Joking, huh?
Maybe it wasn't much of a joke. All right, here we go. The ambiguity continues.
Well, that is serious now as Kindred is locked in for Spooks. We know that because it's not going to be Siva jungle. But there it is, the Trundle and the Maokai to be flexed between Spooks and Ejin. Oh, sorry, Swiper and Ejin. Spooks could play a tree if you wanted to.
I mean, he could, but we wouldn't really put Kindred top lane. The flex is a very dangerous thing. We've seen it work for the Chiefs last time around. Very easy to hide a Maokai in laning phase as well if you want to swap. Something the Chiefs are very good at doing. Trundle also excels into tanks and has great disengage for his team. I will say there's a lot more fighting involved with this particular drafting from both teams. No more poke. There's a bit of it, to be fair. Corky and Azir.
I think Chiefs actually have a pretty similar looking comp to Legacies, which is sort of amusing. I think my worry if I'm Legacy is that Trundle is so different in support on top lane just based on the items he gets. Oh my god.
What just happened?
Master Yi. That's Tally's champion.
Okay.
Look at Swiper. He's got this like grin on his face, but it's also like, oh crap.
I think it died halfway through.
Yeah,
He's like,
exactly.
Wait, is he serious?
Like, wait,
that is
what?
an outright wildcard pick here from Tally. You would have to imagine that because he's playing it into the Maokai, he'll go something along the lines of the Titanic Hydra into a Guinzu's Rageblade.
Is he though?
Oh my goodness.
I don't know.
Because that's the thing. That's the annoying thing. Is they have to draft
Look at that man.
knowing that it could be either.
Nah, it's a thumbs up. He's doing it.
I mean, he has to do it. He's already selected. He only has 3 seconds left to swap, and I don't think Legacy are swapping here.
Yeah.
Top lane Master Yi.
Well, it's the first time I've seen the old top lane Master Yi.
Only Tally.
Yep, pretty sure it's not going to do so well if it falls behind, but I could imagine if it's ahead,
Well, okay,
good
so
God, no.
Master Yi.
Yeah,
What
take
time?
us through
There's
it.
like a flow chart essentially, right? It's like, is it 30 minutes in the game and does Master Yi have 3 items? If no to either of those, Legacy are probably losing the game. If you hit 35 minutes and he has 3 items, Legacy probably winning the game. I feel like it puts a time frame here where Legacy, honestly, they hit a team composition that'll just be obnoxious and outright ridiculous. Tally split pushing, especially as a top laner as well. Not going the jungle Master Yi. He's got the teleport if need be. Disgusting.
Just don't know. Just don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag CHFWin if you think that the Chiefs can pull off what Legacy tried to do by the looks of things in the last game. Or use that hashtag LGCWin if you believe in the Yi.
And you know what?
I don't know. I'm starting to, man.
I like the spirit of the pick from Tally because it's like all his champions have been banned. He's a carry top lane player. He needs to be able to pressure and split push and 1v1 his laner. And apparently, deep into the barrel is Master Yi. That is the pick here for Tally in the top side. If anyone can make it work, it'll be the regular season MVP for this split. This is awesome.
Damn right. Oh my God, I just wanted to get to late game already.
Unfortunately,
So ready.
that's not how it works.
No.
You have to play quite a bit of League of Legends before Master Yi does a lot.
So one other thing that we didn't touch on was Ejim playing the Maokai. They did flex it in that respect.
Yes.
So the Lucian Braum bottom lane, you would imagine feel comfortable doing a 2v2. No, I'd be surprised if Chiefs don't lane swap because, again, you kind of want to put the Yi behind.
Yeah, well, Tally is going to take a fair bit of damage there from Swiper as they have a bit of a scuffle there in the river. Both top laners are going to go back. But one thing I do like is, Master Yi, pretty good into an old subjugate because you don't build a heck of a lot of like defensive stats
Be
and
careful
stuff.
when you meditate. Does that work?
Oh my goodness, that would be ridiculous.
Perhaps. I
I
don't
don't
know.
remember either. I
I
can't
don't know
remember what
exactly.
stats it
So
feels.
the thing is, Tally's most likely going to get a QSS in his item build
Yeah.
anyway.
Yep.
So there's a possibility that the later the game goes, the worse it gets for Swiper, who he's going to be happy now. And the question is, how long will he be happy for? Because, again, and we're going to keep saying it, it's a Master Yi. He's got the late game.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I don't even know anymore. This is the promised land, guys.
Is it?
Well, it's not necessarily a Swain, but it's pretty good.
We are getting standard lanes though. Carvin, bit of help there from Tally. But he's going to take out these Krogs. Spook's starting on the same side of the jungle, so somewhat unsurprisingly, looks like both junglers are moving towards their 2v2 lanes. We did see a lot of action from Carbon in the last 2v2. We'll see if either Spooks or Carbon can have an impact here. It looks Siva versus Lucian this time around.
Not
We'll
sure
change
how
up the
that came
matchup.
How did? Yeah, that's not a skill shot. That's
Kind
just
of
a
is.
targeted
Raider
ability.
makes everything a skill shot. You take that back.
Oof.
Yeah, regret. He's going to miss the Winter's Bite, but Raider is still taking so much damage. And look, Legacy already, making the Chiefs feel it. I mean, this is exactly how they felt last game around.
Yeah, and that's actually the expected thing. So what Chiefs have done with their drafting is recognize that a Master Yi can beat a Maokai convincingly. So they put the Trundle into the top lane to make things better for Swiper because it's recognizing the game plan that Legacy have, which is get Tally ahead or keep Tally ahead.
I love it too, the further of Battle Yi. Not even going for grasp, like no sustain, doesn't need it, just like kill him or nothing pretty much.
Do the deeps.
Yep. Oh, he's got Meditate. There's a sustain. Don't even worry about it.
It's
All
definitely a form of sustain that gives you more health, the more health that you're missing. So, Master Yi. It's a funny champion because you want to kind of be low to make the meditate efficient.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And it's a long cooldown, so it's not worth wasting.
I feel like we should just be talking about Yi this whole game. As Alpha Strike does go down. Swiper going to lower his attack damage using
Damn,
that
that's
Q,
so
but
much
my
damage.
God, yeah. Just waits for that double strike and Tally's in there. Carbon.
This is, look. What an amusing lane.
And this is a much more typical Legacy game, I will say. Carbon showing top side. Tally's picked a lane that he feels like he can win 1v1 with. Like, the plan is there. It's just that, again, with 4 champions effectively banned away from you, Tally had to dig really deep into his pockets. And apparently he came up with Master Yi. as Spooks.
No
looking
one
bottom
needs to
lane.
dig that deep, Pastry Time.
Well-
I said Fizz, and I was thinking that was, that's a bit
you're out of there.
outlandish.
You're out there, man.
But no.
Well, here we are, Game 2 of the Grand Finals of the OPL Split 1, and this is where we are now.
Well, last time it was a grand final and a crazy pick was picked. It was Tom Kench by
Tom
Mickey
Hanks.
Well in the top lane, and that then became a thing. Legacy top lane is known for starting trends. See whether it's Master Yi top. I'd really hope not, to be perfectly honest.
And we've already alluded to this fact, but the Chiefs are essentially running Legacy's team composition, just conversed with a Maokai, which is the curious thing. So the question to me is, when do Chiefs feel comfortable to start fighting? As Cardred's got some very weird cues at the moment. Yeah. I just don't want to go straight.
Right, well, there's the flash as Ejim is going to get in there. Immediate exhaust down onto Cardred, who flashes out of the way. Nice stand behind me there from Regret. And the Legacy bottom lane are going to be okay for now, but they've lost a lot of health bars and a summon a spell on Cardred.
Yeah, so they use the flash from Cardred. He's very well executed on the dash, actually, before anything connected to him. Ejim's twisted advance. Scarily close to the turret at that point, so well executed from Cardred. But the gank still got off. It was still successful from Spooks. They still forced summoners and health bars to be missing from this Legacy bottom lane. And what was a great level 1 start for these two has completely reversed.
And they find Carbon as well, who was looking to maybe counter that and try and get a kill of their own, but pressure does get revealed by a sapling, well placed there from Ejim. Is back here in the top side. Sliper feeling a bit comfier here in the top lane now that he's got a few levels. Tally, though, does well to get a lot of those minions with the Alpha Strike. And again, we'll watch this lane for a while because it is definitely something fun and new here from Tally, who I've been told Masters champions very quickly, which I'm going to have to believe given the Yi he's showing. But like we said, it is going to take some scaling here. Look for Legacy to try and bring it late and have Tally split push the game into oblivion.
Whoa. Exactly right. There's the flash body slam though. Spook still dancing around. Carbon going down so low. First blood goes to Swiffer one more time as Choose maybe in trouble. There's the flash, and it's a double for the mid laner.
And disaster for Legacy. Once again, Swiffer, guess what? He's a 2-0 with Zir this time around, not just the Varus. And the Chiefs have opened the map.
Oh man, Swiffer just seems to start the game a little bit further ahead.
And this time around it was Carbon actually starting the fight. Of course, kill the summoner spell of choice by Choo-Choo's. Not enough to keep anybody alive. 2 needless deaths.
And Spooks with plenty of sustain. Does pick up 2 assists for his trouble, and now he's going to go top lane. Have a look into that level 6 Master Yi. Tally, though,
can't be slowed.
Not too worried. No, he can't.
Actually does quite well into Trundle Pillar just quietly.
There we go. Highlander up. See ya.
We out.
Damn, it looks cool with that skin too as Ejim. He's all in amongst it here. Radiant throwing down some shots, ricocheting around there as well as Cardred taken down to about half health. Radiant now with the double long swords. Missing a boomerang, but hits it on the way back. And there's the piercing light. Cardred's found it. He's in his groove.
But no sustain actually picked up here from Cardred, so he didn't even opt into going any further early game items. Didn't get the cull, didn't get another Dorans. Is actually going to suffer under the poke that Raider is now putting down. Even though Raider's only got 2 longswords and boots, still controlling the lane.
Yeah.
And this is a lane that Legacy have to pressure as well, because Raider with all its Bloodlust is never really going to feel under threat unless he dies in some sort of all-in attempt, or it's too low that he can't safely farm back up. So it's tough right now, but looks like Legacy, if they can keep it even and then keep Tally going, things could be okay. But we saw it already here from Swiffer. He's now got his blue buff and almost an Abyssal finished. This is very scary as it. Choose is doing well to keep up in CS at least, but feels like the dynamic duo is back again.
It certainly does, and Swiffer 2-0-0, you're right. Abyssal Scepter. So, Spooks hanging around. We'll see whether he can actually get anything down onto Chooses. There it is! He sends him back in. This time he's going to nail it. Swiffer's on form and grabs his 3rd kill of the game.
Swiffer, you just can't slow this guy down. Makes it to the finals and goes above and beyond. 3-0, and nearly the Abyssal Scepter picked up as the dynamic duo is returned.
Oh my goodness. It's like they never stopped, right?
The best friends club, whether they both like it or not.
Well, bottom side may be trouble, actually, as we'll see this one again. Swiffer executing excellently here on the play. And this is the thing with Kindred. Corki, even if he had flash, probably isn't getting away there because of how her dashes work. Like, as soon as you're locked down, Kindred is going to kill you.
Absolutely. Kindred can keep up with anybody through anything, as Carbon has no mana here.
He might be dead, actually. No, gets away from the circle.
Choose out a package. Dangerous.
He did. Well, another tower to be erected. The Sun Turret is going to get taken down here by Choose.
100 gold. You get the last hit on that one.
Hey, that's true.
You might even say a 300 gold given to choose.
Big cannon minion. He wants it. Get it.
Oh. Nah, you got it. You got the gold.
Yeah. Nailed it.
Speaking of getting gold, Red Buff's on his way to getting some.
Yeah, Summoner's Rift doing work right now. Hit the... Yep, okay, good. Cinderling not going to kill Carbon. We're going to be okay. Whew. Yeah, scary stuff.
And this is the thing, Tally is actually doing fine in the lane, although Trundle's starting to gain some traction. So I'm actually with a Tiamat now, so able to fight back a bit more versus what looks like first buy Titanic. In fact, they might both go for the early Titanic based on current itemization.
It might even be a Steric's Gauge.
Maybe.
That could be cool. But Tally.
The thing is, Tally has to get there comfortably. So if the rest of the map wins, and even if Tally wins his lane, I don't know if he can win the game by himself. So the game plan is obvious from Legacy in this game, but they have to be afloat long enough when that 30 minutes rolls around.
If this goes to 80 minutes, though, if he's a Master Yi with 6 items, do they still just win?
Well, that's just how it goes, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, Legacy, like, we scale them, boys, no matter what time it is, no matter what their base looks like.
Yeah, and they've got a Lucian who late game does ridiculous amounts of damage if he can hit people. Corki's the exact same. And they're kind of stipended range very well from the side of Legacy. But they need to get there. And to get there through a 3-0 Azir that Swiffer is once again. I say good luck to making it that late in the game because you're going to have to fight earlier.
Chu's going to get his blue buff now. Legacy don't want to fight right now, that's for sure. But the Chiefs are probably going to try and press some of their advantage. They are up almost 3,000 gold here, 10 minutes in, continuing to apply pressure. They have that key outer turret down in the mid lane, so they're able to easily just do this and walk into Legacy's jungle and try and force them out. Seems like, though, they're going to fall back and take a first dragon for themselves. No need to start a fight if they don't have to. They'll just take the objective for free anyway. Legacy, though, smartly give it up because this comp is not one you want to fight.
Yep. Simon's secret stuff is doing some serious work today.
It's still a Devourer Kindred as well that just got an extra stacks.
Yeah, 5 of them.
5 extra stacks in that bank, so on the way to the sated status.
Yep, saying thank you to Fish, of course, for teaching us how to shout out Devourer stacks.
Oh yeah.
Is the boss.
Just loves to count things.
It's picking
6
up for where
times.
we're bad, you know? We just ain't mathematicians.
Swiffer top lane, though. Not going to get in there.
He's already in. Yeah, he's in.
Pillar's there. Not going to pop Highlander now. Uses it, but Swiffer flashes in. Good flash from Tally. Gets him out safely. But that's good pressure there from the mid laner who's starting to roam. This is usually the Choo-Choo special.
Yeah, Choose has been roaming a lot, but the Chiefs, they have control of the mid lane, which means they're controlling top lane through it, and they're pressuring Tally, who's actually teleported mid lane for a turret.
Oh, wow. All right.
It's not a bad decision by any means, actually. Cop that.
Not
Oh, he cancelled it. Very
Double
cute.
cop that.
Bought them enough time means they are going to be able to grab the top outer turret.
Wow. Yep. Chiefs, mind gaming Legacy right now.
In like 4 different ways within seconds. Crazy.
Carbon might dive this, actually.
Not a bad time for it.
Oh.
Nice double flash there. Carbon going to eat a tower shot on his way out. And unfortunately, that dive not being completed means this tower's probably staying up.
Yeah, such is the mind game of Agragas as well. Well flashed from Swiffer. It wasn't a bait. It was very obvious that he was trying to kill you. But flash for flash, you look at a mid laner and a jungler, and you would wager Carbon will make his way back sooner or later. Question is when. Hello.
Yeah, this inner turret now under fire. Swiper takes it down to below half health. Tally going to pick up, continue fighting through these minions, but 96 to 112. The Troll Man is doing work so far. Subjugate almost back off cooldown, and the Rift Herald to be taken down. We'll see whether that goes to Swiper or Spooks as they grab this the first time. And Chiefs have just had control of neutral objectives this whole series so far.
Not going to be a huge problem. Doesn't matter, got stacks there for Spook. He does get himself the Rift Herald buff. Looks like squad's out though. Chiefs will reset, see if they can get some pressure down. As Legacy starting to answer with objectives of their own here. Going to see if they can't take their first turret of the game. Bottom outer looks to be under enough threat. Carbon covering down here as well, just to make sure it goes down. And this does give Tally opportunity to farm out top side as well. Carter not going to get it on this wave though. Oh no, he is. Well calculated there from Lucian.
Yeah, doesn't actually take any damage.
Yeah, well done from Legacy once again. They've understood when they should be taking turrets and opening up the map. They've opted into right now, because now is as good a time as any when the rest of the map is suffering. Because realistically, that bottom turret was taken not to accelerate Cardred, but to give money to Choose and Tally, who are falling behind.
Well, Radiant has now picked up the Essence Reaver. The answer from Cardred is there as well, so very even items here for the AD carries, despite the 11 CS advantage for the Lucian. And Trinity Force, oh man, that feels so bad, Choose. Only 300 gold, and then he's got his Trinity Force in his back pocket, but essentially, all the bits there can do all of the stuff Trinity Force can do, just takes up a whole lot more room in your backpack.
That feel when it used to cost 3 gold just
yeah,
to
I
be
know, right?
pleasing for the concept of a Trinity Force.
There's 1 gold aside, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Makes sense, man.
So this is the actual issue, because guess who's got a Rift Herald buff? Not Legacy pushing the bottom lane. Racing.
Yeah.
Now.
The minions.
Get up there, minions.
We'll raise your Highlander. Everyone running incredibly quickly as Legacy. They're going to continue going as well. They've got a Master Yi.
Yeah, but they don't have a Rift Herald buff. And
True.
I feel like, so Raider even smartly tanking the minions to make sure that the Rift Herald buff minions are hitting. Legacy have to back away.
Yeah, that was not a race Legacy could realistically win. Really well played by Chiefs, actually, to get themselves an extra turret. They're going to push this in, get a little bit of damage down. Carbon's even here, maybe for a gank, but Shiver's going to cover. That should be all she wrote on that one. Legacy barely scratched that turret. Tally found another place to farm, but he's got Titanic Hydra now, so no more freezing. He's going to have to push that all the way back as Chiefs continue to get themselves ahead.
And even Spooks in this middle lane to stop Choose from getting the turret down. It's been poked low. Remember the last time Tally used his teleport was mid lane, so it's below half health. And once the Trinity Force is done, which you would imagine is now, the kill pressure on the mid lane turret, if Swiffer ever roams, is quite serious for Choose. And that opens up the map once again for Legacy. So the standing gold's there for them. The active gold that teams have is not.
Yeah, this time it's the Chiefs leading with all of that extra global pressure in the turrets. It's a different way that they're taking this game down, but similar to what Legacy did in the last game to get themselves back this particular point. But the Chiefs were already ahead. That Azir still doing work. Nash's Tooth, as well as the Abyssal Scepter completed. Even on the farm, though, Choose has been very, very good as far as staying up with the very, very strong Azir in the mid lane.
And to me, the funny thing right now is that Master Yi, with the Titanic Hydra, it's going to be quite strong. As speaking of the devil,
yeah, he's actually going to run away from Spooks, so he wants to take it to him, flashes forward, there's the Alpha Strike package delivered, but the ultimate goes off.
Meditate.
Spooks wants that heal, is going to stand off the pit, does get the shield, but Tally takes him down with the help of Choo Choo's. He's going to trade his life, but that's a 1-for-1. It's okay.
yeah, not too bad, as Chiefs are still starting to pressure. Of course, the Dragon is where Legacy are looking. The rotation entirely possible, but that is the kill to Choose, not to Tally.
Yeah.
Which I would still say is a better scenario because he needs the money to keep up with Azir.
Yeah, pretty much got some gold, so a 1-for-1 is fine for Legacy here. They've been trading a lot in the last few minutes, just trying to get some gold so they can start doing some work here, which is part of why Chiefs were able to take those 2 turrets earlier. See if it's enough money for them to really make a play, though, because they are trying to defend for this Dragon. Radier is a little chunk, but he's got the Warlords. So shouldn't be down for too long. And this is a dangerous spot for Legacy to pick a fight, particularly against this team comp, although Spooks doesn't have his ulti available right now.
Well, you can see Swiper was hanging out there towards the bottom side. Tally going to pick up that mini wave as Ejim may actually be in a bit of trouble. There's a twisted advantage. He's turning it around. Ventral Maelstrom on top of the entire enemy team as Swiper takes down Carbon. Choose from the backside as Tally already in amongst it. He's trying to get the work done, but the Master Yi is going to pull flashes out of the way. Actually, as Radier's going to jump forward. There's the resetted auto attack as Choose now running away. Triple kill for Swiper, though. And Choo Choo's will escape, but not with his team.
Wow. Chiefs, when it comes to this team fight,
hello. Might still be dead, actually. Swiffer going to chase.
No
does get the initial slow, but Azir...
got him!
Does get him for the snipe. And that's the ace there for Chiefs.
Swiffer didn't even know he wanted it. He just decided, I'll see how we go. And it actually got the kill there. That's a lot of people that have just been taken out from the Chiefs once again. They are in absolute control of the map. And this is the second time in 2 games Legacy trying to engage. As unfortunate as it is, this is the Swiper show for Legacy. Look at him. You can't take him down. He's forcing flashes everywhere. He's unkillable. Titanic Hydra's doing ridiculous work. He's got a red buff. Choose is, thankfully, putting in overtime for Legacy right now to bring it back to close to even.
And Swiper, it feels like now that he's got a damage item first, he's like the most excited we've ever seen him. You know, he went from Nautilus duty to now I'm on the Trundle and I can actually smack people in the head with my truncheon, and he's looking like he feels fantastic doing so.
It's Trundle, man. It's like probably the most tanky, aggressive champion he's allowed to play. Like he doesn't get to play Master Yi. That's Tally's job. So I agree. I think they banned it in Game 1 for a reason, because it's a champion that matches up well against a lot of what Tally wants to do and still lets Chiefs have their game plan. The thing, like, Trundle and Yi will do similar damage right now, but one of them's a lot tankier. Tally still needs to get those items down, and despite the work put in by Choose, Legacy again fail a fight around the Dragon
Yeah,
Pit.
and speaking of items, it's actually a Phantom Dancer for Tally going to be the next in the build. So
I love it.
Committing to the split push, to the dueling prowess that a Master Yi already has. Why not make that more? And once he has that item, you would imagine he commits fully to the splitting. In saying that, a 2-item build on Swiper, pretty hard to kill him as it is.
I mean, realistically, is he going to be able to teamfight Kindred Azir? Probably not, right? So
Well, I don't think anyone
So
can.
I think this, yeah, exactly. So I think the split push makes sense. It's just exactly what we said. Is he going to be able to effectively? Because Swiper's going to take a while before he's able to actually take over the Trundle.
It's going to take a while for all of Legacy.
Well, Swiper actually trying to take it to Tally right now. Highlander's pop, but Tally, he can't win this. There it is, but Carbon comes over the top. Swiper with a nice target selection that doesn't get over his own pillar. Can't kill the Gragas as well. But, I mean, Tally ain't going to be winning a 1v1 yet.
Wow, Swiper. He just puts on a clinic with Trundle right now. That is the 2 items to 1.5. So a mixed bag here for Legacy. And unfortunately, the decision-making from Tally was not on point there. Didn't recognize that he can't fight him.
Not right now. And Big Swip certainly showing up here as he actually might even take a tire for himself. Chiefs going to make the smart play here and threaten for Baron. Legacy do not know what's going on, but they will check now. Regret does pop the ward in. Carbon's around for maybe a steal attempt. I think he's going to move in for it. He's going to try it, but a Kindred ult, he's going to deny some of that off. Regret sails in there as Choose is also in the area, but Baron awfully low. Does go over to the Chiefs, and it's just a massacre. Choose going to die in the backside of Swiffer. Just lives himself.
Yeah, Cardred coming in now looking for something, but the disengage comes through from the Chiefs. They've gotten what they want. That was the Baron and an inhibitor in the bottom lane.
Yeah, as meanwhile, Swiper just destroying Tally. That is so much control of the map, and that's a 10k gold lead given to the Chiefs. So 20 minutes in this game. That was a 20-minute Baron taken by the Chiefs, and all of Legacy go down with it.
This is a Chiefs possessed right now. As we have a look at this one again, the Lance Respite's so good here.
Yeah, so the amazing thing about the Lance Respite is it actually brings in 3 people from Legacy to try and help take down the Baron. But Chief's response is not to do the Baron, it's to kill everyone that jumps over that wall. And because they're jumping over the wall, they have no escape tools.
Well, it worked out well there for the Chiefs, certainly, as they're pretty far ahead in this game. Even got the bot in here in the process of Swiper absent, finishing that one off and chunking out the Yi. Only 2 lanes left to really attack. Radiant with that Baron buff can do a lot of heavy lifting here. But the game is just so early on, and we kept talking about it. Tally, he can scale and take over this game. And Legacy have good threats on their team. But we're not going to get to the 30-minute mark at this rate. And even if we do, Tally now with 2 items, he does have the PD finished. This is a big waiting game here for Legacy. We've seen it from them before, but this will be a tough one to pull back from.
I'm not even sure that Tally can fight Swiper at any stage in this game. He's not running anything that can really take him out. As here we go.
Yeah, Choose is going to join him here. Nice flash over the wall, and we'll get Swiper to safety. Package now down, the Legacy alive.
Yeah, but once again, like, there's no way that Swiper's going to die to Tally. And if he's not going a Gwynzoo's Rage Blade, he also doesn't have a Sated Devourer. There's no way to synergize with the Titanic Hydra and the Gwynzoos. He's just missing so much by being a top laner at all.
Oof. Who's going in? Mark actually looking for it as Edom starts to engage. Spooks actually snipes him as Regret. Also in a bit of trouble. Traffic going down. The Chiefs looking to keep charging forward. Time to siege up this outer.
This turret's in so much trouble here for Legacy. That could be a second inhibitor taken. We're only 22 minutes in this.
Yep, inhibitor's going to go down right now as Spooks looking for more. They just move through. Still 1 more inhibitor turret remaining. Chiefs saying, well, we're just going to push through some Baroned up super creeps. It's actually, they just do a drive-by. That was a bit cheeky. Swiffer not going to make it over the base gate that time. Chiefs now turning this one around. Legacy holding onto their base, just fighting Baroned up minions, not wanting to take it to the Chiefs at all.
I mean, look at Chiefs as a roster right now. It didn't matter that what they just did was walk through a base pointlessly.
Yeah,
like, there was
so
nothing to
weird.
gain from doing that, right? But they did it as 5. Every single thing that the Chiefs are doing right now is as a 5-man roster. Even if Swiffer didn't get over the ball. He didn't get through the base gate.
Yeah.
You see the protection? Like, this ball just, like, curls around him. It's like, you're safe now, President Swiffer.
Yep.
Let me escort you outside of the base, sir.
And that's the thing
I
I
am
like.
the Emperor.
Like, you know, they went up top lane, they cleared the inhib, they kind of went forward and like, oh, we don't have anything else to do in here. Because there's not really much they can do. 23.5 minutes in, Dragon's back up in 35 seconds. It was about a minute when they started that siege. Like, I think Chiefs left because they're like, oh, We already took this bottom one. I guess there's nothing else to do.
Oh, you got that big swips. My bad. Yeah, exactly. Legacy, they have nothing right now. They're playing a waiting game. How long can they wait when the Emperor of Shurima and his friends are right there to guide it to victory? Yeah, just a couple blokes, you know, just hanging out.
He just set up a holiday house here at the very edge of Legacy's base. The last remaining inhibitor turret now under siege. As Swiper has a few friends here towards the bottom side, but does actually look like they're friends right now because not a whole lot of damage being done to the troll. Legacy holding on as best they can. So far, the Chiefs biding their time.
Yeah, the only answer right now is Tally getting a full Blade of the Ruin King finished and dueling Swiper. But he has a Vamp Scepter, so they are very far away from that point in the game. They just have to hold on for dear life.
Not right now, Cardred dashing forward just quickly as the Emperor of Shurima is going to cut him in half. Radiant grabs it with a ricochet, and now Legacy without the AD carry for another 40 seconds. This will spell the end of this inhibitor turret at least, as there goes the traffic cone. Egypt tanking for quite some time as the support Maokai. Spooks dashing out of the way. They don't get the turret. As Legacy do hold on, but Swiper just being annoying on the sidelines.
And for how long can they hold on? There's minions pushing in top and bottom respectively, and here's the next wave. This is gone.
And looks like Chief's going to surf in for a good ulti there from Swiver. Finds two. Legacy trying to dive back in, but Tally's going to get exhausted and taken out on the other side. Spook, he'll pop the lamps despite to make sure he stays okay, but the Chief just rampaging into the base now.
Yeah, Nexus turrets now falling down. 25 minutes into game number 2, and the Chiefs looking so dominant. 13,000 gold the lead. Carbon's going to go in. He's going to die for it, though, as massive knockbacks, massive damage. The Nexus is going to fall, and the Chiefs go up 2-0.
And it feels like game 1 all over again, but with a different team composition. The ultimate in backstabbing right here from Chiefs, and a statement made is that you lost with this in game number 1. Well, we beat you with it in game number 2.
And I actually think that the changes that were made here, the Trundle instead of the Lysandra, were what actually brought it, because Swiper was massive.
Yeah, Swiper was huge, and look, it's pretty easy to say. We didn't get 35 minutes in the game. There was no Master Yi available on the map for Legacy, so unfortunately the Chiefs, they just ran over them. The early game was ridiculous.
I feel like it's twice we've just seen excellent drafts from Chiefs and then following up with good execution. Like, I know that sounds simple, but that's just the mark of a good team.
Yeah, most certainly is. And Legacy not necessarily looking like they're feeling like it, but right now, this is Legacy, right? I still feel like there could be 5 games in this series because they can bounce back. We'll see whether the analyst desk also thinks so as we throw it over there.
Thank you so much, Atlas. Chiefs once again able to rise to the occasion and take game number 2. However, Legacy, they did draft differently, and that's where I want to start. We said, just get on champions that can outplay, do a heck of a lot of damage, and just play your game. Like, throw caution to the wind. Game 2, like, it's a game. Like, it's not like game 3 you're going to go out for it. You have to respect the, I guess, guts and determination of a team to be able to go to a composition like that.
Take a red-hot crack at it, I believe, is the very fitting phrase here. And Tally was like, Master Yi, done. Choose, though. Let me down, mate. Corky, come on. Come on, just lock in the Zed. I wanted to see a little bit more in terms of like the 1v1 solo power, but I do give props to Tally trying to make the Master Yi top lane work. Unfortunately, don't think it was quite there.
Yeah, unfortunately, like we kept saying this, but the Chiefs, they just seem to have that extra string to their bow. I'm talking about the flex pick now, the ability to play Maokai Trundle in multiple roles. That has to be something that that plays with the mindset of Legacy here.
That's also a big difference between the composition. So the casters brought this up a little bit, like Chiefs just won with the composition that Legacy tried to run in game 1, but the massive difference is the Maokai and the Trundle. And what does that actually mean? It's your engage tools and your engage sense. So we saw that the Poppy was banned. This time around, they look for hard engage as opposed to getting the big disengage Gragas and Poppy that they got from game 1. With Sivir and Maokai, it just gives you that engage champs. In Legacy's composition in game 1, they had Lysandra, they had Azir. Sivir speeds up Lysandra and Azir, and they just run in and die. The only way that you're winning on an engage comp like that is if you have Hourglass available to you, or Lysandra gets the perfect flank play, and that's what Legacy were missing, and that's what Chiefs pretty much schooled them on in this draft too.
And it showed in quite a few of the team fights as well, where Chiefs, they were able to send Trundle into the back lines, absolutely demolish people with his club. He got a triple kill on one of them as well, and Ejim on that Maokai held up the front lines nicely, was able to lock down Tally for so long and allow the AD carry and the mid laner to deal massive amount of damage during that time.
I cannot emphasize this enough. Maokai is an incredible pick right now, just because Sivir is so strong, Azir is so strong. Maokai's ultimate effectively acts as an AoE exhaust in terms of the stats that you're taking away from multiple team members. Like, that champion is absolutely out of control. He fits great in the meta right now, and Legacy aren't touching it.
And I now want to actually move up towards the junglers. I feel like we aren't talking about them as much because the game seemed to be going over.
Flash.
I just want to get a heat check from you, because we said that this is a game that Spooks gets to show up and prove whether he is one of the best junglers. He's been very, very vocal about this. Carbon has had a terrific season, and he's playing under very difficult circumstances right now, but Spooks is rising to the occasion.
Okay, yes. Where's my close-up, Benji? There we go. Benji, Spooks, you are right now the best jungler in the OPL. You are outperforming Carbon in this series. That flash to dodge the Gragas body slam to get Swiffer the double kill early on pretty much won the game. Good job, Spooks.
And the play around Baron, this is something I want to continue to explore, because I think that junglers are weapons that you can use in different ways. Are they the tank players that can start up team fights? Are they able to play Gragas? Are they the Nidalee counter junglers, the heavy farmers? Are they the people that keep your backline safe on something like Kindred? The use of the Kindred ultimate around Baron seemed very, very smart to me, because that was maybe the window that Legacy were looking for back into this game. They had the fast push in game number 1. This time they threw it all in on a Baron fight. And once again, Kindred ultimate used very, very uniquely to stop Baron from dying and clean up a team fight.
And that's not the first time we've seen the Chiefs use the Kindred ultimate to stop Baron from dying to clean up a team fight. And their synergy was perfect in that fight too. They waited for the very last second to make sure they got enough damage down onto the champions and finished them off when Kindred's ultimate went down, securing the Baron along with it. That means that Legacy have no avenue to get back into the game once Baron goes over to Chiefs.
Likewise, the combination of Azir and Kindred has been potent and proven. It was proven again this time.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that means that Chiefs will be able to pick up game number 2. But as Atlas says, there is life in Legacy left. You can feel it in the roots of the trees themselves, so don't go anywhere, guys. Game 3 between Legacy and the Chiefs coming at you after this break. Welcome back to the OPL Grand Final, where the Chiefs are 2 wins up over Legacy right now. I am Spawn, still joined by Fish and Froskerin. Want to just take another look at that game quickly and pay attention to actually the bottom lane out of Legacy, because that was a lane that organically took a turret and actually got a little bit ahead in that game. Cardred and Regret doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, definitely. I think Regret and Cardred, and we talked about how it was going to be so top focused. It was all going to be about Carbon bouncing between Choose and Tally and them carrying up. But like you said, Cardred has actually played phenomenally for Legacy, and Regret right behind him.
I agree. Cardred's had 2 great games for Legacy. Unfortunately, that just hasn't been enough for his side to pick up the wins here. But that bottom lane is looking really good. I hope Legacy can tighten up the top side of the map a bit more, because that's where they're famously to be strong.
But to credit, that is also where a lot of the Chiefs' focus is being directed right now. Spook's definitely shadowing Swiffer and sitting once again comfortable in the mid laner's back pocket.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit.
Shadowing Swiffer, he's all over Carbon as well. That guy can't go anywhere without Spooks being right up in his face. Game 1 and 2, the first 2 engages was Spooks meeting Carbon in the river or in the jungle.
It's like this different ideology of like Carbon wanting to get his laners ahead and gank them, and Spooks' only goal is to just camp Carbon and lock him down.
Well, it does certainly seem to be the case, guys. But as always, we want to hear what your thoughts are. So once again, here is pastry time to check in with social media.
Thank you, Spawner, with the Chiefs now sitting 2-0 up in the best of 5. Be curious to see what the fans are thinking. The vote actually hasn't shifted too much. Chiefs 57% to Legacy's 43%. Legacy fans, use your hashtag LGC and get that vote up, because they need your support the most right now. You can see, though, people out in the cinemas, Master Yi Top and Marco support hype there. It's just awesome to see what the games and, of course, what you guys have had to say about them as well. So get your hashtags on. There's definitely still room in the series for Legacy to make a big comeback. They've done it before against their opponents, the Chiefs, nonetheless, but it is going to be tough. We are going to check back in, though, with our competition just to sort of rephrase where we are. These lines are where the kills are going. So you can see right now, this is the total kills for Chiefs, and it's actually getting pretty close to that peak. So whoever's voting for about the 40 kill mark there for the Chiefs, you guys are getting close. So maybe hope the Chiefs don't get too angry in their next game here. Legacy, though, still looking to try and get a few more kills up. The peak's a little low here. So again, Legacy fans, get loud and move that line up towards the mountains and see if they can slay some Chiefs. We know Legacy like to do it. We'll see if they can get it done. Don't forget to use those hashtags, guys. Hashtag LGC for Legacy, hashtag CHF for the Chiefs, and of course, hashtag IMOP. OPL, as we're going to throw ourselves back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. And once again, thank you guys at home for joining in the conversation. It makes this so much more fun to bring you guys along for the ride with us. I think everyone agrees with that. However, I do want to touch on Legacy. They're a team that have come so far. They're a team that, you know, has been through a lot of adversity, now in a gaming house. If there is a time for an organization to step up, to really prove that they have elevated to the next level, which Legacy has, they're a beautiful team to watch play at the moment. Certainly is this game.
But this is the thing. I want Legacy to play Legacy style of League of Legends, and I feel like that's taking the winning 2v2, the winning 1v1s, and just like smashing someone brutally and with superior mechanics. And I feel like Legacy are actually trying to play into Chiefs' style of play, and I would just... I just want Legacy to play their game, because when they do, they're phenomenal.
Legacy were 9-1 in the regular split. The only game they dropped was against the Chiefs in that cross-group game that they eventually played. And you know what? As a team that now has a gaming house, a team that's been around for so long, as a team that's been up against the Chiefs multiple times in this massive rivalry, taking this game number 3 when they're 2 games down is something they have to be calm, collected, and focused to do. And a team like Legacy should be able to do just that.
And it's not like they haven't done it before, guys. Like, if history tells us anything, it's that this squad is very good at upsetting Chiefs fans. So that's where I want to throw our attention. Chiefs, they've won 2 games, very different fashions. Are we looking, what are we looking at for this game? Like, how do the Chiefs, finally put an end to this Legacy business and, close this out a calm 3-0? Like, what are we looking at, Frosk?
In terms of the Chiefs closing this out, I think they continue to play a very kind of slow, controlled pace of game. It's been a bit fast-paced, as we saw on that graph, the Chiefs earning and picking up a lot of kills, but it's mostly been through controlling Carbon and Spook shutting him down in particular, and then kind of empowering his lanes off of collapses.
So on the flip side of that, is it Carbon that is stepping up? Is he the X factor that wins Legacy this game?
No, I think it's, again, it goes back to getting the 1v1 matchups in your lanes. Choo-Choo's having the Corki. I want something a little bit more. I want him to get full control of the lane phase so that when Carbon and Spooks clash, because you know that they will, because Spooks has made it his job to shadow him, that Choose can beat the rotation on Swiffer and collapse on top of him faster.
I'd actually really like to see Carbon step up here. I think that Carbon has a lot of room to impact this game. Right now, there's no focus on the bottom lane for the Chiefs, which is ideally where they want their focus to be. They want Raider to get ahead. They want Ejin to make those massive plays. Carbon has the opportunity to operate and destroy parts of this map. I hope that he can in this game number 3.
Well, we'll see if the captain of Legacy is able to step up. Guys, we're ready to get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 3. So here is Atlas, Pastry Time, and Rusty to take us there.
Thank you very much, Spawn. And this is where Legacy starts, in my opinion. We're at that crunch time. We're at the point where Legacy start the upset. Here's the game that really matters.
Basically game number 1, as far as Legacy is concerned. The problem is how effectively the Chiefs actually dismantled them in games 1 and 2. Like, that is a scary thing coming into game number 3. Historically, they've been a lot closer than that, and there's at least been more than 7 total kills for Legacy the last time they've played.
And I have to echo Frosker, and I think Legacy just aren't quite playing Legacy League of Legends as much. And the last time they went down 0-2 in a final, which I believe was split 2, and Carbon just picked Lee Sin and killed everybody. I have to feel like we're going to start to see something very Legacy here. They are on the blue side for the first time in this series. Just give me Lee Sin, Yasuo, and go ballistic.
It's simple. Kill your enemy laner.
Yep.
Kill everybody until the Nexus falls down. Stop trying to play the map.
And you saw that green line. We got to climb some mountains in this game.
Yep.
If you're a Legacy fan, use that hashtag LGC win. Let us know, like, just tweet in like ludicrous numbers, like 250. They need your support right now to try and get that line moving. And they are going to change things up. Sivir is going to be the first ban. Alistair, of course, resident to that ban list on the side of Legacy, as Nautilus may sneak its way through. Gangplank is going to be the first option here for the Chiefs, and we'll see whether they actually adapt. Graves as well. Echo probably to follow.
Yeah, we don't need to assume any adaptation from the Chiefs whatsoever. We're looking at the side of Legacy and saying the ball is in your court. Make it work. Being first pick for the first time in this series as well. A lot of questions on champion priority. Perhaps it is the Poppy that'll get locked in.
Yeah, and it is, which I think to me means first pick Echo.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about Echo kind of being Paul Man's Poppy ban, because I think she's clearly the better of the two champions. Tally, we've seen him pretty much have 2 games where he wasn't able to do what Tally has done for this team all season long.
Gragas, honestly.
That's actually
a
good point as well.
Yeah, I think Gragas is probably #1 priority, and like, it's really important that Tally gets Echo because it's one of his best champions. So,
oh, look at him. He's all fired up.
Spooks looks not that happy about it.
He looks perplexed.
We gave him.
It's like, oh, what? Hang on. Was it Poppy that's supposed to be our ban?
Yeah.
That's not how he sounds.
I mean, so
Sam sounds
Echo,
very different to that.
Echo to me, as a first pick, reveals what Legacy want. And it's not like it's not obvious anyway. They want Tally to win their lane. It's an obvious champion pick.
I don't know. Echo, of course, can be a jungler. We haven't seen Carbon play it just yet. The Swiper hovering the Olaf. There's the Kale as well, cycling through a few options that he has, just wishing, hoping, and praying that it's not going to be a tank.
Silently talking to his coach, wishing that he would not ban from playing these champions based on prior performances.
Please? It's like, I played Trundle, I can clearly do it. It's like Nautilus open Swiper. I'm pretty sure that's what you're getting. Because they're just going to probably pick something different, yep.
The classic second round, exactly the same as what Legacy did last time. The Chiefs are going to take the Braum and Gragas.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense, of course. It does everything. It's very easy to first rotate on red side as well. Doesn't necessarily reveal a strategy by any means, but they already know Legacy's strategy. I guess they're just questioning if it's a flex.
And one thing that I want to say is that look at how focused Legacy are. This is a team that hasn't crumbled emotionally. You can see it in their faces. You can see it in Carbon right now. This is a man that still needs to win this game.
And I think more than anything, Legacy just need a bit of momentum. They've had, what, 6 or 7 kills across the 2 games, and this is a team that beats teams by just absolutely, like, pounding them to a pulp, basically, until they keel over and die. Legacy have done it to almost every team in the league this split. Chiefs are maybe the team that's eluded them, although they have taken games off them. I think they just want to get aggressive, but not going to go too crazy this time around with these picks. As Azira's locked in for Choose, and Carbon's going to lock in Kalista, actually, for Cardred.
Ooh. Yeah, Kalista actually a power pick that has gone completely uncontested so far. The reason that it's a power pick is because you empower your support to play anything that's engage heavy, anything that you want, honestly, because like if it's a Thresh, throw him in, gets a knock-up, flays him afterwards. They're pretty much locked there for an extended period of time, and you can do that with any support that you want on the map entirely. So Legacy's second rotation, very strong. I will say that it gives them another engage option out of what is a questionable engage so far.
Yeah, it's true. And look, they have shown their hand just a little bit. Could possibly be both of those solo lanes as well as the AD carriers. They were very quick lock-ins. Chiefs grab even more CC in the Nautilus and the Ashe for Radia. You can see Frosker in the background losing her mind. Loving that Ashe pick.
I love playing the game of when will Choo-Choos change the cleanse. I think the answer should be now. There's Ash Nautilus, the lockdown. You can't cleanse a Nautilus ult, but you have to have it for the arrow, which means you run the risk of dying. It's the double threat. Very dangerous one.
The Freljord bottom lane as well. Braum Ash, I mean, that's gross.
Surprisingly
Slow
strong,
down
yeah.
while you get stunned. Oh, God.
I think Ash has been actually pretty underrated as a laner for a while, so we'll see how Legacy put together their bottom lane. For me, though, this looks very similar to the Jhin Varus comp they ran. Yes, Ash is a different pick, but kind of has a lot of similarities. I think Choose, no matter what happens, is going to have a bit of a tough time in his lane. Regret Hovered this last game. I wonder if he just feels like going crazy. Yeah, this is what I thought. At least for Calvin.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. At least having that engage tool, you don't have to commit to it, is the best part about it. So, I mean, so far as the 5-man roster that Legacy have, very hard to kill them. Morgana in particular has been labeled as the counter to Braum in laning phase just because you can Black Shield the stun. Also works well into Nautilus and Ash arrows. Very strong champion. Exactly. There's a lot of options here for the Morgana, and it's actually a power pick in their drafting.
Yeah, it's a fantastic lane as well. Morgana Callista has done a lot of work. Black Shield the Callista, and then Morgana does whatever the heck she wants, and then Fate's Call
Use
happens.
your ultimate.
Yeah.
Perfect range. There we go. This is the tactics change I think that Chiefs expected. They don't have Jhin. They didn't want to pick it, so I feel like Varus Jhin would have been the thing they wanted, but, you know, Swift has more than one Azir counter up his sleeve, it feels like. Haven't locked it in just yet, but I'm expecting Swift as Azir to come out here. Sorry, that's Zed. I meant Zed. I said Azir, and now he's got LeBlanc. So I just look stupid. Awesome.
A whole bunch
Swiffer.
of different change-ups there. Well, LeBlanc is going to be locked in. That's what he takes into the Emperor of Shurima in the mid lane. Hoping to distort around, and this is an old comfort pick for Swiffer.
Yeah, it's a very old pick, and it's not the Zed or Varus, which are defined as picks into Azir. Of course, LeBlanc does well, and I like that he's gone for the LeBlanc, because last time we saw Zed picked into Azir, it was still with an Echo top lane in the Azir's team, and guess what happened? He had a very bad time trying to fight in a split push scenario against that Echo. So this time around, LeBlanc caters to Siege, caters to actually being in the 4v4 or 5v5 scenarios. I say adapts better to that.
It's one of those things where you need it some way to pressure Azir in pretty much any lane you're playing against him. I think Gragas does a good job, but Chiefs are opting for the aggressive side this time around. You can outrange him and pressure him that way by forcing him to play at your game rather than his game, which is what he always wants to do. Or you can just take it to him and say, you know what? You don't do very much when you're dead. You have to stand pretty still to use those Sand Soldiers. So kind of opting for the Assassin route this time around.
Yeah, I think Chiefs have a lot of tools to actually take down Legacy in terms of drafting, but not to take that away from Legacy because they've catered themselves very well, not even knowing that there was going to be an Ashe early. They've done well with their draft.
Yeah, what I love about Legacy is the fact that they've changed it up. They've got Carbon on his ever-powerful Elise pick, and they're trying out the pick comp. And look, when you can get picks and you're a Legacy team that are just so cerebral when they play the map and so coordinated, it's fantastic to see. But ladies and gentlemen, we want to hear from you. Use that hashtag LGCWin. Get behind Legacy to try and come back in this series. Or if you think that the Chiefs are just going to take it 3-0, the powerhouse will be able to head to IWCR. Use that hashtag CHFWin. But we're on to Summoner's Rift. Legacy streaming out of the base. We'll see whether the first time the Chiefs have been on red side, whether that'll be the first time they lose a map here in this series.
Yeah, set point for the Chiefs as we move into game number 3. Everything on the line for Legacy, but also nothing to lose because they've got the team comp they want. The question is, how do they execute on this team composition? Is it reckless abandon?
Yeah, it is. Throw spiders at him.
That's pretty much game, right?
Yep. First blood.
W doing well, though. Binding not quite there.
Counter game.
Oh, money, though. Yes, steal his money. Robbed.
That was...
He's
there
got
was no
blinding.
Thunderlords there.
Oh, we'll find out shortly, Atlas.
Needed another auto, I think.
Phew. I am... Wait, there's bated breath on the next episode.
Keystone something.
Keystone Heaven.
Well, Roget's actually kind of low, so he might go back yet. He is going to opt to go back, maybe spend some of the cash he picked up off Radier's pockets, but I don't think he's still quite enough money. And he's actually forced to stay because the Chiefs are going to start a camper, and I think that's maybe what Legacy are worried about. It looks like we are going to get standard lanes again, though. And for me, I look at this game, I see Carbon on an aggressive jungler, and I just want to see him go absolutely mental.
Yeah, Carbon's got a great mentality, even historically, of if you come into my jungle, I'm going to fight you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the changed mentality is actually, I'm just going to come into your jungle and fight you.
This is cute by Chiefs, though.
That is very... Yeah, they're actually going to catch them out, rotating the lane. Morgana has bind, not black shield.
Not a lot of health. There's the volley. Regret. Another auto attack. That'll get the stun. The exhaust is good, though. Radiant moves back into the brush. Cardred, he'll get stunned here as Ejim throws one through. Nice. Dark Binding comes down, and Legacy answer back quite nicely, despite that extra volley.
Yeah, they get an answer, so they trade, and that is the most important thing because Chiefs had the jump. But the problem is, Ejim has a relic shield. He's going to give health back to Radair, who, even though the potion has been popped, is full health. Cardred's already used his potion and is below half.
Unfortunately, that trade wasn't really even because they used 3 summoners to not die.
That's
and
a cool
Chiefs
point.
used 0. You can see they're already zoning them off the creep wave. They'll hit level 2 first. Ejim, no ignite, but he might even just go crazy with a flash play at some point because Cardred is looking real delicious at this point. As you can see, Tally looking a bit more comfortable. 1v1, this is, I think, what he wanted all series long. Give me something that I can bully a lane with and give Swiper a tank.
And Chu's also looking a lot more comfortable here in this matchup in the mid lane. Not the Varus this time. He is here at level 2. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I think the best thing is, like, whilst Chiefs as a team composition have drafted well into Legacy, Legacy have got winning lanes. And it's not like Azir outright beats LeBlanc by any means, but Chuz wants to win lane on this Azir. He's aggressive enough. This is the problem. Is, like, whilst Swiper's keeping himself in the lane, it's only 5 CS the difference. It starts to blow out of proportion quite easily.
Swiffer once again landing the chain onto Chuz and is actually going to win that trade as Spooks makes his way through. Chuz going to drift his way to the side.
So Chuz actually used his E at level 3. That's a lot of mana that's now gone. He doesn't have the mana regeneration, and an easy way and a simple way to win laning phase into Azir as anyone is to have your jungler come mid, force him to use the Arise and the E to get out, because that's most of his mana.
And you can see he's already going back. Double Durans now actually for Chuz, so it'll help out a bit more on the mana front. Does want the health against the LeBlanc as well. As we are back in that bottom side of the map. Already 10 CS ahead of Cardred, who's going to maybe struggle here after the nice little start from the Chiefs. Again, Radiant and Ejim always want to be aggressive. They just found a very creative way to do so this time around.
Certainly did. Is the puddle going to be used? Legacy pushing this wave out, but Swiper down to about 200 health. Tally trading very nicely. Carbon is going to get a visit by Spooks. Oh, very close on the smite. As Carbon says, nuh-uh. Get out of my jungle. I ain't giving you mid laner 2 kills at 4 minutes this game.
Yeah, he did want to find him too, Carbon. The Cocoon actually connecting on the minion instead of
Cinderling getting in the way.
Yeah, unfortunate. One thing I did want to mention, though, is how confidently Tally is playing this top lane. And whilst he forces a teleport, he still has a 14 CS advantage. The thing that struck me the most is he didn't use his potion. He's fighting someone with half health, and he did not use his red potion. And that is all about lane efficiency.
And that's honestly what he's going to need to get aggressive is Frostgrun's going to win. Hey, right, Atlas, it's Braum plus Ashe, Mustache lane. Get it? Get it?
Mustache. Yeah, I get it. That's actually a fight. That is an excellent one. That is an excellent one.
I'm calling the reused card.
You just sound jealous because you didn't.
I know. It's what happens every time a pun gets tweeted in, because I can't help it. I just wish that I had have come up with it. That's glorious. Regret. He's going to throw out the door. Oh, he's actually going to cop a door to the face. It's Carbon. Cops the barrel. Let's see whether he can head one back as the volatile Spiderling comes through. I've seen this show before. Carbon has 2. He's going to move out of the way as Swiffer's fake is going to move at him.
And lane's much more stable now for Legacy. You can see Tally winning, Chuz able to keep even but aggressive most importantly, and not have Spooks ruin his day and start snowballing Swiffer's lane. Even this lane, Mercado is still criminally far behind, is holding on and playing up where they can. This is where Carbon likes his lanes to be, so they can get into the enemy jungle and get aggressive. The formula's there for Legacy, despite the fact that it's obvious that 2 lanes are looking good and 1 lane is not looking so good. But you can see the Chiefs actually forced to play back as Carbon's starting to pressure down as well. Lots of respect given here by the Chiefs, but for once, this game is not getting off to a very flying start for the Chiefs, and that's promising for Legacy here in game number 3.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I'm always looking towards this top lane. It's just where Legacy want to be in the mid game to win, and effectively at this point in the game, Tally is comfortable. And Tally being comfortable is the dangerous feature of this, and you would almost assume that pressure from Spooks will have to be on the top side.
Well, Swiper going to clear out this big minion wave that's heading towards him, but he will be feeling the pressure right now. Just a Ruby Crystal in that back pocket in comparison to the Doran's Ring No Magic Mantle and the Ruby Crystal there as well. Going towards what looks like a Spectre's Cowl item number 1. Makes a heck of a lot of sense. And Tally just looking so good. 58 CS to 41 after that wave falls under the Chief's turret.
Yeah, and fun fact about this mid lane matchup as well. Azir is the stand and deliver champion in a 1v1 trade. If you're not standing still and delivering to the LeBlanc, you're losing the trade.
Ooh, good juke of the cocoon there from Spooks, and he's trying to find a way out.
Pick a direction, Spooks.
Could be a problem.
It certainly could. Spooks is going to be able to body slam now. Gets out of the way, flashes the turret shot. Well, doesn't. Takes it, but flashes out of the way of the Spider Lady, and he will be okay. But parallel convergence here towards the top side.
Yeah, Swiper actually in trouble. Tally going to try and move him down, but Swiper, actually no mana, can't really do too much. Tally does not look for the dive, but the pressure's immense here in top lane.
And this is just an expected thing. Legacy winning where they need to win. Spooks just trying to keep tabs on where the hell Carbon is. Gets caught out of position.
Yeah, and this is night and day from game number 1. Despite there being no kills, Legacy just looking like they're in control. This is a team looking very different, especially now that the pressure's on. Is Carbon going to try and steal away a red buff?
Might get it here too, actually. Is going to take it out as Spooks going to walk the other way around. Gets in there, but clears the little ones. One's left behind. And Spooks just going to have to take it out. He'll collect its gold, but Carbon, this is what he wants to do, start to get aggressive. And honestly, all of this has started, even though bottom lane is still behind in CS, by the pressure Tally is putting in his lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the mistakes as well from Spooks actually spilling into his own jungle. Carbon being in the Chief's jungle, exactly where he wants to be. It's like his comfortable environment, honestly. And the fact that Spooks tries to level 3 take his red buff doesn't work, so Carbon gets ahead. Tries to take the wolves, forces the flash. Carbon's like, well, I'm straight in there now. Like, I can go in and be comfortably in.
Well, you can see the bottom lane still doing fine on the side of the Chiefs. Radier and Ejim doing a whole bunch of work. 76 to 51 in that CS line. Is Carbon actually going to find Swiper here? See whether Tally can make his way around. The ultimate comes through, but it's a really nice repel. Carbon avoids all the CC. There's the anchor down as Tally does have the parallel convergence. Is going to get the speed up. The Titan thrust there gets the stun, but Swiper, he's going so low. First blood goes to Tally, and the Celebratory ult gets him to safety.
And even Tally using his ultimate makes the Spiderlings tank the turret. Like, small details make a big deal here. Legacy 1-0 up in game number 3. No surprises that the first blood goes to their top laner.
And it feels like finally the game is where Legacy want it to be. As aggressive flash from Carbon. Tally even flashes this wall just to go in for it. A beautiful repel sets this all up. And Swiper can't do anything. Tally's like, you are mine. And this is the easiest tower dive in the world.
Yeah, so well done from Legacy once again. The seamless aggression. It's like, I'm looking at this. They're not 2-0 down. There's no way that they're playing like they're 2-0 down. It's reckless abandon, but it's confidence.
They're playing like Legacy 2-0 down, man. This is exactly what they do. Legacy, when it comes to the crunch, they are able to come out on top. And they are doing it right now. 30 CS the lead for Tally. A kill now against his lane opponent. Spirit Visage completed. The tank himself looking so strong on this Echo.
I mean, it's simple, right? You put Legacy in the pressure cooker, they're the only team that makes diamonds.
Damn right.
Like, it's just so, it's only Legacy. I don't know why.
And we're finally
they have a guy called Carbon on the roster.
Perfect. And now he's bottom lane. This is why Radier and Egypt have been playing back so much, because they expect him to be there.
You see that
whenever
purple
he shows up.
Yeah, he's here.
True.
Yeah,
kind of gave it away.
Yeah. There was a ward as well, but he actually had to hide himself from the minion wave because it's like, oh, hang on, I've got this buff here showing them where I am.
And that was the thing, like, Raiders still up 20 CS, Cardred trying to poke in. They're able to play aggressively because of the rest of their map doing well. But this is sort of how we expected to view the matchup coming from game 1. Topside gets ahead, Tally starts to get a lead versus Raider, who's also ahead in his lane. We'll see, you know, which major carry from either team can get stuck going towards the mid game. And the one thing Chiefs have to worry about, especially given that Legacy are starting to play a bit more on their comfort zone, is if the game starts to snowball and Tally's not going to get less aggressive from this point onwards, the game will end just as quickly and efficiently as the Chiefs have closed out the first two.
Yeah, he actually like lanes more aggressively the further ahead he is. And the thing is, if you're keeping Swiper down, Swiper can't teleport, because if he does, he'll lose turrets. Whereas if Tally teleports, it's going to be much more impactful because of how far ahead he is. So once again, all eyes may be on this top laner from Legacy, but he's got a support crew in game number 3 to keep him there.
Well, speaking of all eyes, Choose now in trouble as the chains land. The counter gank comes in. Spooks gets the knock up.
Choose in trouble. Spooks grabs it with the slam dunk cast. Carbon now in trouble as well, and Swiffer's going to pick up that one. 2 kills over to the Chiefs in a sweet counter game.
And it just keeps happening. Every time Swiffer and Spooks are involved with a 2v2, they get a double kill somehow. Ridiculously well done. Choose gets over-aggressive. He actually just overextends himself thinking that Spooks wasn't there. They didn't know he was already there, and look how prepared he is. Might be a good ultimate from Spooks.
Oh,
Vizier had flash. Did not use it to dodge the explosive cast. Demolished him.
They're going to keep pushing as well. Spooks and Swiffer might even get a turret out of their 2v2
Yeah,
and walk away with everything in that exchange. Does feel like deja vu certainly as the Chiefs, time and time again,
You can't chain turret, Swiffer.
have beaten Legacy.
Just saying. Hey. I thought
He's
he knew
just
that.
saying, I've got that much mana. Efficient backs, you know?
Thought he was
It's
Nautilus.
actually inefficient because then you have to regen more mana.
Wait more time. And he can't even go back. So, just bad news.
This
One
is
after
good
the
news,
other.
though.
It is. If you're a Legacy fan, this is the good news story. Tally organically taking this top lane out of turret. And see, Nautilus is going to make his way back in.
Carbon and Choose keep pushing as well. It's actually a good counter push. Swiffer not able to use, honestly, like silly enough, using a bit of extra mana, like not recalling maybe in time, actually does give that away. Legacy could get 2 turrets for 1 there over the period of the next few minutes. And Legacy are back with the gold lead after Chiefs just equalized it. I was complimenting Choo Choos for how well he's been playing in the early game, not having that happen to him. There is a misstep in the mid lane, but they lose yet another 2v2, but this is a great recovery from Legacy on the back end.
Yeah, it definitely is. That was just such a weird trade to me.
Yeah.
Because, like, they win a 2v2, they get the mid lane turret, but Spooks leaves early, which means the Swiffer has to overextend himself and then isn't allowed to recall. So Legacy get a trade out of something that probably should not have been there. And I will say that's a big hiccup from the Chiefs because respective mid lane turrets, the map is open.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll see who's going to be able to benefit. Of course, you look at an Elise and think that an open map is a scary place where there is now spiders. See whether he can make things happen. As Swiffer looking to try and contest this with Spooks, who's already started off the blue buff. Swiffer's going to distort over, picks it up and Choose. Can't even challenge.
I forgot to mention how Australian this game is as well, because the spiders always win. I don't know why. The spiders just always do more damage.
They get the
in
OC buff.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think it has more to do with the quality of the Elite players, but it is certainly fun to watch.
No way, it has nothing to do with the Elite player.
Oh, that's true. Why would it be that?
He's a spider. Come on.
I got it. Tally still being aggressive in that top side. Super stealing the blue is actually a nice little thing.
Yeah.
See, Chew's going to have to chill out just for a bit. And looks like he's going to... Spooks will take the other one. As Tally... 8 tower hits now.
2 levels
he
up.
trades in with Swiper.
That's ludicrous.
Yeah, it's a scary thing. Swiper's running himself out of mana whilst all these trades are happening. It's a Sheen to a Balmy Cinder. One has wave clear, one doesn't need it, and has damage with that cooldown reduction as well. Tally getting further and further ahead.
Well, let's see what Swiper can do. Yeah, no,
He's
40.
He's ahead of the clock
45.
at 15 minutes as a top laner. Like, he doesn't have jungle to take. He's just a ridiculous top laner right now.
Look at him, just waiting. Saying, Swiper, come at me. He does have the Spider Lady up there with him, so Swiper intelligently moving away from this as Choose might be in trouble. The Chains land do get the snare as well. Swiffer waiting for cooldowns. Emperor's Divide comes in, bit of damage, and Swiffer says, yep, I'll take your ultimate. See you later.
Yeah, that was a very good Emperor's Divide, but didn't actually get himself far enough away that the Chains still landed. And that just means that the mid laner of the Chiefs is feeling comfortable once again.
And this game's going to start to open up now because effectively the differences you're looking at are weighted in exactly the places that we expected them. The lead for Tally versus Swiper is pretty much the same, but this bottom lane lead is Regret. He just goes straight in for it. Tally's TP down.
Whoa.
Huge double stun as the Dark Binding comes in.
Massive Radier getting exhausted now as well as Swiper's trying to make something happen. Tally going to get stunned again there as well by the concussive blows, but Radiant's going to fall down. Massive stuff here. It's a double kill. This Echo's got something to prove as he uses the ultimate. He's going to be okay. Spook's looking for more, though. Kardra's going to fall down. It's the bottom lane dead as Tally against the wall. The world is going to ensue. The shutdown comes in, and the cavalry was there for the Chiefs.
And no cavalry.
Oh my God.
Wow, he's hooked.
Not done. Choo Choo's going to get hooked up, as Spooks is going to dive in. That'll force the flash out of his ear. And Chiefs, that was a great play by Tally, but the Chiefs just responded quicker.
Yeah, once again, these guys on the rotation from the Chiefs there, above and beyond that of Legacy. Elise is there not to be seen at all. And whilst that was great from Tally, the teleport was spot on. Even the engage from him was there. Just the numbers game. The Chiefs won.
Yeah, this is the Tally we've been looking for, but the Chiefs grab a couple of kills back. Swiffer may fall down there as the distorted Mimic's going to come down. Carbon's going to... What?
He went back to choose.
He did. Here, Azir, have a kill.
Interesting sounds, guys. They still get the kill. There was nowhere for him to go. This is the engage in the bottom lane. And look, it was phenomenal, I will say, from Tally to get everything done. Regret wasted his ultimate earlier, which comes back to hurt them as this fight continues because there's no lockdown onto Ejim and Swiper. The flash had to be used, and the ultimate as well from Tally. So he's locked. And look at where the jungle and mid lane is from Legacy. Still making their way in, really far away.
Yeah, Tally then just couldn't escape, and it was a tower there on the bottom side of the map for the Chiefs after that. Ejim now waiting towards the top side, still needing to answer the Tally aggression, but he's nowhere near it. Outer turret, the last remaining here for the Chiefs, going to be under fire as Radier is going to move his way around that glorious Ash skin.
And this map's going to open up quickly here because Tally gets a lot of work done with the Iceborne Gauntlet onto this turret, but Chiefs have moved Ash into a different lane with the SM Reaver finish to don't take out an outer. So I think 18 minutes in, expect these towers to fall. Outer should be down for everyone here. Is Tally actually just eating the tower damage? Not sure he fancies that too much, but he's actually pretty tanky.
That's going to make it.
Iceborne Gauntlet's making it awkward. Swiper can't trigger it again, and now Tally might even go in for something here.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. Phase Dive not going to be used onto the Nautilus, who's still at full health, with a shield there waiting, and Legacy are able to repel the pressure towards the top side of the map. Oh, Swiffer not going to find the chain as Choose still navigating this lane relatively well, despite the 3-1-1 LeBlanc. This could be more of a problem, though.
Yeah, it definitely is. And this is the good thing that Legacy are doing, right? They've put Cardred and Regret top lane. Really hard to engage on a Morgana. The Black Shield's able to defuse the Ash Arrow, most importantly, which means you're looking at some miracle engage from Spooks hitting a flash body slam, and his flash isn't there. What they've done is they've put Tally bottom lane to get the outer turret, which is giving the rest of Legacy gold, because he's far enough ahead that it doesn't matter. But he's opening up the map. He's giving his team gold to at least stay in their lanes, even though they're losing. And as we come into mid-game, lots of strength.
Chiefs still trying to get something done here in this turret, but Legacy again doing a great job 3v3 wave clearing it out. The Sun turret will die, but Swiffer's busy clearing creeps out now as Choo-Choo's makes his way towards the blue buff. He'll start that for himself. Chiefs do have a no vision on it, but in a room to contest if they want to. Choose though too fast to take it, and he'll get it for himself this time, which should help protect that mid-tier too. Chiefs though, I think they're going to just keep trying until it falls down, and you get a pretty elongated siege here on the top side, and at some point, I think the Chiefs have to give up, and it seems like that point's now.
Yeah, it's close. And we're playing a very fine line here from both of these teams between blowing the map wide open and actually counteracting that fact and making some big plays. No teleports, almost available, however, and that's where, I guess, opportunities genuinely arise for these teams.
Well, you can see Tally appeared on the map again, but the Chiefs had already backed away. You saw when he was invisible, they were not doing anything.
Huh. There's an opportunity here. I'm curious as to what Tally's going to build next, because Abyssal Scepter is a personal favorite, but
Rage Blade.
Exactly. There is a Guinzu's Rage Blade, a certain item that a lot of echoes get, and it increases
also a certain best item in the game, Rusty.
It depends who you ask, of course, Atlas. Now, I know that you would say that.
Well, I'm here. I have to represent.
Carbon. He's snared.
Problems certainly is, but Black Shield actually going to save him for now as Choo-Choo's is going to make his way around. Dark Binding, not going to find anything. Legacy, repel, and save. Yes, Spider Lady is Swiffer getting exhausted. Emperor Divide is there. I'm not sure what he was doing. As Tally just going to phase dive his way back over. It's a double kill for Legacy. Tally picking up the last one, and that was odd. That's not what we've come to expect from the Chiefs.
Yeah, that was caught out of position. So 2 big kills given over to Legacy here. And even Tally making his way back to top lane to defend the turret, slowing down the Chiefs' advances. And a careless engage deep into Legacy's jungle side that should just not be there in the first place. Trying to save Swiffer, Spooks. We called them the dynamic duo, but live and die by the same sword.
We've honestly seen that play before, but it's been Legacy that feel like they've done it twice in a row.
This time the Chiefs, who feel the pressure, make kind of a risky play around Dragon, looking in contest, but honestly something they could probably give away. And they're getting punished for it. They might even lose this tier 2 in mid. Arrow, he's going to land onto Choose, but E-Team's going to follow in onto Carbon, who does get knocked up. Dark Blinding's there, though.
He repelled to nothing.
Yeah, can't really go anywhere, but he will flash out. Swivert's going to try and chase in. Swiper's here as well, as he's going to get the hook.
Yeah, hook is going to land. Carbon's going to be dead as Swiffer's going to get nailed by that Dark Binding. Legacy looking for that for the disengage, but Swiper still wants more. He's angry on the Nautilus, but Chiefs, they cannot follow it up.
And they don't get Tally, who ults himself to behind enemy lines, behind the Chiefs, and gets himself out. Of course, no teleport, and home guards are on, however, so they need to take this quick.
Looks like they will, although Regrets may be there to defend. Chiefs, though, too much damage, are able to take that tier 2 out and answer back for that turret. Legacy, I like the play. It was quite aggressive, but they weren't able to get any objective despite the teamfight win. They do collect the Dragon, though.
Yeah, they certainly do. Waves now pushing in for Legacy as the Emperor of Shurima wants to grab this mid-inner turret. Legacy still pushing back. Happy to go toe-to-toe here against the Chiefs. A swipe up, big health bar, but some Chiefs members heading back to base. Radiant looking to try and get his way back in, see whether he can fight once more as Tally underneath this turret will lock this one down. Grab himself an extra shield.
Yeah, it's so much confidence shown as the hook's on.
Choose actually gets hooked up, but he ulties out to safety. Legacy just looking to go top lane and try and take another turret for themselves. Chiefs, though, they are pinging. Going to move towards the area and see if they can defend. Legacy, though, have done a lot of work. Actually, not enough, though. But Swiffer busy with the Sun Turret might actually get some damage
Arrow's
down.
on. Yeah, Regret is going to immediately Fate's Called as now Ejim stands behind his counterparts dealing with Tally. You can see Swiffer still able to survive for now as Regret taking the auto attacks from Radiant. One more will do it. He flashes out of the way now. Tally looking to try and get on top of the Ash who will die. And Tally picks up the kill. Just ults out. Swiffer takes so much damage. Tally is all over this team fight now as Swiper is going to fall down. Legacy, welcome to this series.
Ridiculous work from Tally and all of Legacy as a roster. The Ash Arrow was there. The strategy from the Chiefs was to engage. No cleanse, no Azir ultimate. Everything set them up in the right way, but they get out team fought by Legacy once again. You give Tally one of his best champions and he can run away with the game with it.
And that's exactly what Legacy are doing. They break top, getting 2 turrets in the process, and pulled themselves up a very strong lead. Pressure now on that top side. Let's watch this again.
And this is honestly, like, Tally's ultimate is the thing to keep your eye out for. Spook's caught out of position. Swiffer, too deep, trying to get Choo-Choo's. And the cast was great, but that was his last wish for his team, was to, like, get the heck out of there. And watch this. Kills Raider, ults back in and is like, I didn't do this to kill you, Swiffer, but since you're here, like, I'll take you with me. Gets that second kill. Choose target selection as well was amazing. He kept himself at the backline spaced perfectly and was hitting priority targets.
Yeah, and this is the Legacy that we've been looking for. The Legacy that seem like their brains are connected. Well, that team fight was exactly that. And Tally, his Echo is unstoppable. No wonder it's been banned in all 3 of the first games. And we'll see whether it means that, you know, blue side, the real answer here, because it just seemed like the Chiefs didn't have enough bans when they couldn't first pick something away.
And you'd have to say, right, like the Chiefs coming into this series, they respect banned the Echo twice.
Yeah.
They said we're 2-0 up. We're on the other side of the map this time around. We don't need to ban it. We'll get a Nautilus. We'll defuse the lane.
Yeah, sure.
But you know what? I think they played against Sin's Echo, and they're like, oh, we can beat it. This guy's like 12 out of 10 on Echo. Like, you just can't give him the champion.
And I think justifying the first pick as well. You saw that they considered maybe picking some other things, but locking the Echo, Tyler looks happy about it, and he's going to be very happy with how this game's going. Legacy, big lead here moving into this game. Looking to push for a 4th, and it's Tally that's going to put the team on his back. But what a difference it makes when Tally goes off and Choose doesn't fall horrendously behind in the early game. Legacy, they hit a mid-game where they can actually fight, and fight they do.
They certainly do. They are going to be able to take this inner turret here as well, so Legacy taking even more. We'll see where they are going to go next. A minute 20 on the Dragon. This Baron is, of course, still available. Chiefs with some decent vision around the area. We'll see where the Legacy go there next.
Ash Arrow's out mid lane.
Yeah, Regret just wanders casually to the left.
Disregard, even if it hit, he had a black shield.
Oh, there it is.
That's
Nailed
twice that has happened to Legacy's top laner. There was the period where they played in the regular season that it hit him when he was recalling.
And there were pings from both teams there towards the bottom side saying, oh yeah, look at that. We nailed it.
He's down here. I cancelled his home guards, guys. Come here.
Yep.
That was actually, so the Ash Arrow is it's almost the saving grace of the Chiefs once again, because it's this guaranteed engage tool from very long range. They've got follow-up with the Nautilus as well. They've got follow-up with the Gragas, even LeBlanc and Braum to an extent. Everything that they have, I'm not going to say banks on the Ash arrow hitting, but is amplified when Raider's arrow connects.
Legacy, though, still looking around that Baron. They know that's their next target, as they do have pressure in that top from all those super minions. Tally as well. Teleport ready. Already shown that he can comfortably pressure Swiper in a 1v1 here.
Guess what's available again, Pastry Time?
What? Dragon?
Ash's arrow. As if it was never down. Cooldown reduction, Ash.
Pretty ridiculous. As he now has that BF sword, probably building towards the Infinity Edge. Of course, Cardred well and truly online, as he does have that QSS, but Swiper, yeah, you do not want to be going in the 1v1 without a turret. There, but Spooks is going to get caught out of position as Swiffer. Massive distortion, but he gets immediately exhausted. Fate's Call is in. The knock up on the Gragas, and he'll go down. Cardred grabs it with a rend, and what can Legacy do now? I think it's try and kill Swiffer.
Yeah, going to run after him. Choose flashes in. He needs the last few autos. He does nail it with the Rylai's. And Legacy all over the map now. Chiefs fall on top side, and Echo is still tying up Swiper.
And say thank you, Legacy, because Spooks just gifted you himself on a silver platter, ready to go. Baron has been started up. Legacy, they're beginning that power play with Tally in the bottom lane.
Well, Tally does have the teleport if they need to, but no one's coming from the Chiefs. And this Baron is going to get taken down. So Legacy, night and day from the last couple of games, really showing up in this one.
Yeah, we have well and truly got a game on our hands, if not a series.
Oh, yeah.
Based off the way that Legacy are playing this right now. 8K will be the difference in gold. And at 28 minutes in this game, that is still a substantial amount. Looking very strong here.
And if he wasn't doing enough work already this game, Tally even going to solo out the Dragon. As Legacy do pick up the Baron, go back shop, and look to maybe parade down mid lane and get some pressure down there. Tally, it's taken him a little while longer than he'd like, but not really in any trouble. And the Chiefs, understandably, don't want to walk anywhere near that side of the map because they have no vision right now.
Yeah, a lot of control for Legacy. One inhibitor down. Still 2 remaining, but they've got the Baron buff, so you would imagine lane assignments will still be Tally in the lane that Legacy are not. But that's where the opportunity for Ash arrows always arise.
Well, we'll see whether Regret is going to have his finger on the pulse as far as that E button is concerned.
Yeah, it's a reaction test now.
Damn right. He's been pretty good at it so far as Tally, like you said, moving towards an empty lane to just keep pushing these minions in. The inhibitor has respawned for the Chiefs. I have a feeling it will be under fire from this Before You Shattered Time, who seems to be shattering the Chiefs currently.
Nice.
It wasn't bad, was it?
That was pretty good.
Thanks, man.
Topping him's back as well, so Tally with now a Dead Man's Plate finish. He's going to apply some pressure. That turret looks pretty low. Spooks diving in, though. He flashed it. Couldn't quite get it. They're going to lock him up there as the ulti's going to move Carbon back into the team. He repels out, though, and now the fight starts.
Massive Fate's Call comes in. Soul Shackles is down. As Swiffer takes down Regret. Tally right in amongst it. Who cares about turrets? I'm killing your jungler. The turret does fall down as Tally now just ults his way out. Over half health now as Radier flashes out of the way. Still trying to get the damage through, but the auto attacks from this Azira massive. Tally has a phase dive. Legacy able to take the inhibitor at the same time. That's going to be 2. And Legacy, we'll see whether they can push through.
4 people remaining from Legacy. The Baron buff in hand and 3 fatalities from the Chiefs roster. We could be moving to a 4th game here as they do try and close.
30-minute death time is always a problem as Tally's able to take out that last Nexus turret. It looks like it will fall down. Ejim going to win a Cocoon there as Legacy might even get a few kills for themselves right here. They do want to get the kill, but they'll take the Nexus instead. As we are going to push ourselves to game number 4.
11,000 gold the lead in the end. Legacy looking fired up after that one. And you can see Carbon, the captain, the man able to hold them all together. We saw them in Champion Select. This was a Legacy that were not out of it. Their minds are always fighting until the very end, and I'm so glad they showed up in game number 3.
Backs against the wall. Whew. 0-2 down. It just makes sense, you know, that in this particular fashion. Yeah, no, Avant's not playing. Oh. But naturally...
he doesn't play for Avant.
My bad. I had to. Sorry. But naturally, Legacy, they do find themselves with a commanding position. Swiper's face said it all to me.
Yeah, and I think for me, the fact that it was Tally and not Carbon, not Choose, not the players we expect to really come up big when it matters, it's almost a new guy that just comes up clutch.
Yeah, and this is the guy that we're expecting massive things from throughout this series. So good to see him really smash people on the Echo. But we are going to throw it to the analyst desk for some further breakdown.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And I don't know how much analysis you're going to get from us right now because we're just sitting there marveling at what was a fantastic Echo performance.
Yep, okay. So there's two ways to break down this game. And as an analyst looking at Legacy's composition, I'm like, oh, why didn't you pick Kindred? You've got Azir, you have Callista. This is an incredible Kindred comp. It makes so much sense. Your Baron pressure would be incredible. No, we go for the Elise. But as a Legacy fan, you're like, yes, the Legacy Comfort Champions, Carbon picking up his Elise and just Tally getting a hold of the Echo, just dominating.
So I have a much simpler opinion. Why do you give Tally Echo? You've been in away 2 games in a row. Just don't give him Echo again, please.
So, like, hindsight is 2020, and I will say that after you watch that game back, you're like, yeah, we shouldn't have given that guy Echo. But I actually think that this is more about the jungle pick because... And not necessarily the jungle pick, but how Carbon played this game. He was like, I don't own the river. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait over a wall, and I'm just going to flash into the river. So you can't spot me anyway, because I know you're not in my damn jungle spooks, because you never go there anyway. So like, I think that Carbon and Tally set the tempo for this game, and they were like, you know what? If we're going to lose a 3-0 against Chiefs, we're at least going to do it like where it is the bloodiest match they've ever seen. And like, they just dove them from like minute 5.
And that's why it's important is when they did it. So you have a very small window of opportunities, because the thing is, eventually Nautilus is going to get so tanky and so powerful that it's just going to become a farm fest lane. So you have like levels 1 through 5 effectively where like we have kill pressure on this Nautilus, let's utilize it. So the Chiefs are thinking if we just make sure that it's a 2v2 and if we just neutralize the lane, get Nautilus to this point where he can't be killed, we're fine. And Legacy are thinking we have to kill them. We have to play Legacy League of Legends. And that's what's beautiful about this is we finally got Legacy League of Legends.
And I agree. To echo what Frostgreen said earlier, it's good to see them playing Legacy League of Legends. And
yeah, I want to echo everything right now, Fish. Good job.
Wow.
Wow.
Was that planned?
I hope not.
You and Rusty are on fire today.
Yeah, thank you. But you're the one that said it, mate. I'm just pointing it out to the audience. So, go ahead. Like, give me your analysis.
I don't even know when it's... Well, I was going to take this... Okay, it's good to watch Legacy play the way they did. Focus on that top side. Make sure that Tally as a champion is very comfortable and get that snowballing, get that ahead with the help of Carbon. Use that to kill Radiant in the bottom lane. They killed the Radiant nicely and just snowball a victory.
The last thing that I kind of want to put on, because I feel like we've been really hard on Legacy for the entire series, which it has been mostly dominated by the Chiefs, but I just want to go back to this idea. I love teams that have a very clear weakness. Again, Legacy play their opponents. They don't necessarily play the map. I've wanted Legacy this entire series to just say, screw it. Let's just pick the winning lane matchups and let's do what we do best. And we had the analogy upstairs that I feel like Legacy are like the Zoolander of the OPL. They have a really good blue steel, like their one look and it's ace, like just mint, but they're still working on the Magnum. And I hope that we get another blue steel look from them because I want this to go to Game 5 because they deserve to after that performance.
Well, I just want to see the look of joy on Tally's face one more time as he got his Echo. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game number 4. It is currently 2-1 Chiefs over Legacy, but they are fighting back. Don't go anywhere. 3.5. We got game number 4 coming right around the corner. Welcome back to the OPL Grand Final, where there is life in Legacy yet. They just picked up their first win versus the Chiefs. It is now 1-2, but Legacy, when they get rolling, I said it, they're a momentum-based team. The looks on their faces after that game, like to quote Carbon, they're coming for you one more time, the Chiefs, and now the pressure is on the Chiefs to be able to respond.
I mean, Tally said it. I not said it, but showed it best during Champions League. He just turned to the camera and was like, yep, got the echo.
Sums it up.
All right, well, that's where we're going to leave it for the breakdown of that game. However, guys, we're going to check in with Pastry Time for some social media engagement.
Thank you very much. And the Ents, they may move slow, but they are deadly once they finally make their decision and get momentum rolling. Legacy win, finally picking up a few more votes here. 46% now for the side as the fans are getting a little bit more vocal. Chiefs fans starting to fall back a little bit more, 54%, so still a very even game. Looks like no overwhelming favorites just yet, but let's have a quick check-in with some tweets. Starting on the Chiefs side, should have been Ash top. Very meta right now. I agree with that one, actually, but unfortunately, it was Rady that played it there in that game. Oh my God, is Tally even human? The man, the myth, the legend, hashtag LGC win. As you can see, Task's performance really resonating with the fans there. Don't forget, of course, hashtag LGC win, hashtag CHF win. We will track the votes live, but let's check back in with the competition. And all of a sudden, a few more Legacy kills are starting to get a little bit closer. The Chiefs line, ooh, looks like the peak. That's not gonna work out there, but we're starting to get towards maybe where people want the kills to be on the Legacy line. Line starting to move off out towards there as well. There's a big pick right here that I think some ambitious Legacy fan voted for. But you know what? If they can get it, I'd love to see it. Don't forget to use the hashtag I'mOPL for all your general Twitter needs. Keep enjoying the grand final, guys. Keep the tweets coming. But we're going to go pop ourselves back to the analyst desk.
And I'm going to let you know right now that if Legacy win another 2 games like that, like the peak of the end of the graph is like not far enough away. Like it needs keep going right, guys. Keep going right is what I'm going to say. But I want to touch on Tally. Honestly, the guy's had such an evolution. Top laner, AD carry, top laner, very young player. We've seen his personality start to come out, especially with these live games. We're seeing his champion pool start to expand. But the carry top lane play style, last time they beat Chiefs, it was with Tally on Riven. This time the Echo looks very similar.
No, completely agree. And we talked about this in the beginning, that Legacy's win condition is Tally in the top lane and how well Carbon and Choose can facilitate that. But the Chiefs also know that. It's just now a matter of can they get to Tally. I actually suspect a lane swap for Game 4.
And there's a drastic difference between Games 1, 2, and 3. Games 1, he was just locked down in the solo lane. Couldn't do anything at all on the Lissandra. Was just stuck there against the Poppy, farming it up as much as possible. Game 3, stark contrast, was getting solo kills in the lane. Well, not getting solo, was getting help from Carbon to get those kills in the lane. Was able to use that to kill Raid in the bottom lane, get massive ganks down there as well, and just change team fights. Legacy are really playing like Legacy now.
So now I want to talk about something that we haven't touched on at all, and it's actually side selection. Chiefs are back on blue side, first pick. There seems to be 4 top laners that Tally is very comfortable on. They're banning out 3. Do they just go back to their standard bans, get rid of the Graves, get rid of the Echo, get rid of... What was the third ban they're throwing at him there?
Oh my goodness.
Gangplank.
Gangplank, thank you, as well. And then just pick away the Poppy. Is this something that the Chiefs go back to and just you know what? Unfortunately, guys, red side's run out for you. This is how the game goes.
100% agree with that mentality. They've already shown that they can make it work. Although I do think that Poppy will be banned by Legacy. So again, I think it even goes further and even deeper into the champion pool.
All right, final thoughts before we get into the game. I want to hear from you first, quickly, Frost. What does Legacy have to do to win this? How do they go about this?
Get standard lane matchups, make sure that Tally gets on comfort champion, and make sure that Carbon beats Spooks to the top lane.
Fish, anything to add?
Don't let Tally get Echo, or Chiefs are going to regret that top lane.
Well, we will see if they're able to get it one more time. Regrets their support player, Fish. We're talking about top laners. However, we're going to get into game number 4. Here's Atlas, Pastry Time, and Zach to get us onto Summoner's Rift.
Thank you very much, Spawners. Fish is going to die on the desk. A little bit unfortunate there, but I'm actually glad that he mentioned regret. Because the way that him and Cardred synergized in that last game was sort of something that we didn't mention and was amazing. The Fates calls, fantastically well timed to a guy that he's been playing on Sin all split.
I will say, yeah, so it was the Tally show that goes without saying, right? He was the star of the game, but the support crew played phenomenally. So the first thing we look at was actually just regret as a solo player in the game. He had a black shield, so the pick diffused the team comp. He executed well enough to actually diffuse the team comp. He was getting hit by Ash arrows that Cardred was then pulling him to safety, and he was exhausting LeBlanc every single time he tried to burst them out.
Yeah, such a safe bottom lane. I think Legacy doing what they need to do and just keeping the bottom lane, up and alive. But I think for me, Choo Choo's, he's had 3 very different games, and the power has awakened within him, and I feel like he's starting to get a bit of groove here in this series. Choo Choo's is probably the key player for me. We'll see what happens here. As Chiefs, I'm going to stick to their bans from the last few drafts.
Yeah, for the first 2 drafts anyway. There's a certain contrast with the last game as Echo is going to hit the bench. Definitely identifying exactly what Fish was saying. So regret not going to get the Echo this time around. That's what he said. Yeah, Pastry just gave me a funny look there, but I was just poking a little bit of fun. As Siva is going to be the final ban. Swiper hovering the Nautilus, of course, has gone through. Struggled on it a little bit last time, but Trundle is, of course, there. Could be an option here against the big underwater dude.
Still a kind of a flex pick as well if they were to lock in the Nautilus. Remember,
cheeky.
Nautilus, a common ban that Legacy have been giving the Chiefs. So makes a lot of sense to, at the very least, hover the champion. But if they were to lock this in, we don't know if it's E-Gyms, we don't know if it's Swipers. Once again, they could pick a Trundle with it. Yeah, it could be. They could pick a Maokai with it as well, and we still wouldn't know. That's the beauty of Chiefs right now.
Well, still debating the first pick, it seems. Taking their time here. And looks like they might have changed their minds. Probably not that.
I like the Ziggs here as a first pick. No, Trundle going to be locked in. Oh, Tally, just do it. Don't be scared. Go to it, son. No,
Save it for Game 5 if we get that far.
Also probably save it for pick 5, let's be honest.
Yes. Legacy, of course, the big question mark that we do need to raise. They banned the Echo, they banned Graves, the 2 champions that he's had standout performances on. Poppy is banned as well. Trundle has been picked. Gangplank is gone. Like, what does he have that isn't Master Yi?
Yep.
Or Lysandra.
Or Lysandra.
And they tried the E in the last game. I think they wanted it against the Malco, but Chiefs smart drafting kind of stalled it away from them. Azir Kalista, though, are going to be the first 2 picks for Legacy. In fact, sticking to comfort and safety for Cardred in that bottom lane.
Ooh.
And Chu's going to keep up on the Azir.
See, I'm not sold on this as a first draft. I think the Chiefs can very easily just go back to the Varus Jhin comp. And it's worked for them every time.
Yeah, I'm also really scared. I mean, Spooks can, if he wants to, take away the Kindred here as well. Deny that respite and swipe. I've been trying to make it a thing. I don't know whether it's any good.
I honestly think the best draft here is probably Maokai and a Gragas, or something like that, right?
Braum Gragas.
Braum Gragas, but the flex between Trundle and Maokai is what makes it strong,
yeah,
right?
cute.
So I just think Gragas is like the #1 must-get champion. Perhaps Kindred, depends on what their goals are as a team composition. If they're working towards a Varus Jhin type of comp, I would wager Gragas.
I think if you picking Kindred, you can't give them Gragas. So I think I like that they take it here. And there you go. I'll stay on point with the draft.
Just
Gragas
an analyst,
Malco.
not a prophet, Atlas. Don't worry.
Well, you also predicted it, Ross.
Yes, fair enough. You're right. They have the flex now, something that we have touched on a couple times already, and the Gragas is there. Legacy, still yet to pick a lot of their champions. I think need to almost adapt themselves on the assumption that it's going to be a Varus and Jhin.
Yeah. Well, Cardred currently having a look at a Twitch. But we'll see exactly what he does decide to take in here.
It's funny, actually, because this is kind of a double shout-out.
Yeah,
I believe Radier
yeah.
was on the Twitch when Tally famously killed him as Riven, and Cardred's also a big old-school Twitch player, so just a champion that he's familiar with, that he likes, but this is different from Legacy.
But it feels like the right way for Legacy to go. I mean, that is a carry split push type option there for Tally in the top side of the map.
I think it also cements Trundle being top lane. And it's not bad as a Maokai, but naturally you would want to be the Trundle to fight him and match him in terms of fighting. Twisted Advance, I think it's a pretty obvious thing that you can riposte. He's kind of like, I'm coming, I'm coming, riposte me. Like, that's kind of how that works. So it makes a lot of sense here. I think Legacy going for the Fiora in particular. It's a good champion that we slept on. Well, that Tally even slept on.
Yeah.
He hasn't opted into it.
And the Elise is well locked in there for Carbon, looking fantastic on the champion in game #1. And the Chiefs taking some time to lock in Varus Jhin.
I mean, that would be the obvious choice, right? But we'll see if Chiefs have other plans. At least for Carbon again, though. Nice, solid, strong jungler. There's one half. There's a different half.
That's what we're talking about. Swiffer going to take an old school comfort pick into the mid lane with the Twisted Fate.
Kicking it OG right now, Swiffer. I am a big fan of the Twisted Fate, perhaps not into the team that he's currently against. But I am still a big fan nonetheless. I think the dangerous aspect of this is ganking bottom lane and taking out Cardred. Naturally. Lane swaps as well. If Chiefs were to go towards that, Frostger and the actual Prophet has predicted a lane swap already. She can feel it in her bones. I would imagine it long lane favors Chiefs.
And look at the grins on the faces. Regret just saying, and Morgana.
Yeah. Hey, you've got predictable stuns.
Black Shield. Well, we'll see exactly how this one works out. Chiefs considering a Maokai there towards the top side, but we'll see whether that swap comes through.
This is what I love about what Legacy have done, because I feel like, again, last time they picked the Yi, hoping for the Maokai top lane matchup, just to give Yi a bunch of farm, and then Chiefs tricked him and swapped. Now, I think the issue is, there's just no real good swap here into Fiora, because it's like Legacy, like, oh, that's a cute flex pick, Fiora, now what? Oh, either of these picks, Charlie's going to be comfortable with. Whereas the Yi was a little bit more, like, counter-specific.
Yeah, which comes down to what bottom lane do they want above all else, right? So Maokai support into the Morgana, very predictable, pretty easy to stop from doing anything. Trundle makes a lot more sense in that respect, but it's not like you're picking a winning top lane by putting Trundle in the support role either.
Well, we'll see exactly how it is going to work, because Cardred and Regret made it work fantastically well in game number 1. That Morgana was brilliant. The Dark Bindings were fantastic towards the late stage of the game. And one thing I like is that they're sticking to exactly what worked for them in game number 3, and they're continuing. They're saying, Chiefs, you have to beat us at this game, and you haven't yet.
And they picked a bottom lane that, while 60 or 70 CS behind, was still very much relevant. But once again, Legacy, their team composition, it comes down to one thing. I will say it's a lot more defined this time around. As the tally is on Fiora, team fighting's harder.
It's, yeah, just even more obvious, right?
Yeah.
I think the plan's always going to be the same. It's just execution that we'll have to look at here. But of course, don't forget your hashtags. Hashtag GSFWin if you're cheering on those boys on your screen. See if they can take it 3-1. Or hashtag LGCWin if the guys in green, who you really want to look after here, think they can force it to a Game 5, have yet another epic series between these two teams. We're not going to get the sweep, but 3-1 and 2-2 are obviously very different results.
Yeah, well, we could get the reverse. You know, we won't get the sweep, but we could get the reverse sweep, and that's what all these Legacy fans are looking for. Streaming out of their base now as well, all grouped up as 5, and we'll see what they do decide to do as they... Oh, this is cheeky.
Yeah, so Chiefs, again, we mentioned the lane swap. Makes a lot of sense that they're looking for it, but it also seems like Swiper's the bait and the sacrificial lamb of this. Legacy have decided that they want this level 1 fight. They've grouped up as 5 to match it. But we're actually on opposite sides, not knowing where the others are.
Yeah, the two battleships just passing each other across the river.
Instead of ships in the night, it's actually battleships.
Yeah, because there's more of them, you know? That's
and
what
one's
I'm going
picked like
for.
A1, they're on the other side.
Well, they're getting their deep vision down, so
Miss.
Land swap ahoy. It's kind of weird to see the teams on the same side of the map.
Yeah.
Which might means we could see people caught in the reinvades or the double backs, but looks like vision down, everyone bails.
There's two ways that can go, right?
Yep.
Either you walk out as a team or you recall as a team, and there's a chance that you actually clash in a random spot no one expected on the way back out. So smartly, both naturally recalling. Deep wards from both teams as well, looking for lane swaps or matching them. As we'll see how Legacy respond when they see... No, they don't see him.
No, they didn't get the other ward down. And that's the thing. You got to have it.
No, they saw him.
Oh, they did? Okay.
I think so. Who knows, really?
I mean, honestly, when you have those wards, you usually put a second one outside the base gate for that exact reason.
You absolutely do. But they placed 2 wards in the river, very shallow, instead of placing 1.
I think looking for a mid lane transition, actually. But no dice. Tally's already started jungling, but you can see Chiefs 2 on the top side. We do have a lane swap.
Certainly do. Blue buff is going to get started as Regret looking to stop some of the shenanigans here in the jungle as Spooks and Swipe are trying to take down some popcorn chicken.
Doing some
Regret.
deeps.
Oh, you really want to take that one down as
he's trying to change the aggro by hitting the raptor for reference, which is why he stops it from being taken down. They at least keep the big chicken there. All things considered, as the bigger chicken is actually farming mid lane.
Oh, nicely done. And Swiffer clearing this one out just fine. We'll see how he does go in the lane as Choose. We've seen his Azir before, very recently. And man, he's fantastic at this level 2 stage. I was getting to something relevant. You guys can calm down.
Hey,
all right?
hey. All right.
Hey. Oh, gets me.
Quick are started the 3 men in the bottom for Legacy, although waiting on a wave. Tally eats some tower shots. There's the cannon. And there should be more than enough room for the push, despite the extra damage Tally took. Chiefs are answering on the top side. In fact, they're going to bring Carbon here, so here's our first adaptation. Going to push through to the tier 2.
Absolutely. Pushing through. So this is a 4-man roster now, strong, which means they'll be pushing faster than that of the Chiefs, who are 3, even though they got there sooner. And what this actually means is that they'll push it to the next turret to either make it reset quicker, or they'll keep going and threaten the second turret and force a rotation from Chiefs.
Yeah, so this turret is going to fall down. A lot of these minions are going to die. New wave does turn up, but the Chiefs had to wait
And
for
Jin
another
sucks
minion
at
wave.
this, let's be honest.
Yeah. And Swiper just going to punch this one, trying to get it through. We'll see whether
He won't
actually
get
does.
it.
Yeah,
He
no,
won't get
it's
it.
not looking like it.
Radio has to stay. Wow.
That is a big deal. One auto
Is that
attack.
enough?
That's probably not.
Maybe good homework done there, but they're going to try for it. Legacy, though, they're not done. And Radio has to stay again, using all of his bullets and eating a turret shot. Chiefs do not calculate that one properly. And it's so funny to see again. The Legacy 4v0 strikes once more 2 years later.
And I feel like we can almost predict what's going to happen, right? Tally's going to go top lane, or they'll keep pushing, and they'll try and actually give the reset and freeze to Tally. That's the thing. They choose when they want this. Is where will they go, and when will they give the freeze? They are going to give a freeze to Fiora. They want him to get more minions. They want Tally to be stronger than Swiper. It's just natural.
Well, that's how they won the last game, as Choose continuing to farm things up. Swiffer just fine here in the lane. And as far as Twisted Fate versus Azir, I mean, this has been sort of coined as something that works into the golden chicken.
So it's a counter matchup in the sense that it's good into Azir, but you don't beat Azir 1v1 as Twisted Fate. You don't beat very many lanes 1v1 as Twisted Fate. The idea is that you're able to actually keep up with his pushing and then run to other lanes and affect the map there. Azir's just nowhere near as fast, and he has to take cleanse because Azir's a crappy TP champion. So Twisted Fate beats Azir around the map, even though he doesn't beat him 1v1.
Yeah. Very, very, I guess, sensible principle there. Twisted Fate should never have kill threat. If he does, something's going wrong.
Yeah, I just love giving that that color point over to Patient Time. He's just been playing a
I
heck
just
of a
love
lot of
Twisted
Twisted Fate right now. Well, Carbon actually looking for something here as the Chiefs are pushing through. Deadly Flourish, not going to get any stuns. Black Shield there anyway. The Dancing Grenade going to come down. Chiefs pushing aggressively here towards the bottom side. See whether they can actually grab this turret. It's very high health.
And look at the lane assignments. Once again, Tally's top lane. So they're giving him the wave. There's no way for Maokai to be there. That's overextended. And by sending 3 people down here, Legacy, they're at least contesting it. They run the risk of being dove, and obviously they have to leave the turret, but it slows it down. That gives a lot more time to the Fiora.
And so much priority, again, put on Tally's lane here. You can see he's already 13 CS ahead. He's got plenty of free time to try and farm that wave up. Looks like Swiper is going to go back and try and meet the stack that Tally's been shoving in towards that area.
Yeah.
But Legacy knowingly sacrificed a turret there.
Yeah.
Just to make sure Tally gets the farm he needs.
And so that's my real concern with this, right? Like, let's be blunt. They just gave away what was a turret trade. Instead of defending the turret and stopping it from going down, which was their initial strategy, it didn't work. They give over a turret, which is an advantage in global gold to the Chiefs, and potentially the Dragon with it. Inexcusable.
This is dangerous, though, because Swiper's forced to use his TP. If Legacy had a bit more info, they could start a fight with their teleport advantage. But unfortunately, no dice this time around. Chief's just going to take the Dragon instead.
Yeah, so Dragon is going to fall down. Choose pushing up very heavily here in the mid lane. See whether he can get some reasonable damage down onto this turret. 12 CS is the lead as well for the Azir, who's laning very, very nicely.
Yeah, doing quite well, Choose. I will say as expected. Legacy, starting off all right. I'll give them an all right out of 10.
And they've actually swapped Tally back down as well. So they're kind of going to delay Cardred and Regrets laning quite a bit, actually, as Kallista's already 10 CS down. And again, give Tally another freeze. That is actually one of the interesting advantages that Legacy get by losing that turret, is they give Tally another lane to freeze.
Yeah, well,
I'm not saying it's a good trade, but you can clearly see where the power's away to.
Absolutely, I understand that. And advantages only stretch so far, though. That's the real concern, is sooner or later, because Chiefs have gone from bottom lane turret in advantage to Dragon in advantage, now to the Rift Herald, which
resets.
Decides it doesn't want to die, but it will eventually. Chiefs need to actually make this work to snowball the gold lead across the board further, because Raider's not laning. And, I mean, it gives time for Kadra to catch up.
That's exactly right at the moment. 9 CS ahead, and it is Raider that's going to pick up the Rift Herald buff. Spooks going to dash over that wall. They wander over a ward. They will spot this pink, but looks like 4-man strong heading in for a push towards this top inner turret.
And they can't stop this, honestly, with the Rift Herald and 4 people there opposed to the 3. This is a hard defense. Kalista doesn't have wave clear. Morgana's wave clear is lacking. Elise doesn't really have it either. It's not an easy thing to defend.
Well, the Cocoon is going to go wide as Raider actually tanks.
Oh my god,
some turret shots. Spook's in trouble as well. This could be a problem for the Chiefs.
They might actually halt the push.
How did he take aggro?
I think they all are. It's the death by a touch from Raider is what's stopping them. Because the damage over 4 seconds, if it hits a single person, you can't actually hit a turret. And with 4 bullets, you kind of want to use those on turrets. Or so I hear.
And Legacy hold as a result. They actually will keep their tower. It's a little unhealthy, but it's alive still on the top side. Legacy keeping the gold league within about a K, which is probably reasonable given what they're setting up for themselves here. Choose in the meantime, though, just continuing to shove in. Swiffer now with the blue buff, going to be a lot easier for him to try and leave this lane and impact somewhere else. I don't really know where he goes, as Choose is going to go back, get his blue as well. Swiffer tied up for a little while here in mid.
And it's not about where he goes yet, though. That's the thing. So we are yet to have solid lane assignments.
Sorry, that was beautiful.
No, that was
sitting
good last hitting. I'll give you that moment. That was special.
But yeah, no, exactly right. What does he do?
Yeah, so once we actually have lane assignments and it slows down, so we might get a 2v2 top lane, which is where Radar is sitting right now. There's only 2 people there, which means the Twisted Fate gank is much more potent, especially as well with the Maokai against the Fiora bottom lane. The difference is too great, I would wager, at the moment for Swipe at a lane. And so if he just appears somewhere else on the map, maybe they gank with Twisted Fate and get more fun for Swiper with Spooks being there. Like, he's got options once it slows down.
It's also a great map for Twisted Fate to play on, because, and why he's actually a good lane slot champion is when you open up the sides of the map and have really long lanes to funnel into with your ultimate, you actually create so much pressure if you have mid still as a central control point. So, like, Swiffer, he's not doing too much right now. He's keeping up in farm, although Choose does have a lead. But as this goes on, it gets more and more dangerous for Legacy to move out of their long lanes. That's where TF can really start getting a lead.
Wow, quick shout out to Chiefs as well. Look at the vision on the top side. Like, these two are so overextended, but they're not.
Well, Radia is going to be kept well and truly safe as the lone Jin able to ping out Carbon there as he makes his way towards the top side of the map. So Ejim just staying out of vision.
It's like he's there, now he's there,
Yeah.
and now he's there. Like, we know everywhere you are, Carbon.
Now
and
he's
Twisted
there.
Fate has also got the ultimate to spot him out if he overstays.
Well, Ejim actually looking to try and stop him out here. Does have the pillar. Not going to get the bounce back. Very close, though.
Whoa.
Choose is out.
He wanted to go home.
Peace.
It's the best recall, by the way. He stands on top of the soldier.
Yep.
Carbon's the mid laner now, it seems. He's dragging back in a minute 45. Carbon going to hold this lane as Nash's is now finished for Choose. And look at this! Tyler's like, hey, free lane.
Back.
I got farm. This is great. And he's almost got a Titanic Hydra built up.
But the difference has been closed, to be fair, with Swiper and Tally. So he's had a lot of time to push back. It's not really a big lead that Tally gained from this, and realistically the only benefit is a turret that Chiefs have an advantage. So I'm looking at this and I'm questioning Legacy's, I guess, goal behind the freezers. Didn't get what they were looking for.
And a whole lot of these advantages are actually getting closed as well, as Swiffer catching up in farm to Choose. Now that those items have been completed in the Abyssal Scepter and the Lucidity Boots, the wild card's able to get out a little bit faster and do a little bit more damage. There's now Tally going to try and hold this wave and say, come on, Chiefs, do something around the map.
And that's really what it is. That's absolutely the question he's asking, because Tally, he's just going to keep doing this. Choose, though, going in.
Oh, wow. Yep, there it is. Swiffer has to run away now, but it's not going to be good enough. First blood goes down to Choose as Regret just hanging out and says, yeah, we'll need 4 people, but we'll take you down.
Yeah, the jungle wards die from Chiefs, as is expected, but 4 people rotate to this middle lane. And their wave clearing Twisted Fate has gone missing. Doesn't mean the turret will fall down. It's got a lot of health to it, but very well played from Choo-Choos. The cleanse was seamless.
I think in the back of my mind, I was remembering game 1 and thought that he wasn't going to go off, but absolutely makes the play there, nails the execution, and does get the first blood there. And honestly, more than anything else, they didn't get another objective from it, but continuing to buy time for Tally, who's opening up another lead. Swiper is going to go top and clean out the massive wave that Legacy started pushing, but now they're going to rotate mid and continue that pressure.
And there's still a lot of positives here for the Chiefs. Second Dragon is one of them, and at 12 minutes in the game, that means that more Dragons soon to come, which is a dangerous prospect for Legacy, of course, but this time around they might trade. Who knows?
We shall see.
I think they just really want mid. Thing is, Twisted Fate's back.
Yeah, Wildcard's now starting to deal with these minion waves quite effectively. The Swiffer just sets them up so well. Man, so good to watch. I got to imagine, Pastry, you'd be pretty excited.
Oh, yeah. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. So last hit effectively with Twisted Fate because your base AD is so pitiful. So lining up cards properly is
and stack deck.
Very necessary, yeah.
Surprisingly easy once you master it.
Yes,
Hard to do
but
initially, yes.
Every situation is different, and I mess it up.
every time.
I could never
That's
do
what
it.
we're getting from this.
I only play AD Twisted Fate just because of that.
Sometimes you honestly want 15 AD. You're like, come on, man.
I'm saying
Let me
Rapid
last it.
Fire Cannon Twisted Fate could be a thing. Like,
You never know. Oh my God, Harold.
Harold, please.
Harold the unfriendly Herald.
Harold the unkillable.
He's still not dead. He does die eventually. Ready going to get the buff
We
again.
slowly zoomed in. It's like, is he going to die? He might not die. He's dead.
We got it. But as you can see, Chiefs ahead by about 500 gold as the dust settles. Swiffer, the only death so far this game. And if you guys are remembering back to your mountains, that is not working out so well to those who have their kills a little bit further down the slope for the Chiefs or further up the hill for Legacy. As we'll see exactly how this one is going to work out. Swiffer yet to use a Destiny. We'll see when that is going to first come into effect, because that's what you look out for a Twisted Fate, is the first ultimate. Gonna reap the rewards.
Yeah, it does feel like it's the first step of a potential momentum builder, or the breaking of a Twisted Fate's ultimate usage into not doing it until 30 minutes.
This is adorable, though. Tally's actually snuck his way into top lane and is hoping that some sort of aggressive dive happens for this turret, and Legacy want to look for a team fight.
Yeah. So they've got the Herald. It's actually a very smart assumption as well.
Oh, wow.
And this is a massive item advantage, actually, for Tally, having the Titanic Hydra to the makings of items, components that they actually have on the side of Chief.
Oh my goodness, he's so patient.
Some would say too patient. But he has nowhere else to be.
Yep. Might as well be there.
And I like it. Out of the Chiefs, patient play. They understand that, look, we can't see Tally on the map. We're not going to make an aggressive move when there could be, you know, Fiora with a 30 CS lead just waiting in a brush, which is exactly what she was doing. Now going to be moving back down towards that bottom lane as Swiper going to smash these minions arcanely towards him.
He's going to catch the wave, though, so everything's all good for Tally. Actually didn't lose anything, really. But Chiefs play smart and don't get themselves picked up. There he is. The Chiefs jiggers up. But Spooks may be caught in rotation. Carbon looking in for it. The flash is already used by Gragas.
Oh,
Choose!
what?
Does not connect on that. And Tia pops the ulti. Probably not going to go in, though.
Nice flourish.
Choose it to W, but no snare. Everything's okay.
Gragas went wall surfing. Unfortunately doesn't get it as Tally's showing some aggression bottom.
TP, though. Tally's out.
Oh, no.
Nice flash.
What a disaster.
Oh, hang on, that was Swiper.
Yeah, that was Swiper's flash.
Sad. Okay, so I say nice flash. Thought it was Tally getting out of the way of a potential gold card. Not happening.
No. And that was a teleport from Swiffer. A flash from Swiper. But basically just the ultimate of Tally. And Red is wave clearing for record. He's not missing.
This time he's got it right. Does clear it out. The cannon lives, though. Not for long.
Rip. Oh, I love that when the grenade just goes super high. It's like the mega lob card is like, oh, can I catch it? Yes, you certainly can. That's a targeted ability.
Hurts, though.
Damn right it does.
Not the best thing to catch.
Yeah. I wonder if, that'd be cool if you just did more damage if you moved further away. Like, because I feel like gravity should help it out.
It hits
you know?
you in a recall and you can just explode.
It also may sort of fall out of the planet if you're recalling because it'll just go up so high. And I feel like the lob only has so far before, you know, just drifts off.
Yeah, the Skybox, rest in peace.
Yeah.
Tally, though, level 11 as well. So the cooldown on Fiora's ultimate is a surprisingly low cooldown, which means every time that he sees Swiper, there is an opportunity he's just going to press his R key to poke him out.
Not Swiper now. Able to utilize that Balmy Cinder to clear out these minion waves, as well as that Arcane Smash. Able to do a fair bit of work as Fate's Call. Regret looking for Swiffer. Dark Binding doesn't find anything, though, as the stack deck able to get a lot of damage down. Chiefs not going to be able to find anything, but neither are Legacy.
The idea is there. The execution, unfortunately, is not. They didn't know where the rest of Chiefs were when they were engaging that particular one. Callista no ulti now.
Oh, good damage though from Choose, and you can see the damage starting to ramp up now. Tally even topside with his teleport ready. This is sort of the setup Legacy want. They caught you in bottom lane, trying to get that farm that Tally previously pushed around. Legacy really are just playing pendulum with these side lanes. And the longer this continues, the better it is for Tally. He's the big key for Legacy once again.
He absolutely is. And to me, the best case scenario for Legacy is Chiefs engaging. Because they want a Fiora to reactively teleport, not to actively teleport. There's no situation where they can dive a Maokai Gragas and a Trundle. Because that is disengaged pretty much everywhere, right? But if Chiefs are engaging, Gragas no longer has disengaged because he's using it as engaged, as does Swiper, and Trundle's the only disengage.
Well, now Legacy well and truly in the 1-4 situation as the wave pushing for Chiefs towards the bottom side of the map.
This is getting them nothing, though. Like, the longer they sit here is just time wasted. It's not like Legacy are in the lead. They do have momentum, though.
It's just one of those things where, because this is very common in lane swaps, Chiefs are the ones that have the turret edge still. So there's long lanes. Legacy are like, well, we could respond, but Tally already knows he can go back late, still catch this massive wave that Radier reverse back in towards that turret, and now go collect it. Like, we see the ARAMing thing a lot in lane swaps, and that's sort of why. Because when you elongate these lanes, you're like, I just actually have to spend more time waiting.
See, I hate calling it an ARAM. It's actually a dance battle.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely. DDR
like, they send
ARAM.
in one person at a time. They show off their moves.
Ooh, Deadly Flourish.
Like,
no,
see, look, that was Raider's time in the circle right there. There you go. They gave it to him.
Shakes around. Like,
didn't win the battle.
Crosses his arms.
Nice.
And now Legacy's turn to respond.
Well. Chiefs are doing a 2-for-1, though. They're not responding. Bad dance battle etiquette.
Yeah, right. Well, the Chiefs going to move back to their outer turret in the mid lane, surprisingly. As Tally, of course, answering the split of Raider as he moved down there. And that wave going to be crashing down. We'll see exactly who's going to pick that one up. Raider actually moving towards the top side as the Dragon has respawned.
Indeed.
And Swiper's going home. See whether the tree teleport could be a thing. Of course, multiple trees this time. See who's going to be collapsing Isengard this time. Picking up from your wonderful pun from earlier there, Pastry Time.
I think the worry right now is that Legacy have been mid for a long time, and this Dragon is up, and I don't think they've shopped. So these recalls are really late, and Chiefs know that. They've got good vision around the area. Tally's back top lane with the TP ready, but looks like Legacy are staying to defend because they don't want their mid tower to go down. That's probably their big point of control they can still look to, because Tally can't do this when that portion of the map's opened. Chiefs, though, they'll be patient here. There's no need to rush for this Dragon. They already have 2. If Legacy don't want to fight them for it, they'll just wait. They'll take it eventually.
Sorry, I just checked the time. I was like, we're surely at like 25 minutes.
Nope.
Tally has 200 CS. It's 20 minutes. So does Choose. Hey, Legacy are looking good.
45 CS lead here for Tally. Of course, a lot of it has been funneled into him as Spooks has to body slam out of the Dragon Pit. Will loop his way around. We'll see exactly whether he would be able to get it. Oh, that was close. Legacy say thanks for the disengage and thanks for the Dragon.
Cool guys don't look at dragons exploding. Carbon actually smiting it whilst being knocked away by the explosive cask. Legacy lock down that first Dragon. They deny Dragon number 3 from the Chiefs, most importantly. And whilst the pace of the game has slowed down and we're nestled into this dance battle in the mid lane, Legacy will be very much content knowing the Chiefs don't get the Dragons.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But 800 gold lead for Radier at the moment. You can see Swiffer a little bit further ahead than Choose in the mid lane, but it's that top side of the map. 1,000 gold lead for Tally versus Swiper. That could be the problem. And not necessarily because Swiper's behind, but more because Tally's getting money. And that is a big problem for Chiefs fans right now.
Yeah, because the later the lanes go, the stronger Tally is in a 1v1. This is where the wildcard pick of Twisted Fate actually comes into play. You can take him down, you can teleport up there, you can ult back. Like, you're very maneuverable around the map.
Saying wildcard pick of the Twisted Fate is right in so many different ways. My goodness. And I mean, it's even the goal of both
I'll
of
give you
these
2
teams
ways.
right now.
2 ways. That's it.
You mean like going to IWCI?
Oh, yeah. Right.
See? That's
okay.
a wild
No,
card.
you got me. Even I didn't know that.
Yeah, see?
Well,
you are smarter than even you think you are.
Oh, it would not be an OPL Grand Final without a classic Atlas Overreach pun, would it? Here we are.
That's so glad you got to be part of it there, Patient Time.
Legacy, though, have actually gone back and spent their money, so things looking a little better now. As I said, they did stay out on the Rift for a while, but Rylo's finished there for Choose. Black Cleaver's on there for Tally, and even a Zeal there for Cardred. They were actually almost lucky to steal the Dragon the way they did, and it was a steal out from Chiefs. But this is where these next few minutes are going to be really crucial to see how the game develops, because it's dead even right now. Legacy know what their win condition is. They're sort of running Chiefs around, but things will break very quickly here, especially with a TF in the game, who has a Lich Bane completed now as well, and a Need to Seek Large Rod after the Abyssal. It's a delicate thing to try and balance here. And Legacy, they're the ones with a game that they cannot afford to give away.
It's bottom.
Yep, Tally could be in trouble
Wow,
here, but he
nice.
does throw out a nice riposte. There's the grand challenger. Swiffer in trouble. Will have to use the flash, and Tally dashing forward. Arcane Smash gets him, but that was so close.
Tally's Q unfortunately hit a minion.
Radier, hello.
Radier's got 2 dragons. He's chunking out that turret.
He's burning it with so many different things right now.
That's getting low. If he doesn't get it, it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
Because it regenerates.
Whoa.
There's the flash.
Legret moving back in, going to walk over the trap, but needs to get in binding range, doesn't have it. Radius going to deadly flourish away, very apt as he swag walks his way out of there. And Tally, I almost called the 1v2, but he doesn't quite get it. Carbon though, Trunks here, good ulti from Spooks, but Carbon's going to move back in. Cocoon lands in, but Ejim's here on the defense.
Yeah, it does have.
Zones him away.
Yeah,
Get
goes
out.
down a pillar. I mean, look, there's a trophy.
That's
But
like,
nothing.
look, there was a lot of aggressive stuff that just happened, but none of it really meant anything besides Tally going down, because that's the only thing that amounted to anything. And once again, the fact that his Q hit a minion was like a millimeter away from potentially killing the Twisted Fate, because he was going for a vital.
Who got
And look at how
challenged?
much health he lived with. That was Twisted Fate.
I can't remember if the ulti was still there, but yeah, he actually might have 1v2'd
Yeah.
if the ulti procced.
So the proc was gone from the bottom
Yeah.
side of the Twisted Fate, but he was challenged, and the damage that it would have dealt actually still would have killed Swiffer. He may have flashed earlier, but the assumption is safe.
Basically, Tally was very, very, very close.
To at least a trade.
Yeah.
In a 1v2.
Yeah. And it doesn't even feel like a weird thing when it's
No.
Tally, to be honest.
And it doesn't get easier from this point. That's the issue for Chiefs. Like, yes, they're ahead now. They actually got a gold lead finally with the kill and some of the objectives they were able to pick up. Rady doing nice work in the top lane, but not getting it does hurt the Chiefs because that's time invested and effectively wasted due to that tier 3 turrets regen. Legacy again, they just have to play the delicate balance for a little while, and Tally probably needs 1 to 1.5 more items to really unlock this game for the team. But the rest of Legacy are getting strong as well. So looking at the game in its current state, if Legacy keep this pattern, things are looking good for them. And if they ever do anything aggressive and can get a lead, it's going to look even better. Chiefs, the onus is on them to continue the lead they've now grown for themselves.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, this is Tally's first defensive item. So as far as split pushing is concerned, he can now much more effectively with his next buy that I'm going to assume is a Spectre's Cow, fight Swiper. And then fight the two of them when they
Tally
teleport.
feels like a more of a Mortius player to me.
I hope not, but yeah.
I hope
You never
so.
know.
Well, choose.
Spooks really wants the ward, but he's dodging the Sad Soldiers. The battle continues.
Has a drink.
He's like, go get your minions. Choose. Hey,
You got a Spirit Visage, Spooks? Just have a drink, go kill the ward. Let him bop you if he wants to.
fairy claps.
There he is.
We got it. This Chiefs still defending this tower. Next dragon up in about 40 seconds. Chiefs playing aggressively to this top side, though. Baron's now a very real objective that the teams have to be worried about. As Ejim face checks.
Oh, yeah.
He has no idea who's there. That's the problem.
It's no one.
And the ground also doesn't stop anything, unfortunately.
Nope. Looks pretty.
Yeah. Does look pretty. Easy card is still 30 CS behind, but that has been relatively static for quite some time. Does have his 2-item power spike there as the Callista. He's sort of an unsung hero in the last game. We'll see whether he can do so here as we move towards the mid-game this time around. Radier with a couple of very powerful ones in his back pocket as well, as he's now looking like going towards the Infinity Edge. Swiffer picks up the blue buff for himself, so he'll be able to split push quite nicely as Cocoon goes wide. With aggressive positioning from Legacy.
And the thing is, like, Legacy, actually, they're accelerating the game.
Yeah, there's the body slam as well as Carbon straight up into the air. He's trying to get out still as they do pop.
Ejim's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, Swiper right from the back line. Throws down the ultimate. There's
Faith
one
call, though.
from Cardred as well as he's able to get people to safety. Swiffer narrowly misses.
Choose on the flank.
He does have ulti, I think. Yeah, he does. He actually might be able to make a play. Swiper slowed. The Rylo's going to do work here as Carbon now going to move back in. Cocoon lands and they kill the front line. The back line opens, but Carbon goes a little too far and they end up trading.
Tally.
Swiffer, though, eats a stun on the back end and Tally takes him out. Cardred gets a double off to Callista and Legacy go nuts.
Oh my god, Radier.
Dark Binding on the Radier. He might go down. Triple kill for Cardred. That is massive for Legacy, and they'll turn it into a turret.
And Legacy just whitewashed the Chiefs right there. The only people remaining are Spooks and Ejim with no health and mana. This could be the base broken at 27 minutes from one big fight.
Are you kidding me? Tally, like, no-scoped Swiffer with a repose to start the rest of that fight. Spooks is going to try something here. Regret's going to get low. Ejim,
He's in trouble.
he fancies it, but he's going to die.
Ejim's-
Tally needs a
oh my
vital.
God.
He's
Whoa.
dead. As
Unofficial
Cardred gets
Quadra.
another kill.
That's gross. Tally is well and truly arrived, ladies and gentlemen, on this Fiora. Legacy, they've got themselves a 2.5k gold lead in game number 4.
This is ridiculous. The Chiefs unable to make it happen as Carbon just going to clear out that top wave. And that is the Spirit Visage completed. Tally going for his defensive items, looking massive. It's a QSS for Cardred at the same time. He's not afraid of any of these gold cards flying through, but Swiffer does have the Zonyas. There are signs of life on the side of the Chiefs, but they are going to have to fight so hard to get this game back.
And even when the Chiefs were up about 2K, just before that happened, I was going to say that this game is so tense, not just because Fiora is getting stronger and becomes more of a problem as the game drags on, but Azir and Kalista both scale very well, and they were very close to 3 items. After that fight, which they fought without them, they've now got 3 items on Azir, got the QSS plus 2 items on the Kalista, and I know the gold lead is still pretty close here for Legacy, but I feel like just based on momentum and composition, Legacy are going to feel much more confident trying to close this game out. And even without Fiora, their team comp does disgusting things to people.
They even had momentum before the fight broke out. That's the scary thing. Like, you can tell that they confidently wanted to fight that because of the flank that Choo Choo's had.
Yeah, Pastry Time motioning towards Radiant in the top side of the map. Tally is going to grab himself the Dragon, but this Jhin very far up, and the Destiny's here. Cardred may actually be in trouble as Destiny's going to go down. Deadly Flourish not going to get any stuns.
QSS, but they want the turret.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can find it.
Tally not recalling though. In fact, maybe a catch. Spooks could be in trouble. Cocoon goes down and Shoes. He's doing so much work on this Azir. Every catch hurts so much with the Rylai's. Tally finally makes his way back and Legacy deflect.
So the thing is, Tally was bot lane with no teleport, flash, or anything to speak of. So that was an aggressive but the right move from Chiefs. Unfortunately for them, they don't get what they came for. They don't even get the turret in that top lane. It's going to continue to regenerate, and they now have to answer super minions breaking into their base. So the Baron is a threat for Legacy to take because Tally has walked his way down here.
Well, Spook's now stalking his own jungle. You can see Scrying Orbs have to be used to make sure that the Chiefs can see where Legacy are around this Baron pit. Radio walking over some vision. He's been aggressively postured this game. Zijim throws down a trophy, spots himself the Kalista walking past.
And Baron Vision is really scary now. Legacy, the ones in control. Spooks could be a pick here. Dark Mining lands. Misses over. Cocoon will land there. Only one skill shot stun might not be enough, and Chiefs are smartly checking the area. Swiper does not have his teleport right now, though. Chiefs have to tread very carefully here.
Yeah, they do. The engage is always a threat now from the side of Legacy. Chiefs are responding well with their control of the middle lane. It gives them the inside track in a way to the turrets, but
yeah, another binding comes in as
Raider's
Carbon's
in trouble.
Black Shield.
Wow.
Raider has to flash out of the way. Big barrel, but there's regret with the Fate's Call. They pick up the Jhin, and Swiffer throwing through some wild cards. It's just not enough, and bit of a blunder.
A massive blunder. Legacy, they get their first pick onto Raider of all people, known as the God AD carry, the positional king. Caught out of position. Legacy have started up the Baron.
Swiper ended up bottom lane, so Chiefs I don't even think can do this without a steal. Legacy are a little low though. Legacy I think looking for a pick. They'll find Spooks, so that's a lot of slows. He gets himself over the wall, but 3 of them stay on Baron. This is dangerous from Legacy, but it is enough to secure this Baron. Spooks is chunked out.
Yeah, pushing away the Gragas was basically the Baron secured. Legacy, they get 1 pick. They get themselves the massive purple buff for their team right now. Onus is on them to try and push out an advantage further.
Yeah, and Swiper wasn't even able to get that inner turret on the bottom side of the map. Tally will eat all of that farm, make it towards almost 100 CS in the lead. 4,000 gold now in favor of Legacy, and they're looking to take more. The inhibitor possibly about to respawn, but I have a feeling it's not going to be long for the world, as Choose just does some fancy stuff.
It's very stylish. And Legacy now with Baron. Everything is in place now for Legacy to close this game out. Don't let the gold lead fool you. Yes, Legacy are ahead, and it's probably more than the 4K indicates. But this is one very good or very bad, depending on which hashtag you guys used on Twitter, from ending. Possibly forcing a final game here. Legacy with this Baron, they probably don't end the game unless Chiefs make a big mistake and die. But they'll set up to try and finish it. This should be, for all intents and purposes, the approach of the end of this game, one way or the other.
Now's an appropriate time to say get your popcorn, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, especially for those
Oh
at
my
the Lloyd's.
God.
Oh, but Tally throws out a riposte. There's the Dark Binding, lands on the
Spooks in
Spooks.
trouble.
He's
He's
going to
dead.
get deleted. Massive kill there for Cardred, who's still kiting around. Fate's Call's coming in. Swiper in trouble. The big tank. He's not going to fall down just yet, and Legacy going to stay aggressive. Swiffer flashes forward, doesn't get the wild card, but the curtain calls in.
Looking for it. Last bullet there. Does land onto Regret, but it's not enough to kill him. Legacy, they'll survive the onslaught, and they do get a pick.
Who's
dead?
Wow, Raider, that was classy. It does get the 1 kill, though, out of what was still a tower taken, and effectively that kill is just a 1-for-1 trade. They did well to not lose more than Spooks in that particular trade.
And I think well to save their turrets, because that mid inhib is back up now, and that bottom inhib was looking awfully threatened. Legacy, I think, have Baron left for a little while longer.
A little bit.
So the siege can continue, but the game should diffuse once again. Legacy are about 5k up.
Still think you should keep your eyes peeled on the Chiefs right now because they're close to their Infinity Edge on Jhin, their Void Staff on Twisted Fate, and massive
Oh
power.
my god, yeah, they're close to a dead tree at the same time. Nice Arcane Smash. We'll get into relative safety as the riposte comes in. Tally able to stop a lot, but stops himself, and they can't kill the tree.
And that's still a half-health swiper, but he has his teleport. It means they don't gain anything from it. If he were to go down then, that would have been disastrous for the Chiefs.
And you have to take great care. Once again, this game is very tense, despite the fact that Legacy have a lead. We mentioned before that Legacy's carries, the Callista and the Azir, were sort of hitting breaking points. Radiant, like you said, is about to hit one of his own, and Twisted Fate doesn't do no damage. Definitely, in fact, does the opposite. Does a lot of damage right now with 4 items.
Yeah, Curtain Call is going to come in here as the flash is used from Carbon, but can't get quite out of the way far enough. That is going to be the last bolt missing, so ultimate down there for Radiant, but a big flash cooldown for Carbon.
Yeah, and they diffused the situation that was happening in the middle lane once again. The Twisted Fate wave clear. Being able to proc the Jin's W also and lock someone down off wildcards. Still kind of like the Varus comp, but just harder to execute on. Legacy once again, though. They've still got control of this map, and Chiefs are biting back.
And they know they have to tread carefully because Twisted Fate is very good at picking off a straggler, and one pick here could mean the game turning back around. IE's done, though, for Radiant. So he has damage coming out everywhere right now. Dragon back up. Legacy, though, I'm not sure they're confident in trying to take it, and the Chiefs are still charging up mid lane.
They certainly are. Of course, Void Star finished as well for Swiffer. So massive work. Spooks body slams forward, has to flash out of the way of the re-engages. There's the Fate's call. Interesting maneuver from Regret.
He actually tried to bait Cardred's flash. He just body slammed for no reason towards them and was hoping that Cardred would just poop himself. And just be like, oh god, get out of there. But nope. Stand strong. Resilience shows from Cardred here.
Yeah. Spooks has to use his own flash.
Yep.
Very cute. Third Dragon is going down here as Cardred soloing that one out for Legacy. Will be a bit of extra movement speed, could be good. Bloodthirsted on for Tally though, towards the top side of the map is Carbon gonna grab that with a smite.
And officially Flame Horizon, of course.
Oh yeah, it was a little while back.
Yeah, it was a little bit, but the Bloodthirster coming around means, let's say it's 100 now. Probably watch that increase soon, just because, you know, like Bloodthirster, defined as the split pushing build.
I mean, Tally had a great little team fight to get Legacy into this position, but this game is certainly still anyone's. We're starting to get late into game number 4. 36.5 minutes in with Dragon 3 going off to Legacy. This will certainly come down to at least another Baron. And at the rate the game's going, teams are playing very carefully and very well to capitalize on situations, but also not get punished too hard when the situation comes up. And there's Baron, minute 50. Legacy couldn't close the game like I thought they could with that Baron, and we're effectively reset despite the gold difference.
Regret's got his captain boots.
Oh, yes.
Captain Regret.
Thinks he's Janna.
I mean, he's putting his face in it a lot, so I don't think I blame him.
And I kind of found captain boots on the way looking at Callista's build, which I actually am a big fan of here from Cardred, working towards his Giant Slayer and his last Whisper combo. Taking out Swiper, who is going to be sitting in that front line, is very important. He doesn't have a whole host of armor just yet, but
yeah, Destiny's actually been popped here as Legacy moving towards what looks like the Baron pit. Baron up in a minute. But Destiny unable to find anything here for the Chiefs.
I'm not sure what the plan was with that. I think it was just a vision gain so that they could place, so scouting so they could place more vision themselves.
They lose their blue though. Choo Choo's gonna get.
Oh, nice.
I mean, Spooks. I guess it's actually fine on Spooks.
All blame on Cardred there. I don't care.
And
Stop hitting it.
Choo's not having it actually matters. Tally also continuing to apply that pressure, and it's a long walk for Chooz to go get his blue.
And he doesn't have teleport right now, but he's sitting in this top lane. So opportunities arise here and there for the Chiefs. Jhin with all of these items, if he gets a crit off, which, you know, I think 70% of the time will be.
Unless it's the last hit. The last bullet, which it will be.
In which case it's 100.
Ooh, Tally.
Oh, Swiper.
He wants vision of the Chiefs before he even considers this.
Yeah, Swiffer's here as well.
So once they know that Jhin and Co nearby. He's looking, in particular for Swiffer.
Now he goes.
Yeah, there it is. The teleport is actually coming in here as Tally immediately going to run away. Understands, yep, that's a summoner spell. I'll take it.
That's perfect.
See you later.
Yep. That is the best case scenario for Tally, besides obviously getting double kills, which the best achievable scenario right there. Forcing a lot of things out of Chiefs, in particular the teleport on someone who doesn't have his ultras.
Speaking of ult,
dancing time.
Oh, one more would have done it, but
though.
no.
Good flash. Kadra gets out.
I don't know if the flash was necessary.
I don't think it was, but he has to make the safe play.
Yeah, and on the assumption that Raider had his W as well, the range of that was obnoxious. So the safety flash, still, it's a flash burnt out of the 5-0 and 2 Callista from a Jhin ultimate, and he's 1-2 and 1. This is late game.
Yeah. Well, we'll see exactly whether the Chiefs will be able to capitalize on it, as Destiny is back available from Swiffer. Swiper didn't need to use his teleport, so effectively he still has a form of a teleport remaining. The Swiper looking to stave off Tally's assault on the bottom side of the map. This inhibitor still bare.
He's gone this time.
Yeah, there's the Destiny. He's going to make his way through.
Regret flashed.
And he's going to get it. Yeah, Deadly Flourish is going to go down. That's a Zonya's used, actually, as Kadra going to throw out the Fate's Call. Spooks finding Carbon. Yeah, Radiant is down to half health already. The Repel comes in, but the Spider Lady not going to find the Jhin, who's safely in the back line. Meanwhile, the top lane is still towards the bottom side, as there's the ultimate use out of Spooks, and Carbon tanked down to very low health. Chiefs as well. Everyone running away limping.
Why is no one dead?
Don't know. Tally's actually pushing this bottom lane. There's no one that can respond to him besides Swiper. And the rest of the team of Legacy should be on this. Oh, no, they've got Raider.
Might get him. Does get the autos. He's dead. And Tally breaks bottom side there as well. Legacy move back to try and take out Tally. And Tally's just hanging out.
The cardinal rule of Jhin. Tally has to be careful, though.
He certainly does. Swiffer going to come in with the gold card ready. Tally will need to riposte this one, but...
And that's Baron.
He's just at safety, and the Baron just got evaporated. What the heck? They just wandered over to the pit, looked at Baron, he said, all right, I'll just kill myself.
If you insist, Baron Nashor does say. But the Chiefs, they lose their AD carry again. This is not like Raider.
No.
This is something that he has only done internationally, I will say. But,
below the belt.
It's an inexcusable thing. And he is getting caught out. He ulted without vision next to him. And Azir's just, I'll just place a Sand Soldier here and kill you. Thank you. 4 hits.
And again, the carries for both these teams, as far as damage output goes, is through the roof at this stage of the game. 41 minutes in effectively. Dragon coming back up in a minute. Tally is untouchable pretty much in this bottom lane with the Dead Man's Plate now finished.
6 items.
I think the biggest thing to me is he's gone for Merc Trodes and a Spirit Visage. So even when he gets the Vitals proc, he gets healing back, it's increased. Everything that he has right now is to win the split push, to not die to a 2v1 gank as well as... Speaking of teleports, though, we're in mid.
There's the flank there from Swiper. Does have the ultimate down as Cardred may get caught out of position. Destiny comes in. Swiffer uses the Zonyas now, but he's in the middle of the enemy team. He's dead. Tally picks up the kill. Swiper's going to die as well. Cardred's dominating, and the Chiefs are running for the hills.
And they look for nothing short of a miracle here, the Chiefs, to keep them in game number 4. That is 2 people dead for 60 seconds. And a Baron buff on Legacy.
The minimum is 2 inhibs here. I think what's actually going to happen is Legacy are going to push in and try and take us to a 5th game. They will take these inhibs down, but Spooks can't eat that binding. Cocoon in as well. Tally leaps forward to try and take out Spooks. Massive ult from Jhin does get one. Turrets are melting there as Azir gets the ult. He has to try and zone them away, but Legacy, this is risky.
Choo-choos, you are a beast right now as he throws through the soldiers. There it is. Oh my goodness. Raider able to take it down, but that's an ace, and we are going to game 5, ladies and gentlemen.
Legacy, it hits game 3 and they show up. Well, that momentum from a momentum-based team carries through. And Legacy, they come back fighting, and we are going all the way.
2 games to
Had to quote it, didn't we?
Yep.
Oh, God. Hopefully it doesn't bite me in next split, something like that. But what a ridiculous performance out of this team. And it just seems like they found their formula, and despite the fact that the Chiefs, back on the blue side, they managed to get the same bands through. I mean, the Echo was off the table. Didn't matter. The Fiora comes up so big, and Legacy just plays such a controlled game.
That's the thing to me, right? So they found another replacement for the Echo this time around. Tally on the Fiora. There's nothing Swiper can do. He just has to try and damage control, and that's not what they need. They need defusal, not damage control.
To be honest, I look at these games, Tally looking good. I see Master. Apparently French Master is better. That's what they got.
Give him the bag.
Fantastic, but we are going to throw it over to the analyst desk to break down game number 4.
Thank you so much, Atlas. And once again, Legacy are rising to the occasion. Game 5 just around the corner. And you know what? The Chiefs, the macro play team, have just been crushed, like comprehensively beaten in a macro game of League of Legends.
The Chiefs fumbled that.
Riddle me this, Frosker. Riddle me this. You're like, just throw the kitchen sink, play like mechanically intensive champions. They're like, no, we'll beat them in a lane swap.
Yep. No. Okay. So we're gonna break down the lane swap now.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So lane swap started out great for Chiefs. I predicted that the lane swap would come through, especially when Tally grabbed the Fiora, because obviously you want to put her in a double jungle situation. You want to put her behind. Maokai double jungles fairly well. The issue is that there was this massive window where Tally was actually bottom lane after he got the deep freeze when both towers were down, and Tally really greedily stayed an extra 2 waves, I think it was, by warding and then facing Maokai on the bottom side. And Swiffer has Destiny at this point, and we see him start to walk down towards to Destiny gate Tally's Fiora, and he doesn't. He goes back mid lane. So there's actually like this 12-minute window where the Destiny is never used on an overextended Fiora, and I think that was a massive misplay and misstep from the Chiefs, and great on Legacy to cover Tally and to allow him to just eat up all of this farm to get out of the lane swap deficit that he was put in.
It's almost like Chiefs lane swap. They're like, yep, got the lane swap down. Let's get ahead doing this, and we make sure we capitalize on opening the map nicely so Swift can get all these ganks off, 3 minutes into it, they're like, yeah, we got everything we want. Let's go back to base and find out how we can pick people off. 12 minutes later, they realize, oh, we didn't do that. Well, what do we do now? And Legacy just go, okay, we can just walk all over your team.
Also, the difference between a split pushing build from Tally as well as a 5v5 build from Tally. I really like his priority on Fiora there, and understanding that it's not about the split push, although he was able to pull that off in the end. It's about like his perfect timings into the back of a team fight.
That's what I wanted to actually bring up, because Tally, you're a fantastic mechanical player, but I was starting to question, like, is there like the brain he's a smart guy, like that came out wrong. Like, is there like the 1%, like you can beat people up, but can you outthink them? And he goes Titanic into like Cleaver into
BT,
Spirit Visage BT, and then Dead Man's Plate. He had like 4,500 health. I was like, this is a Fiora that not only is going to win a 1v1 split push,
but can team
and is
fight
going to win the
really
team
well.
fight, and he's going to beat Maokai at everything. There's an immobile carry, there's a Jhin. Like, Tally, hats off to you, my man. Like, you are performing out of your mind, and if your team wins, like, you should seriously look at like patting yourself on the back. But the other person I want to talk about is Choo Choo's versus Swiffer. Swiffer won game number 1 and 2, in my opinion. Choo Choo's has hit back in game number 3 and 4. These mid laners, so close in how classy they are. And Choo's this game, what a monster on the Azir.
But I also think that when you bring in the mid laners, you also have to bring in their counterpart in their duos, the junglers, Carbon and Spooks. And yes, Choo Choo's is playing much better, but Carbon is also...
Oh, the Elise. It's back. I'm so happy.
It's the Magnum. Literally, Legacy have one look, but it looks great.
They found a new look? Or it's still the same one?
Blue Steel, my bad. You're still working on the... No, actually, I want to say that was the Magnum. It was semi, like, macro-oriented, so it's, like, not quite perfect because there were still a lot of mistakes. Like, Tally really should have been punished for overextending those 2 extra waves, but Swiffer just never pulled the trigger. But still, great look.
All right, with that, guys, we are going to actually go to a break. When we return, like, just go to the bathroom, get some popcorn, sit at your desk, because game number 5, Chiefs Legacy, coming up around the corner. We'll see you then. Welcome back, OPL fans, to the OPL Split 1 Grand Final, where it is currently 2-2 between Legacy Esports, your #1 seed, and the Chiefs. The Chiefs win first 2 games. I've seen this movie before. It's another day in the office. Legacy hit back. They win the next 2. We're going to game 5. And, you know, let's just open this up, because Legacy, a team, they came into the split with 1 final and they've overcome adversity. They're in a gaming house. They're utilizing sports psychologists. This is a team that is very much together right now, and they look unstoppable.
Very momentum based as well, and that's the really scary thing if you're a Chiefs fan, is because you know, sitting up there, I'm like, Legacy momentum based team. They just came back and they're looking at game 3. I almost feel like this. Like Legacy are going to close it.
And we said this after game 2 as well. Legacy with the gaming house, with all this experience, they know that game 3 and 4 is crucial for them to fight back, and they've proven that they can do it. I want to see if they can do it in game 5 as well.
Yeah, certainly do. But guys, we still want to hear from you at home, so I'm going to throw it over to Pastry Time quickly to check in with the social media.
Thank you very much. And you guys have been great all night on social media, but it could not be close to him pushing into game 5. Let's have a look where we are. Pretty much 50-50. Chiefs at 47%. Legacy over at 53%. Let's go reverse sweep. Hashtag a Legacy win. You see the Legacy fans been cheering for the sweep all along. They are going to try and get it here if they can take the last game. Of course, in at Coach Jish we trust, and I think we trust in the rest of the Chiefs as well to try and really get things going. You couldn't have it any other way. Keep using those hashtags. You've got pretty much one more game to do it. And speaking of, I hope you guys who predicted are having some fun, because we're getting some pretty big numbers here for this series, because we are going to push all the way to a game 5. Sitting at about 50 now for Legacy. For Chiefs, sorry about that peak. Legacy is starting to crawl up. To be honest, this guy here was looking a bit ambitious for Legacy. That guy actually might not be that far off, so we'll keep observing it as it goes on. Good luck, of course, to all the people that entered in our competition. But guys, keep getting out there on social media. We have 1 more game left. Keep moving in. We do want to see your votes. I want to hear what you have to say. Remember to use the hashtag IamOPL. And to get us into game 5, let's go back to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. Now, this is a game that, it's kind of just meant to be, right? And, you have to go back. 2013, there was just no David to the Chiefs Goliath. This is the first time that Legacy has come into this final as the top seed. This team now becoming its own juggernaut behind its jungler, and that's who I want to focus on for this game. Carbon is fired up. We've been hearing him yell all night. His Elise play, phenomenal. Is it time to change tactics? You know, Tally, it looks like he's good on more things than we gave him credit for. Do we just focus out Carbon now and try and control the pretty much heart and soul of Legacy?
No, I mean, for Chiefs tactic, yes, I definitely agree with that, that maybe you should switch gears and try to shut down the enabler Carbon. But for Legacy, keep doing exactly what you're doing.
We said Legacy, do not change anything.
Yeah, exactly. We said all night, we want Legacy to play Legacy League of Legends, and it didn't happen until game 4. So it's glad that it finally came out, but now can they carry it through to game 5 with their limited champion pools?
And they need to be able to shut down Carbon with what they've already been doing as well, because if they ban away that Elise or try to take it away sneakily, that means that Tally might get one of those champions, and we've already seen you give him Echo, he's going to dominate on it. If he gets one of those other champions as well by banning away Carbon's Elise or trying to take that away from him, it's going to be devastating.
I think it's also a question of not necessarily banning the Elise away, but just matching it with a pick. We've seen a lot of Gragas coming out.
Exactly.
What if Spooks just decides to go Kindred or put on the carry pants and meet Carbon 1v1?
Exactly. They need to use the resources they already have available to do that, because if not, it opens up so many possibilities for Legacy.
Is that really the case? Because right now, I'm going to throw it out there. The Bruisers seem to be doing work. Is there not a way that you just try and get the Graves pick out? Pick Maokai, pick Kindred, camp the crap out of Graves. There has to be you keep saying that go to the same calling cards. They've just lost 2 games in a row going to that calling card.
But the big thing is you have to have the kill pressure somewhere. So I think for Chiefs, yes, if you're going to keep Maokai or Trundle or Nautilus in the top lane, you need to pair it with someone like Kindred or Nidalee. And just make sure that if you're going to camp it, you at least have a superior 2v2. And Maokai Kindred, I think, would work really well.
And you know what? You're right. There are ways to deal with that as well. But I really want to question, is it worth it for them to go for that risk, especially? Because I think, it is possible that Chiefs can do it, but I don't think it's a worthwhile risk to take in the final game here. That should have been done that last game.
Well, there you go. Fish wants to keep doing what they're doing. However, I want to, we're a fair desk here. We've done it all year. It's 2-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to change your vote right now? Legacy have just won 2 games straight. It was a unanimous desk for the Chiefs. Froskurun.
Okay, so there is a but here. I still think that the Chiefs are the superior macro-oriented team, that they still play the map better despite their fumble in Game 4 with misusing Twisted Fate. But I actually think that Legacy are going to win. I think they're a very momentum-based team. We can hear Legacy upstairs, and I think that they found the wave to ride on, and Swiffer's looking a little bit sideways.
All right, Fish.
I'm going to go full fish on you as well. Legacy are going to win. Wouldn't be me on the analyst desk if I don't change my mind once at least. So they're going to win.
I'm going to abstain because I don't have to vote here because I'm the host. I get made to vote for the graphics purpose only. However, guys, we are ready to get into game number 5. The players are ready. I know the casters are ready. So here is Atlas, Patriot Time, and Rusty to get us onto Summoner's Rift for one more time.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Game number 5. We've all seen this before. Legacy versus Chiefs. And Legacy, like Froskerin said, riding that wave. It's looking good for these guys.
And let's bring it back to 2014 just quickly. And which match are we going to see, right? Is it autumn or is it winter? Because we don't know which way it's going to go yet. It could go either.
I think, honestly, statistically, every time Chiefs and Legacy have met in effectively the Split 1 final, Legacy have won. Granted, that's actually only one tournament, but I think in some ways the Chiefs, they've been in this spot before. They do want to try and shake the curse, if you will.
Yeah. And they need to. This is the beautiful part of this. They need to come back from this momentum to show that they're the ones that deserve to be out there internationally at IWCI. I think it's a beautiful way for the Chiefs, if they were to win this, to be able to get into this international event. And Legacy, what a Cinderella story for them as well, falling those first 2 games and then reverse sweeping their way back, much like they did when they went over to Gamescom in 2014. But we can see Legacy taking away the Alistair and the Trundle as the Chiefs now on the red side. They're going to take the Echo away first. See what Swiper decides to remove. You can see there's some serious faces in the Chiefs camp.
Yeah, and a lot of power picks available to Legacy. Being on that blue side, having that first pick, Tally, he could pick any top laner he would choose in the alphabet that works.
I mean, Master almost worked, so...
Oh, they're going to spell egg.
Definitely a lot of things available too. Also, Trundle is the advance for Legacy though. Chiefs, Echo Graves with 1 to go.
Ooh, Anivia confirmed. What?
No, they have to spell the word.
If they spell egg.
Oh, as in Legacy pick Anivia?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I don't know.
I can see it.
Maybe that unofficially bans Anivia.
Oh, just Gangplank, what?
I think they ban GP and they pick Poppy. They ban Poppy. They're actually going to give GP away potentially.
And I don't think that it'll be picked. That's the thing. Like, Gangplank is great. He's actually very strong. But is it worth picking Gangplank this early? No. They'll most likely look towards, I'm going to say,
they don't have to.
Braum as a pick.
Is the fact that they
Kalista.
flex it maybe more important there?
Actually, Siva.
Yes.
Yeah.
Usually banned. Azir was banned instead.
They've been winning their games with Kalista. So maybe that's important. Nah, Siva is going to take priority as Tally locks that one away. Chiefs now with 2 power picks to take if they want them. See exactly what they are going to decide on, because it all comes down to this. Cardred back on a champion that he has been very comfortable on. The Ricochet is able to do so much work. Not going to be paired with the Azir this time, but Chiefs will see what they decide to take.
So many options for the Chiefs. A team with deep, deep pockets. They never really need to reach too deep into said pockets, but everything in the world available to them to be played.
I mean, if there's ever a game to do it, it's going to be this one. Swiffer shown off a few champions already, but Azir being banned does create a lot of different situations here. Wow, Raider actually going to take the Kalista. They'll take the Braum as well. They want the aggressive lane this time around.
If there was ever somebody in the OPL that you don't want to give Kalista to, it was always Raider. Even historically, that is correct. So this bottom lane that the Chiefs have picked up, that says one thing to me so far, and that is they're going to win their lane.
Yeah, damn right. We've seen this lane do incredibly well, of course. Legacy have played it before, of course. It was with the Morgana the last 2 games, that Kalista. Historically, it's definitely worked out fantastically as Carbon and Choose. We'll see whether it is going to be something like the Elise, something like a support champion here as well. Legacy not wanting to show their hand, and it is.
Look at you.
Oh, there we are. I had a turn. Nailed it.
Nice work.
Thanks, man.
Yes.
I'm improving slowly.
Well, naturally, the Elise and Morgana, the lock-ins of choice for Legacy. And once again, I am a big fan of this Morgana pick, because even if the bindings aren't connecting, it's not about that. It's about the Black Shield, and that has been doing overtime. The thing is, no Kalista to pull it a safety once again. Could be the flight risk that Regret is not used to, because his last 2 games have been with that. So adaptation could be the question.
Definitely seen powerful synergy there between Carbon and Regret with the skill shots. At least Morgana's been a classic pick core, I guess, and they used it really well to punish, again, the uncharacteristically out of position Radier. I feel like if the Chiefs are ever going to really start to show like some weakness and some flaws in their play, it will be here in Game 5. This is the sort of thing that can punish that. This is a strong pick from Chiefs, Nidalee and Nautilus.
Yeah, both of them coming out here as Swiffer taking away the jungler there for Spooks. Radio with Swiper's Nautilus. We'll see exactly what Legacy are going to pick for their solo lanes, though, because now is the time where Tally gets to show us exactly what he's going to try and destroy everyone on in that top side of the map.
So he's into a Nautilus, and the Fiora is still... Yeah, he is.
Okay.
So the Fiora is still available for him to lock in. This is one of the matchups that... I'm not going to say it's great for Fiora. There's not many matchups that are great, but you outscale everybody. So still, that stands. The Gangplank is there. It would not be advised, but it's possible.
Oh.
Well,
there you go.
They say screw it.
See you later, Gauntlet. It has been thrown.
I feel like it's a mid lane, though.
Maybe. I mean, this is pure comfort for Legacy one way or the other.
Yes.
The champion regret's shown strength on pretty much all the games they've won, I believe. Cardron, a comfy AD carry that has shown off all series long. Carbon on Elise. These are the Legacy solo lanes that got them to this point in the regular season.
Damn right.
This was their victory in every single week of the OPL, right? Like, the flex between a Gangplank and a Lissandra, throwing a Lulu, that's exactly what they play. And that is expected that they would go towards something like this because it's comfortable. And we are in game number 5, naturally. Chiefs, though, yet to respond with their mid laner, knowing, well, not even knowing, who he's against.
Well, 14 seconds now to go as the Chiefs are going to round out their team comp. I'd like to see Tally on the Gangplank. I feel like that's where we want to see him go, but it is going to be the Victor locked in. Swiffer going back to tried and true, as it looks like a very standard comfort comp here for the Chiefs. It's what they do every time we hit these game number 5s.
Yeah.
Didn't work out in winter. We'll see whether it can work out now in our first split of the OPL for 2016.
I'm going to look at these team compositions and I'm going to echo you further and say that they are absolutely comfortable picks. I think the fact that they've locked in Lissandra as the, Victor as the last option for Swiffer indicates that they should go Lissandra mid. It's just a wave clear off now. Both mid laners have a defined purpose that they need to execute on. Tally playing Gangplank into a Nautilus. It's not great. It's not bad. He's just going to get by. But that is an outscaling Gangplank that can impact team fights, and there's a different side to Tally.
And there's so much exciting stuff about this game already. Not just because it's comfort picks, not just because it's game 5, but Ejim's got Ignite. Raider and Ejim want to get aggressive after the last few games. Spooks on Nidalee is a big change. We haven't seen him on the champion all series long. Carbon on Elise, they're going to be fireworks probably everywhere at this point.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, we haven't, the S-tier junglers, the Kindred and the Nidalee, haven't necessarily seen them find form so far this series. But you're right, first time we've seen Nidalee. We'll see whether Spooks is going to be able to perform as well as he did in the series against Sin to get them to this grand final. But like you said, the scaling comp from Legacy, it's what's bitten the Chiefs in the past. So guys, if you think that Legacy will be able to take it, use the hashtag LGCWin. You can see them steely confidence on the face of their captain, Carbon. Or if you think that Chiefs will be able to fight back in this game number 5, use that hashtag CHFWin, as they are now going to take to the Rift for the final time tonight.
Every game doesn't matter now except this one. Leave them all behind because they've been pushed all the way to a final game. These teams will move out for the last time, and only one of these teams can be the OPL champion and the Oceanic IWCI representative. There's an awful lot on the line in this game. And for these two teams, it's most important. Forget everything that's happened. Play your heart out this game.
Yeah, this is a best of one. And this best of
exactly.
one decides everything. We've already got defined purposes between these teams as well. The best of 5 series has unfolded itself to this situation through drafting. We've also worked out play styles and what people want to do. The best example is the Tally's on Gangplank. He wants to win his lane, whereas Raider and Ejim, they want to do more than that. They want to put the enemy team into the ground.
We'll see whether they can. Right now, looking like duo lane moving towards the bottom side for the Chiefs, but Legacy looking to initiate some sort of lane swap.
Yeah.
As Gangplank goes back home.
An aggressively forced lane swap by Tally as well. He kind of throws his face into Swiper and goes, yeah, I am top lane. What are you going to do about it?
Hey, I'm here.
Yeah, and then goes bottom. So, Legacy, this is actually a good move from them.
Well, Choose and Swiffer facing off now as the minions crash. Swiffer dodging the first Q. always important. He runs forward, lands the Death Ray. Running phase is officially going to start, so Gromp is going to be taken here from the Chiefs towards the bottom side for the duo lane as Cardred and Regret already pushing up that top lane, so the Chiefs know that they've been swapped on. We'll see how they react.
Yep, of course Tally able to start jungling as well. Swiper, I think he started off, yep. He's actually there with Spooks, so things are going to start very normally here. Ejim actually going on an adventure, but he's not going to see them because they actually started on the unsafe side of the jungle. This is where the first little advantage comes for Legacy, and Regret's actually going to spot them. He knows the red is actually up, but he's going to keep moving. Now Ejim's found them. He's actually maybe in a bit of trouble. No, he's okay.
Yeah, he needs to walk away, but the thing that Legacy did, and this was adapting to the lane swap once again, is they started red buff. They took their big camp, they went straight to the Raptors, and successfully got it, if not close to a Braum auto attack taking it. And they left their Krugs standing. So big differences in the jungle top lane duos. Could mean something. I don't know if it actually will this early in the game. This is the problem already.
Yeah, Swiffer actually getting a bit of pressure onto Choose. Has to eat one of his cookies. Hugh's not quite finding the target. We'll see whether the Victor is going to be able to take it here in this lane. Is Gangplank moving up towards the top side, and they're looking to try and take these turrets down. We'll see how they bounce the waves this time. Who's going to pull ahead here in the lane swap?
Yeah, so standard lane swap starts here. No junglers actually helping their top lane pushes either. They're just taking out camps as fast and effectively as possible. Spooks naturally, though, has a big advantage in creeps because Tally, it's all that surprise for a second. He got some in that jungling. So once again, the standard start. The question to me, and it's something that we've brought up as well recently, is the cookie counter in the middle lane.
Yeah.
Actually favoring Swiffer. Thing
really
is,
like that.
the teleport is what counteracts that.
That's true. Choose does have that available to him. As you can see, Chiefs going to finish his push. Spook's going to join late. This might mean additional pressure here for the Chiefs. Spooks, I mean, he knows he can't take his jungle because he actually got 3 buffed after the jungle movement. And here comes Chiefs. They're going to try and shove this down. Legacy look to bounce this way for Tally. This tier 2 is looking awfully threatened down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, but Nidalee pushes really fast with this Callista. Of course, they attack speed buff. I don't know if the tower will fall down, but it is going to take a lot of damage, you would imagine, and it's irreparable amounts.
Yeah, fresh minion wave to come in here as well as the Chiefs with 4 members strong and a primal surge
They
there.
want to zone them off because they know it's 3.
Well, see, Spear is going to fly down. Regret dodges out of the way, but Cardred is going to make here in time. Fantastic bind is going to come down. Titan's Wrath is there, but Choose not going to opt to starting anything off.
No, but that was actually a really smart, aggressive rotation from Choose. He has the teleport, and he was planning on recalling anyway. So by coming down to this bottom lane, you scare them. Regret, of course, hitting his first binding. Able to push them away. The turret doesn't fall. And guess what? Legacy, they got a freeze for Tally.
Yep, of course. I mean,
surprise.
No surprises at all, to be honest. Tally going to continue trying to farm up. He's 20 to 5 CS in that top lane. And Choose goes back, gets a Negatron cloak, and teleports back to his lane. Legacy, once again, very smart map play.
Yeah.
To sort of get themselves into the situation they want, which is try and avoid the 2v2, because you know Raider and Ejim want to kill you. Get the Sivir into a safe lane, which you can just farm up, and give Tally, most importantly, as many resources you can possibly stomach to give him.
Yeah, and this is the question from here, because Legacy, we've seen it in this series. We know they want to give farm to Tally, but Chiefs are playing standard. They're doing a stock standard map movement right now by going to this top lane and trying to take the second turret down. We even saw a turret advantage gained by Chiefs in game number 4. How do Legacy respond to this? Because a Morgana is actually key for stopping dives. The answer is seemingly Choose.
Well, Spooks might be caught out of position here as Choose flashes forward. They are looking for the first blood as Spooks does heal himself up, but it will be picked up by Choose as Legacy strike first.
And this is the Legacy team comp all over again. Choose when he's feeling comfortable in a standard control mage matchup, rotates around the map. They pick someone off trying to help or at least invade the jungle needlessly aggressively. They could thwart the lane swap entirely here from the side of Chiefs. In fact, Carbon, wow.
Carbon's here. They're actually forced Radius Flash. He needs to line up the Cocoon. Going to try and duke it out with a Spiderling. Radius in a bit of trouble.
Oh!
The Binding is going to miss, and the Cocoon, but the Repel
There's
will
no
follow
tower.
in. Carbon going to chase him, and Carbon takes out Radius.
And this is Carbon with momentum and then some. Legacy 2-0 up already at 6 minutes in this game. And they're not even the real benefactors as the AD carry support. 32-5 is the CS for Tally.
Just ridiculous. And Radiant played that so beautifully, you have to say, despite the fact that he fell down. And Swiffer going aggressive, does have the gravity field down for the slow, gets the stun. Chaos Storm just going to be held onto for the moment. Shoes may need to be a little bit careful. Does, of course, have the ultimate to use on himself if he needs.
Surprisingly from Swiffer, he doesn't use the Chaos Storm, at least to poke. Perhaps we've watched too much of other leagues. But naturally, control there is still established by Swiffer. Which is, I'm going to say it's expected given the itemization choices. Blasting one against the Negatron dictates a lot.
I think it just says a lot about mentality though. Choose. That was really ballsy what he tried to do there into Swiffer. But you can just tell he's, you know, starting to groove. He's feeling the trays. He goes in aggressive. Carbon finds it there as well. The cleanse doesn't go down. Can't cleanse all the CC. Carbon with another kill.
Just Legacy, man. They look like an entirely different side right now. They have so much momentum coming into Game 5. They have come in here, and Carbon, he is out jungling, out rotating, and almost outclassing the entire map of the Chiefs.
Outthinking, I think, is the most important thing, and this is exactly what Carbon has said time and time again, is the fact that he loves to get into the head of his opponents, and it seems to me like he's just figured it out. As Radiant looking to try and pull some spears out of Cardred. But 3-0 already for Legacy, as Spooks can have his spear juked out of the way. Cardred throws down a ward. We'll see whether the Chiefs can find anything on this map as Regret moves in. Binding's going to go wide.
And Radiant played that really nice to get a bit of poke down with the Ren. Chiefs are trying to push this down, but once again, it's the major elements of Legacy versus the major elements of Chiefs. Never count out Radiant's Callista, and I know it's a small thing, but just with the way he played that then, Radiant is here to play.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Raider well and truly online right now for his team, at least in mentality. And that's important because he is in a right headspace. And still, they are winning their bottom lane.
It's even little things. It's like Sheen first on Tally.
Yeah.
No, he wants to get aggressive.
Yeah, there's the ultimate from the Gangplank as Ejim actually goes out. The teleport coming in from the Chiefs as Raider is going to survive for now. The counter teleport comes in as Carbon is going to turn up. So the Chiefs successfully escape. A lot of summoners burn.
Yeah, and not level 6 on Regret was actually the most problematic issue just there for Legacy. They had kill threat if they could ult Callista before they had to throw out a binding. No summoners available, so Carbon, very smart play right now, reacting to the right side of the map, which is where the Callista and Braum are, and trying to close the difference between Sivir and Callista.
Fancy feat though from Raider, gets him the safety of it. Carbon's not done with the counter jungling lesson. He's going to take away the Raptors. As Tally also going to go back. No TPs here for these top laners, but 30 CS up already. Goes back, grabs a Phage. Things starting to come online real quickly here for Legacy. And Carbon and Regret are just holding hands through the enemy jungle looking for a pick. As Swiffer goes ahead and gets his blue buff. Chiefs, they're about 1,500 gold behind. Rift Child now for Legacy as Chiefs do have to start worrying already less than 10 minutes into the game.
I just think if they're not ahead right now with the comps, oh my goodness. It's just so scary to be a Chiefs fan at the moment just because Tally, he's a time bomb. And he's like a powder keg, quite honestly, if we're going to go with the theme. Oh, so frightening. Thanks, man.
I liked it.
I worked pretty hard.
Spooks, though, what are you doing here? Snared up, Choose in, Regret's there. That's going to be the flash. I'm not sure Choose had enough mana for his ulti, but Spooks just wastes the flash there.
Yeah, he had to use the flash because Regret was nearby, and he actually just couldn't get out because the pounce was used. A smart play from Legacy once again, rotations and mana aside. Still forcing summoner spells out of the Chiefs. And honestly, to bring it back to that point as well, Atlas, I'm looking at Swiffer.
Yeah.
This is the man who is the placebo effect for the Chiefs in the way that he just empowers them to feel comfortable. He's a shot caller as well. He needs to shine.
Well, the ultimate has come out here as Spooks jumps on Choo-Choo's. There's the ultimate that comes out. Glacial Path is there. The 1v1 might actually be here as Spooks throws some more back in. Red buff goes down, but he doesn't step on the trap and doesn't fall. Whoa, that was ballsy by Spooks.
That was close, and that was really close on both parties. The fake claw as well, actually baiting the spear in the wrong direction. Could have been Choose's life if he decided to take that one, but instead they mind game each other into both living and no one dying.
Very well played by both, but Spooks looking really creative and stronger than Italy. Legacy back here though, looking for a kill into Radiant. GPL down is going to zone them. They nail Radiant with the with the first one. Damage is there. Carbon's going to get the first kill, and Spooks has to be careful. Radiant answers back with a shutdown, and he's not done.
Yeah, Radiant looking to jump further forward. There's the pierce. More spears in Cardred as there's the double. Radiant's Callista's here, and so Swiffer turns up at the nick of time.
Yeah, Swiffer here. Radiant, though, with Spooks. This is the response from the Nidalee finally. He shows up to the party after trading with Elise, with Lysandra. And just like that, 2-1-0 with a 40 CS lead is Callista. We're looking at conflicting styles, and they're colliding.
You can see again, well set up here, but Choose, I think, ported back to, oh, he didn't have port, so he couldn't join in this fight. They get the first kill, but Radio's like, oh, I got this.
Yeah, that was well done. The red buff as well is actually massive in that particular engage. Ejim, the sacrificial lamb of that engage after the Gangplank zoned them is...
There's a Chaos Storm in the mid lane.
Hello.
Yeah, Choose goes down to about 300 health. Swiffer just asserting some dominance. Here in the mid lane, it's Carbon just going to pick up some farm. And as the dust settles, Chiefs have a 400 gold lead.
That is, yeah, that's commanding.
And the thing is, like, Carbon going to cover here. Tally looking good. Again, the farm differences are about the same between Radio versus Cardred and Tally versus Swiper. But Tally, unfortunately, has picked up just 1 assist, and Radio already has 2 kills and a Blade of the Ruin King, and he's Callista, who's going to be a bit more relevant earlier. I know Tally's a big player for his team, and he's got a champion he can do it on, but it's going to be a rough ride here, because again, Radio, he does not like losing, especially not on Callista.
Certainly not, but Carbon...
Oh, that was slick.
Ripped. Scuttler. The battle, the main battle here. Legacy going to win it for now.
So once again, though, Legacy's crafted themselves a bottom lane that doesn't necessarily need to be ahead or even, because they've got a Sivir ultimate and they've got a Morgana Black Shield. So they're a team composition that's relevant in the bottom lane, whilst the top side of their map prospers. And whilst we're speaking about prospering,
oh yeah,
someone's got a Trinity Force at 13 minutes.
And it's not Radio. No, of course, it's Tally.
Yeah, it is a Tally.
Yeah.
And that's scary. Radio, they're pushing down bottom side. Chiefs, pink ward's loaded up into the inventory. Could be time to make a play for Dragon. You can see this bottom lane untouchable right now. Legacy don't want to go anywhere near it, and Spooks are shadowing the lane as well. Swiper's not having a great time, but much like Legacy's bottom lane, Swiper's going to be relevant with little to no items as well.
Yep.
So these discrepancies do sort of balance each other out. And in a lot of ways, it's a battle of 2 carries. As Cardred a little late in that spell shield, and it costs him.
Yeah, and the ultimate actually being thrown down here in the mid lane as the teleport comes in. Cocoon's going to go wide as Swiffer, looking to try and turn this one around. Of course, Swiper's here. The spear lands. Spooks pounces on top and picks up the kill. Oh, that anchor pretty close, trying to predict the repel, but the Chiefs looks like they've returned.
The Chiefs have well and truly turned up now. Spooks massive right now in this Nidalee. The amount of damage that he is doing, even to Cardred casually before he walks mid lane, is substantial.
Gangplank teleport. Radio ate a binding. Tally just can't follow up on it, though. Radio just autos out the keg and says, thanks for the 10 gold. Tally here to defend, but Cardred back now in his lane. A summoner just to save a turret and make sure no one else died. And that's it.
This is such a tense moment as well between both of these teams, because whilst Chiefs just had a favorable trade, Swiffer is putting in work right now against choosing this middle lane. It's still so easy to tip that balance because the spike that Tally has compared to components of Swiper, unfortunately for Legacy, wasted that teleport. There's now a period of time where the Chiefs can look at a 4v4.
Exactly right. Of course, Swiper now able to get himself some respite as well on this top side of the map. Without that Gangplank to deal with. Choose clears out this mid lane, but he's fallen behind. Swiffer really reaching out as far as that CS is concerned. 135 to 109. Here at 15 minutes into this game as Abyssal Scepter now done for the creator himself.
And this is a game where we're waiting for items.
Yeah.
Like the second we get the spike, so like the Rod of Ages for Nidalee, the Zhonya's Hourglass for Lissandra as an example, these teams will start to feel a whole lot more confident. And through that confidence comes some crazy team fight decisions.
Well, while we're waiting, Chiefs will get themselves the first dragon of this game. So you can see Chiefs with about 1,000 gold up. They'll take the dragon. There's a bit of extra bonus. And now looking to still re-siege this bottom side of the map. Regret looking for a binding. Wants to clear that pink wall, but that is absolutely not safe. Carter just pretty much forced away clear. Ejim even going to deny him that luxury as he puts up the chair.
It's a 60 CS deficit.
Yeah.
Massive. It's not where you want to be for Cardred.
And look how much attention there is here in this lane. Both teams know they have to try and stop this, but Chiefs already have initiative in this part of the map. And like you said, Tally, he just has to wait a little longer. Maybe too long.
It could be too long. Could be the same thing, though, for the Chiefs, because sooner or later, the Gangplank will start to run rampant. Swiper's goal is to defuse and stall for his team, for his bottom lane to win. Even without him would be preferenced if he can keep Tally there. But it's easier said than done.
Well, you can see Spooks as well. I mean, he's set up shop here towards the bottom side jungle, meaning that he can put easy pressure in the mid lane and bottom lane.
As he is going to get met up there as Choose. He may be in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't have his flash.
He doesn't know it yet.
The Claw of Doom is available. Spooks once again just throws out a casual spear, but the Chiefs looking to try and grab themselves an outer turret in the mid lane. Carbon, good timing and good wave clear from Choo Choo's. Will help Legacy defend.
Yeah, and this is the standard right now for both mid laners and both teams in their drafts, is they want wave clear and they want to control the mid lane turret, because that is the most important objective that starts to open up the map further.
Well, right now we've got pretty big open side lanes, and the Chiefs continue to hammer down here. Sentinel going to get cleared up by Regret, as Carter actually falls back as well. Could have his Essence Reaver done, and does. He's looking pretty good there on that particular item. But even Tally, Crit Cloak now in the inventory. Looks like maybe IE second. But could be Essence Reaver as well, if I remember my recipes.
Yes, it could certainly be. Right, you can see Swiper actually going for the Iceborne Gauntlet this time around. And there's Nautilus, wants to be a bit of a battle underwater man. I like it a lot.
It's added wave clear as well.
Yeah.
So gives him the armor, very sustainable. Gives him a bit of trading if it comes down to it also. But with that Barmy Cinder, with his E and with an auto attack, waves just melt.
And don't be fooled.
And freeze at the same time, because I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, very confusing.
Well, don't be fooled by the face of this game, or the confusion of some of the flavor of the item builds. Carbon and Spooks having a meeting. Meeting adjourned.
Certainly.
Very quickly.
It was an impromptu meeting.
It was.
Yeah, I feel like Carbon really took something from Spooks.
It's like a really quick water cooler conversation. Like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, good!
Gotta go by.
Yep.
Could have been better. Oh, God. Don't hurt me.
Who's Tail there for Legacy? Tally, no, Carbon's going to get it. Maybe this is time to siege mid.
Yeah, it means they don't want to utilize that in the top lane. Tally about to have his teleport available again, so no advantages gained by either top laner with that teleport being there. And now we're at square one, essentially, for both teams. Control still lies in the same places, but set up for team fights is the question.
All right, now Chiefs actually able to get some damage down here onto this inner turret in the bottom lane. Cardred still under here, but Carbon is going to make his way around as well and help out. See Sentinels being taken down. Cheeky 10 gold there for Carbon. The Spooks once again hanging around, taking himself some chickens. There are back pings coming out. See whether anything is going to occur. So far, the Chiefs with about 1,000 gold lead, despite the kill deficit. That turret really helping them push ahead right now as Carbon eats a spear. Spooks prowling around. And Swiffer continuing his onslaught against these creeps. Always known as a good farmer, but man, he's pulled ahead at this 20-minute mark.
And this is sort of the difference in what's happening at this stage of the game. Yes, there's a lot of just pushing and wave clearing happening, but Chiefs are aggressively pushing two of their lanes that they can, and I think Tally's having to hold, for whatever reason, the wave and top a little further back. So this turret's actually in danger of going down naturally as Tally's forced to ulti. No fight started. That's just to get them off the turret.
Yeah, just deterring the, I guess, advance of this Chiefs roster. Proactively moving with Swiffer there was actually the key factor, as these two, they've actually made a response in a rotation themselves. Erring to the side of caution, naturally.
Yeah, didn't have all that many minions around here as Spooks is going to spot that scrying on board, but also Legacy going to see the jungler moving in and back away from that turret. Swiffer as well does have an extra needlessly large rod now as Aegim and Radier need to be a little bit careful, 3v2.
And a 19-minute Rod of Ages as well for Spooks.
Yeah.
It's a very fast Rod of Ages for the Nidalee jungle. We've seen how much damage he's doing. I'm getting Hotshot GG flashbacks with these spears from the flank. And I think it's all just going to start to unfold around the next dragon fight. But do Legacy want to fight that when Shoes doesn't have his Zonias yet?
Well, 50 seconds left, and items are going to be the question here, moving in towards our real start of the mid-game. 2 items done for Radier. Did go back and get the Hurricane, so all that time pushing in the bottom side. Got himself a nice item. Tally, though, BF Sword now done, so IE on the way, but it won't be here for this next dragon fight. And Choose might be the big question here. Even Swiffer is looking pretty strong with double upgrades on the Hex Core, Abyssal, and a lot of what looks to be maybe a Zonies for himself as well. And especially because Spooks just got the rower, I think Chiefs are in a little bit more fighting shape. We'll see what Legacy decides to do when the time comes, because Chiefs, they already have the first dragon.
And that's the thing, when does the time come? Both teams, you can tell, are being very cautious, and they're showing a lot of respect right now to the opposition team. You can tell that they both are respecting that it's a Game 5.
Exactly right. And look, Legacy probably content with just sitting back. They've got so much scaling power. The Chiefs will see whether this time around they put the pressure on. They play the Chiefs style because they're so suffocating when they're winning, and they need that confidence if they're going to take this game number 5.
And that's interesting because one thing I feel like we were missing a bit in some of these games that I've seen a little bit more of is just a little bit more of that Chiefs swagger.
Yeah.
You know, they play very safe, they're very controlled, very clinical League of Legends a lot of the time. But I'm looking at Raider in particular. He's just been a little bit more flashy and a little bit more aggressive than we see him normally.
He's got his swagger back.
And he has to.
Yeah.
Because try as you might to beat Legacy in a very straightforward manner, at the end of the day, they will bring you down to that level and make you fight. Even Swiffer starting to get more aggressive as the Chaos Storm, just a little short.
Yeah, actually just misses the Chaos Storm. I don't think it would have killed Shoes, but it 100% would have sent him back very
Sent a
close
message.
to dead.
Damn right.
Message received, don't you worry.
Oh, yeah.
In the form of a cannon barrage.
One of many messages that have just recently been sent, that is for certain. Legacy starting to creep towards big item spike. Something we keep touching on is Regret, running the risk of a stun.
Good flush.
Yeah, Spear's in.
Jesus. That's a lot of damage right now out of Raider. And this is still the problem that Legacy are going to continue to run into. Is this is a confident, very confident Kalista.
And they've done well, honestly, to have no one killed in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Because Chiefs are doing what they always want to do. Push down, get vision, catch someone cheating, and then pick them off in the jungle. So the fact that Legacy are still alive is good. The issue is that they're kind of bleeding out slowly. And unfortunately, as the wound gets bigger, you start bleeding faster. So even though the game is very close right now, this can snowball out of control very quickly.
And speaking of snowball, the Gangplank has 2 big items. Those 2 big items, Infinity Edge, Trinity Force, and he is level 14, which is the other big deal, because Gangplank hitting level 13, the kegs charge quicker. Of course, ammo always going to be there, as the Gangplank changes recently. But he's going to be hurting. Like, all it takes, the later this game goes, even with what he has now, is 1 keg to hit the back line, and everyone dies.
And if Raider gets tagged by any sort of slow, makes it a whole lot easier for all of these pick opportunities to come in. He's got the QSS now, but when there's Cocoons, Soul Shackles, Dark Binding, Frozen Tomb.
And damage. You can't QSS damage.
That's true. Death is really, really hard to get out of. The Spooks standing off here against Choose. Clearing out the minion wave there with the Claw of Doom. The Chiefs now once again setting up some sort of siege, but they've been stifled everywhere they've been as far as taking down the next round of turrets.
Yeah. Legacy are playing at a pace they want to play at. They're forcing Chiefs to adhere.
Wave clear wars, though, will continue because Static Shift just got completed for Cardred. Alright, so Swiffer, though, could signal maybe a bit more aggression. The Spooks caught by Carbon. A little bit of damage, but doesn't go too crazy for it. Nothing really to fight over, although Swiffer eats a binding in mid lane. He's a cute push, just a bit of damage on the mid turret.
Yeah, they've actually rotated Cardred and Regret mid. Speaking of
Regret.
Whoa.
He's in an awkward spot.
Yeah, Exhaust goes down. Thank goodness, as Swiffer just throws everything
Good
he had
catch.
at it. Yeah, Cardred picks himself up some mana in the form of a spear.
That was interesting from Regret, namely. Of course, Swiffer did as was expected of him. He could have considered cleansing the exhaust before he dropped the ultimate, but that would have been aggressive and I'm going to say near needless.
I would have seen Choo Choo's just flash ulted.
Yeah,
I swear.
exactly. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So he needs that cleanse if a team fight is to break out. It's not worth it to just kill a Morgana. And once again, you can feel that tension behind that fact.
Got to heal out as well. So a couple of summoners burnt there on the Legacy side, but Chiefs just going to keep hammering this bottom lane. You can see the gold again. It's about 1,500 between them at the moment. 6 spell shield from Cardred. But this tower's on critical health. And the spears keep coming from Spooks, who is doing significant damage right now with them. Carbon, he'll shake it off. He's got a locket. He's actually pretty tanky at this stage of the game for Elise.
Yeah.
But again, it's
working
just
towards Spirit Visage from the looks of it as well. This is the thing, right? Like, and you've mentioned the locket. He's got magic resistance now. He's also giving his team magic resistance, and Nidalee is trying to poke everybody on that roster.
Well, you can see the Chiefs now have to contend with the static shiv on the Sivir. Seems like they cannot get to this turret now as Swiffer. We're going to try and get the cheeky auto attack down onto Choose. Doesn't follow the claw as Tally makes his way around. Swiffer will be safe.
Gangplank pressure, man. It's just like nothing else. Drive by his mid lane, blows up a keg. Who's the guy that starts a party in every lane?
He actually just rocks up and steals your back line. It's like, sup, and then leaves. Like, that's all he's got in the way of ganks,
Thanks
which is great.
for your money.
That's it, yeah.
And again, a very tense game. Teams are patient, but this cannot last forever.
I feel like this gold lead is so artificial as well, just because you're watching this gangplank get stronger and stronger. Yes, it's 2,000. Yes, the Chiefs are in the lead at the moment, but they need to get some real advantages.
Ooh,
as Choose, yeah, that could be one of them right now as Chiefs pushing through the mid lane. Cocoon lands
Carbon.
on a Radier. There's the ultimate out of Tally as well.
Whoa,
Choose gets knocked up. Swiffer drops the base onto
Carbon.
the Lyssandra's Carbon.
Raider's
Run the
still
back
alive,
line.
though, but he dies. Raider able to take him out. Now Swipe is here. That takes him to the wall, but it's not enough for a hook. And Tally just a little late on the teleport.
And honestly, that was just Ejim knocking up Choose as he flashed in because he could not get the ultimate on himself.
Whoa!
Carbon. Wow.
Yeah, Swiper right in there. It's Tally. He's going to get speared, but he's going to be okay as he eats some oranges. Whoa, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They find the team fight.
So this is the thing. Like, the Chiefs have had control of the map. They don't have momentum as such, but that is a step in the right direction for this Chiefs roster. The cool, calm, and collected style that they've brought into this is now starting to pay dividends. It could continue to snowball for them.
And if nothing else, this game is so fragile.
Oh, yeah.
As we'll watch this again. This was the right call, going onto Radio on the Cocoon, but they just couldn't kill him.
Exactly. The Brawl knockup stops Choose from getting his ult off. That was everything right there because Raider's health bar, he probably wouldn't have existed.
I think that heal was like half a second later, he dies to Carbon.
Yeah.
Carbon with the right idea. Flash repels in to try and get the execute. Chiefs get a couple kills, but again, these turrets hold, and they call the game delicate. There's a reason for it. The Chiefs still ahead, a few thousand gold. Legacy, though, keeping up, it feels like, particularly with Tally, where he is right now. But it just takes one fight. Even Chiefs just knocking down some of these turrets actually opens up a game a lot more than you might think. And even this dragon fight could be it as Ejim caught up and bound. They're going to go back in, but Callista's there. They're trying to use the ulti, but he doesn't bother.
Yeah, this game is very fragile. That is an example right there. Not wanting to fight, just wanting to slow it down and poke. Spooks, though. 3 big items done.
Yeah, that's the Abyssal Scepter as well.
Disgustingly far ahead.
Ridiculous. And look, 2 teams with masses of wave clear on both sides, especially in the form of this Victor and the Sivir on the side of Legacy. Both of these teams just cannot really break a way through. Chiefs now unable to find that mid-outer turret or the bottom inner as they're now going to look towards this dragon. Radier, get some sticks into it. We'll be able to rip them out and grab themselves this one as Legacy haven't found one yet, and that is the 3rd for the Chiefs. They may have found themselves a win condition now as Swiffer throws down the gravity field. Ejim looking to make his way in.
Coded in trouble, though, but the Black Shield's actually good. Spook's going to miss that spear, and now he's going to move in for the execute. Gets out, though. Carbon, though, grabbed up. He's going to get stunned up. Repel's not going to complete as Swiper's able to get him. And Tally, he can't join. He's got no teleport.
Yeah, and he's just not able to be there. Legacy, they poke near mid lane when the dragon was being taken. So first and foremost, that's fine to do. But if you walk back down through your lane to get out to safety, you're walking towards the roster running at you. Tao's in trouble.
Yeah. Dead.
So Choose. So much trouble. The ultimate on himself, though. This could actually save the mid laner as he uses the Zhonya's.
Is that enough
Gravity
time?
field is there. The rest of the Chiefs, they will tear him apart. Rampage for Radier as now the Chiefs moving forward even further. We'll see whether they can get this in a turret or whether they just want to go back and spend the gold that they just picked up. This could be some real momentum for the Chiefs squad.
Yeah, the gold lead has started to balloon out further. The control of the map well and truly there. Once again, the Chiefs, they're about to comfort, they're in.
Tally going in, but Cardin hooked up. Raidier's going to take him out, and he's going off like a maniac in the front of this fight. Carbon going to get stunned. The Ren's not enough for the execute, but Radier does not care. He's face-taking people as Roget gets chunked. That tower's dead.
He's a one-man army. What the heck was that?
Radier is absolutely a wrecking ball for the Legacy roster right now. He is 5-1 and probably the most confident AD carry that I have seen all season from him.
This man wants to win this game for his team, and right now they are sitting on his back saying thank you very much. Derek Radier Trang, everyone. He's here to play in the game number 5.
The other thing, Swiffer is definitely doing his job. He has cemented himself a massive lead in this middle lane through just raw CS values. And we are looking right now at a Chiefs roster exactly where they want to be at this point in the game. Legacy, their top laner is everything to them right now.
He's the X Factor, and there's the 3 Gangplank items. Legacy have not picked a fight for so long, but Elixir of Wrath
could spell exactly that. If there was ever a time to be a hero, Tally, it's right now.
Thing is, Chiefs are set up for this. They have vision everywhere around that Baron. They've sent Swiper to the bottom lane, so the strategy's well and truly in place. It's a matter of execution. Legacy want to fight, use that elixir aggressively, actually make things happen. They need to set themselves up for success first.
We'll see what they can do here as Radiant. Both summoner spells now available. Swiffer as well. Cleanse and Flash. Both there. They're waiting for Swiper's Flash if he wants to get some anchors down on anyone. And see exactly what can happen, as this is looking very reminiscent of where the Chiefs like to be. Pushed up in every wave, challenging these turrets, and Ejim posturing forward.
Is it now? I hear pings. They wanted it, but Chiefs are going to play it slow. Nautilus in the bottom lane causing pressure, though. Tally recalled to maybe home guard his way in his rush towards the top lane. He's probably enough wave clear.
Yeah.
Especially with some help.
Level 17, by the way.
Yeah, he's huge.
He's massive. 360 CS at 32 minutes, doing his best Fantix impersonation in that respect. Naturally, they send him here instead of Lissandra.
Carbon.
Oh, barrel.
Bam.
Radiant got caught out as well. The ultimate goes down, but he is going to survive. Carbon, he's seeing what he can do as the teleports are coming in from the Chiefs.
Cancelled.
It was cancelled actually there towards the bottom side of the map as Choose throws down his ultimate. Yeah, Spook's caught out of position. Radiant as well. Now off to the side. Tally wants to find him. Exhaust goes down, but he's kiting around. Cardred picks up Ejim. Another barrel being looked for. That's just a shot to the head. See you later, Radiant. And Tally has made it to this game. Swiffer flashes forward. Death Ray. It's going to grab Choo Choo's, but he's behind enemy lines. He's trying to find Carbon, trying to find him slinking off, but he's now in an awkward position as Swiffer holds onto the wave. Gravity Field's there. Spears coming through. There's the Death Ray, but Swiper takes down Carbon in the back of this fight.
Legacy just can't do anything. They're getting run around by Chiefs on the opposite side of the map. They have to keep running into Chiefs' base
Cat and
to
mouse.
try and get out safely. And Swiffer and Spooks are not letting them go.
I don't think this is going to end anytime soon right now. You can see the spears coming out. The recall stopped. They're a three-man army against the world.
Well, Swiper, he's at full health. He's got a Thornmail. He's looking massive. There's still 3 members of Legacy, and the ultimate's used from
They're making a
Cardred.
sprint for it.
They're seeing what they can do. They're running the gauntlet as Swiffer's made his way around. The barrels go in, and we'll see what Tally can do.
Ooh.
Swiffer dodges the Dark Binding.
Regret's dead, I think. Yeah, he gives it up. He Black Shields his Eddie Carry and runs away. Chiefs actually went out on that trade despite the fight there from Legacy. We can see what damage GP can do.
And this was like Swiffer just coming in and obliterating them in the back end of that fight. The thing is, Regret sacrifices himself, but it takes so long to actually kill him that everyone's alive. And whilst this Baron's being taken, it's going to be contested with a fight.
Yeah, there's the Cannon Barrage down as Chiefs take a lot of damage, but they're looking to take the Baron. No contestation comes in as they didn't want to fight without Regret.
So Tally didn't even recall yet. He had his teleport available, but just the GP all burnt.
And now Chiefs in a commanding position here. Look to close out the final game. Again, we talk about it. Their playstyle, very, very straightforward, very clinical, very clean. But when it matters, Chiefs are showing that, hey, we're not just a good team, we have good players as well. Raider and Swiffer and Spooks are finally showing off some of their X factor. And Legacy just feel like they don't have a response because they beat the Chiefs 2 games. There could have been any 5 players. This time, the Chiefs players themselves came to play.
Yeah, just ridiculous. Swiffer has definitely reinstalled the secret stuff into his team. This guy is doing a heck of a lot of work. And without him, coming in through the back of that team fight and nailing about 4 people with a Chaos Storm could have been a very different situation as Legacy looked to really have the jump on the Chiefs. And that is Dragon number 4, as Rusty stated. The Chiefs with a monopoly on that objective.
Yeah, let's just say the clock has started, Atlas. Because in 6 minutes from now, either the biggest team fight in history will break out, or a 5th dragon is entirely possible.
Or both.
I mean,
quite possibly. Because honestly, we're getting to that point now. Legacy, I think they know they have pretty much one plan. Find a place to stand your ground and fight and see what happens. Because this game, it's not over, but the Chiefs are very far ahead.
Yeah.
Legacy have to pick their moment wisely, and to be honest, they're probably only getting one.
Yeah, and Legacy have so many tools for a Chiefs roster that is running at them. We'll see exactly whether they can utilize it. Bottom in a turret, of course, as we saw earlier, relatively low.
This has been alive for a surprisingly long time.
Right? Come on, Siege Minion.
Prince Harry's got it. There we go.
That was a lot of damage.
Static shift.
Ideal lane assignments for Legacy right now is Lissandra next to Swiper. But that's the thing. It doesn't have teleport yet, Choose. It's about to be up. I would imagine they send him there. But if Chiefs pressure this with that Baron buff, this is one turret gone. The question is, what else?
Well, they're going to push forward. Inhibitor could be under fire now. The Chiefs with a decent minion wave.
All it takes is one fight in this position for the Chiefs. If they kill Legacy in any regard.
Ooh, nice
Tower
Baron.
is so low, though. And you're right, Tally not being able to be here to set up is an issue. Honestly, maybe just for wave clear, if nothing else. Legacy are holding on.
Choose sitting in base as well. He wants a flank. There's wards. There are definitely flanking wards behind them.
We'll see what they can do now as Chiefs still content on pushing these waves out. Spear is going to land onto Regret.
He has
Cocoon
to go
goes
now.
high.
He has to go.
He's not going to press the button. They take down the turret. Carbon in trouble. Oh my god, the Rend is going to be used, but the Banshee spell was there, and the Inhib's just going to fall down. Legacy, they just couldn't find their moment. It's Tally getting soloed out by Swiper? What the heck was that as the Chiefs moving towards the mid lane? Was that minions?
Not a clue, honestly, but Swipe is currently proxy farming the top lane. Nautilus in a very strong position, it seems.
10,000 gold's the lead here for the Chiefs.
It will be after this tower goes down, and there it is. The Chiefs, a monumental lead to push themselves into IWCI and another OPL championship. See Swiper there in his player cam, hits the recall button and rolls his head straight back. The Chiefs, they can see victory in front of them, but they are not done yet. The longest stretch of road is always this one.
It certainly is, as Legacy take down an outer turret here in the mid lane. So a proactive play as they tank this one up. Oops, slowly but surely. Choo Choos is going to lock that one down. So closing that gold gap. Not in double digits anymore, but Radier finishes the Bloodthirster. Last item, Sterix Gauge. This Callista is so big.
Yeah, that's a stupidly
4K.
big Callista, yeah. But Pastry said it. As the Nexus stands, Legacy will still fight. And a 10k gold lead at 38 minutes. It's pretty substantial.
By the way,
thing is, we're getting close to irrelevant gold values.
We are. And Tally's 2k ahead of Swiper.
Yep. Yeah, 17k right now.
Which is insane.
Oh my god.
More of
that's
my Mortius done now
CS
as well. It's booked as a death cap, so this game's getting a little silly.
That's one more item for that Nidalee. It's like basically copying Swiffer.
No Void Staff, though.
Ah, yes, true.
The big concern. So magic resistance purchased across the board here from Legacy, and Spook's doing a lot of damage. There needs to be a melee range to make it work.
Yeah, both him and Swiffer without the Void Staff as they're picking them up as their final items by the looks.
Yep.
I have to say, I think that's more of a Lulu death cap. Because I think he actually just wants to use his E button on radio.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, the Chiefs, they're about keeping Raider alive right now.
Especially this game.
He's the power point, and they're pressuring top lane.
Yeah, lots of damage.
That's gone.
That turret's just dead as Swiffer might be in a bit of trouble. Doesn't have a Zonius, throws down a Chaos Storm. The shutdown comes in for the Gangplank as it's now a 4v5, and the Chiefs have to run away. A minute and a half on the Baron. 2 minutes on the Baron.
Whoa!
Legacy.
Yeah, Carbon looking for it. Cocoon lands onto Swiper as the ultimate goes back. The ultimate used onto Choo Choos as the Fate's Call gets Ejim out. Dark Binding not to find it there.
I don't know if they're done.
Yeah, still as Carbon, the Black Shield comes in. Flash Cocoon somehow snakes it in there. Barrels aren't going to find anyone. They get some summoner spells. But the Chiefs very much want this disengage. 35 seconds. Radiant, what are you doing?
Raider
Don't play
doesn't
with
want
our
them to
hearts.
recall.
There's a massive wave bottom is why.
Yeah. Legacy, they try. They really try, knowing that Swiffer is not available to the Chiefs roster. But it's just too hard to catch a Braum, too hard to kill a Nautilus. And Nidalee's going to keep everybody healthy. And let's not even imagine catching a Nidalee in the first place. They do try Legacy, and that is the sign of resilience that we expect to see from these guys in this roster as a whole. There is still plenty of game left to give right now.
To Swiffer's credit, that's probably the one time he could die and it'd be okay. Because Baron is still not up for 50 seconds. If Baron was up, that was a much bigger mistake.
Well, guess what else is up?
Dragon 5.
38 seconds, Dragon number 5 indeed. And this is the, I guess, tearing question that Legacy are now presented with. Where do we place our vision, which at the moment is not anywhere on the map? Which do we preference? We can't give them the 5th Dragon. They could take the Baron if we give them that.
Oh, Swiffer might be in trouble yet again. Choo Choos explodes him. Tally might be in a bit of trouble, but more of Malmortius keeps him alive.
Defend the
That's
base.
the pick. Yeah, they might need to go back there immediately as Tally is going to teleport. Or at least recall.
There are no
Swiper's trying.
They're going to go back in for the fight, though. Carbon going to maybe catch Egypt, but the Fade Skull's going to pull him out. Does use it late as Regret goes in there looking for the ulti. Swiper's here, though. Moves in for the ulti and gets in onto Cardred. He's going to fall, but Radiant shredding through people. There's the triple kill. There's the Quadra. He's going to go for the pentakill. And he does get it.
Raider goes off. That is everybody dead from Legacy. The Chiefs all the time in the world. And that's going to be lights out for Legacy.
And what better way to finish it off as well as Radier picks up the Penta. The second inhib is going to fall down. Radier's Callista looking gigantic. Nexus turrets now in the eyes of the Chiefs. He's played so well this game and deserved that like no other.
GG, the Chiefs, they'll shake the curse of Split 1 Finals versus Legacy and finally push themselves over the edge. They beat Legacy in a Game 5 for the first time in a while.
I can't remember the last time Legacy with momentum so frightening. This is the Chiefs that have picked themselves up and got them back into a series, and hats off to Radier. His Callista, the fact that he stays in a cannon barrage, tanks it up and says, I will kill everyone.
The teams will shake hands. And the Chiefs, I think you look back at this series and they did the one thing they actually had to do. Like, play League of Legends against Legacy and actually play more of their game. It is not enough to beat Legacy by just playing good League. You have to be exceptional players, and Chiefs, they show up again. I feel like 2 games we got, very standard Chiefs games, next 2 very standard Legacy games, and the Chiefs, they don't just, like, win the last game, they actually beat Legacy convincingly.
This is experience right now from the Chiefs. We throw back to 2014 where Legacy got them, it was comfort, but Chiefs showed up.
That was absolutely stunning, and we're going to throw it to the desk to break down the final game of this grand final. Thank you so much, Atlas. Great cast on the night. Guys, this was one of those games that, like, first 2 games, we played a strategic game of League of Legends, like, great poke comp, you know, in the end, a great team fight comp. Chiefs win those. Games 3 and 4, Tally steps up, Carbon starts rising to the occasion. This game, they drew their battle lines in the middle of Summoner's Rift. They walked at each other slowly. They played to their strengths. Chiefs come out on top, but hats off to Legacy. Like, as far as grand finals go, that was incredible to watch.
Yeah. No, this was a brawl. This was a slugfest. Like, I only get to say this one. Like, shit got real, and you could clearly see it on teams' faces. Like, Tally gets Gangplank. That's the Tally champion. It's a band against him the entire side. Radier gets his hands on Callista. That almost never happens in the OPL. You saw exactly why with that pentakill. This could not have been scripted better. Like, Game 5, very close series, comes down to a pentakill in the final play by this god-tier 80 carry. That was like, here's the uppercut and then the left hook. That's what it was.
That was an amazing 5-game series. It was beautiful to watch, and both these teams brought everything to the table. They had no holds barred at all. And it was fantastic to watch the back and forth.
Yeah, and I can't stress this enough. Like, Radier, Swiffer, like, we're talking about the return of the mid lane maestro. You know, Sam, their jungler, Spooks, their jungler, like, he plays game 1 and 2 fantastic, has a great game 5, but quietly, unassumingly, we didn't really hit on the power of their bottom lane. It was just always there. And in game 5, like, what the heck?
But this is what we talked about. We knew that these teams were weighted in such different areas that it was going to be the bottom side of the map for Chiefs. It was going to be the top side of the map for Legacy. And in the end, like, Radier showed up. But it was still, again, to both credit to both teams. Legacy, Tally also showed up, taking the Fiora, taking the Gangplank. So good. Like, this is the top expectations of both of these teams.
And Radier really shined. I mean, not just the huge pentakills, not just the huge team fights, but it was like skill shots were being narrowly dodged as well by the Callista, bobbing and weaving out of team fights. It was beautiful to watch, and I believe everybody on Chiefs facilitated him to carry that game fantastically.
Yeah, it certainly did look that way. You just saw them on your screen, Chiefs members. They look kind of exhausted. They look very happy winning a 5-game series against Legacy, something that is very difficult to do. However, guys, we are lucky enough to be standing alongside with the Chiefs support, Bryce, Agent Paul, and Riot Atlas.
Thank you very much, Spawn. And after what was a marathon of a series, Ejim has been willing to come and have an interview. I know you probably just want to go and try to sleep or something just because of how exhilarating that would have been. But let's talk first about Derek Radier Trang. Him stepping up on the Callista, how did it feel as that game was drawing to a close?
Really good. The entire series, we kind of picked ourselves into losing bot lanes. Like in the, I guess like I'm the only person in the OPL that flexes the Maokai support. We did that, and even though it's completely awful into Braum, we put it into bot lane so that like Brandon could carry. Like in the second game, I think he played trying to play really well. And so like in the last game, we're just like, okay, 2-2. Like everybody else, I guess I was on the Winter team. I was on the Legacy team that beat the Chiefs, and everyone's sitting upstairs and just like, oh, like Winter's going to happen all over again. They're going to get reverse sweeped. And so I guess like we just unlocked Derek. We talk about like the Trang safety net, the Kalista Thresh of old, but it was Kalista Braum this time, and he just played out of his mind.
He certainly did. Now, we do have to talk about the Winter effect. Winter did look like it was coming. There was so much momentum here from this Legacy lineup, and they had such a scaling comp. Did that weigh on your mind at all after Champion Select?
In the last game?
Yeah.
I think like Gangplank scales really well, but honestly, I think we scale better. Like the Victor just becomes completely nuts. Like I don't know, during the mid game, someone's like, as soon as I get Rylai's, I'm just gonna wreck this guy. Like it's on, and so like we just played around the Gangplank as best as we could, and I think obviously it worked out. So.
Yeah, most definitely. And look, is there a mindset change within the Chiefs as well? I mean, we've seen you guys go into these series really dominant early performances, and then sometimes things can go a little bit wrong. But that last game, that was confidence across the board. Sam as well, Spooks on the Nidalee was throwing out spears that you wouldn't have believed would connect. And has there been a mindset change here for the Chiefs?
Yeah, I guess like I said, we were trying to unlock Derek on the Kalista. He has a very interesting way, like his ideal way to play League of Legends is like, it's a bit of a meme in the Chiefs now. We're just like, oh, push 3 lanes and scale. And Derek's just like, I want to farm everything. And whereas like me and Sam are really aggressive. We want to like take all the turrets, dive all the turrets. And so, yeah, the mindset did change. Derek was ahead. As soon as we got the 2 kills, like Sam is literally screaming on the desk. He's like, Trang, baby, come on. And then so like we're just listening to him. He basically was almost shot calling the last game. We were just playing around him as best as possible, and he was just like, yeah, just put a spot. Like, we just sat bot at that inner turret for so long. Sam was just farming their bot side jungle, Spooks, I guess, farming their bot side jungle, getting a massive lead, and yeah.
Well, it worked out really well. Now, setting your sights to the future, IWCI, of course, there are memories of going international last year. Is that all behind you? What is the new plan heading international now that you're heading to IWCI for the second time?
I mean, to be completely honest, I haven't thought about it much. Like we've had a rough split. With Simon coming back, I feel like kind of reinvigorated the team, I guess, and we've been playing better since then. But like we've just been focusing really hard on like winning the finals. Basically, we need to win OPL to go overseas, and now we've done it. So from this point onwards, we can look forward to it and start our preparation for that.
Yeah, well, exactly right. So congratulations, Bryce. Phenomenal performance in 5 games against Legacy. Back to you, Spawn.
Thank you so much, Atlas, and thank you, Ejim. He mentioned unlocking Radier. Probably he is, like, as far as Oceania goes, like, one of the most renowned players, the AD carry, and that last game was just a display, truly a testament to his skill.
Yeah, and the other thing that it comes back to is, again, how the Chiefs beat Legacy in that last game. Like we said, it was a brawl. It came down to a 1v1 fight pretty much in every single position, pound for pound skill. And the Chiefs showed Legacy today that not only can we outthink you on a macro and outplay you on the map, but we'll take it to you 1v1 and we'll beat you there.
It looked more like they unleashed a beast than unlocking something. Radier, we went off in game number 5 there. It was beautiful to watch, and I really admire what Ejim was saying as well, how they played around the gameplay. They played around the strengths of Legacy in that final game and adapted to a playstyle that they knew they had to do in order to pick up the game. And like he said, when they knew they got those 2 kills, okay, we know exactly how we're going to win this game now. We know how to win this best of 5 series and win the OPL. They did just that. It was good to watch.
They certainly did. And with that in mind, guys, that means that the Chiefs will be your 2016 Split 1 OPL finalists that will head over to IWCI in Mexico to represent the Oceanic region. Legacy had such a run, and you feel that this is not the end of a team that is going to turn into a powerhouse. Gaming house has been set up. This team looks so good. Tally, an emerging talent there is just so much. However, guys, tomorrow during the day, it will be Swiffer and Spooks hanging out in the blue room. Join us there. Follow at @Lolo_Oceania from 3 o'clock tomorrow, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Tweet your questions to @LoloOceania. We're going to be answering them. But, guys, that is all we have in store for you for the Split 1 of the OPL. On behalf of myself, the analyst desk, the casters that did an amazing job, and our entire production staff, I want to thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll catch you next Split.